Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. By the looks of it, if you have not already heard, we now have officially a moderate risk for severe weather today, which does include a large chunk of the Midwest. We're going to break this down for you in detail, kind of give you an idea of what to expect over the next several hours. And most importantly, we will have live coverage for the next several hours as we are expecting at least the potential for a derecho today. Today we're looking at the potential again for significant to maybe even widespread damaging winds across a large chunk of the Midwest. In addition to that, the potential for several tornadoes will be possible today. That is primarily going to be in the orange and red shaded areas where there is an elevated chance for all hazards of severe weather. So today's live stream, again, we're going to kind of break down everything that you need to know about what's happening. We have Storm Chaser, Connor Croft, Storm Intermedia, Brandon Kopic, and I think we'll also have Corey Gherkin with us. So we got 4 different Storm Chasers and also Tyler Kurtz. So we have like 5 chasers today, ready to go for today's severe weather setup. It is going to be a very active afternoon and evening, and we are expecting a full-blown severe weather outbreak today in the Midwest. Not really any surprises here, to be honest. We talked about all the possibilities in the video that we had this morning, but just to kind of allude back to this again, it's going to be a relatively big day here across the Midwest. So if you have not already heard, there is officially a moderate risk for severe weather. This does include eastern Iowa, extreme southern Wisconsin, and a large chunk of northern Illinois, and as well as northwestern Indiana. It's very extreme northwestern Indiana. This is where we're watching for the greatest potential for significant damaging winds and the potential also for several tornadoes. And so again, it's going to be a very active day. I'll kind of show you the future radar and what to expect. We also have an enhanced risk of severe weather, which does include southwest Michigan, extreme northwestern Ohio, goes back into northern Indiana, central Illinois, eastern Iowa, and southern Wisconsin, and then a slight risk that goes back up into Wisconsin and Ohio. I also want to point out we have another risk for severe weather in the northeast today. This is going to be a relatively quick threat, just a couple of isolated tornadoes, but predominantly a wind threat. That's our tornado warning that's ongoing. We don't have any tornado warnings yet in the Midwest. With that said, this storm that's back over north of Cedar Rapids has been rotating, and there has been reports of a wall cloud on that particular storm. So we're going to continue to watch that storm very closely as it does continue to push east here over the next several minutes. And that's again just north of Cedar Rapids. But obviously the general gist for today is that a derecho is going to be a possibility. And if you don't know what a derecho is, that essentially means that a swath of widespread damaging winds that will produce potentially widespread damage is possible today. It's not a guarantee, but it is a possibility. And I do think we're going to have a pretty solid chance of this cluster of storms that's begun to fire up here in Iowa turn into a line of storms and then eventually impact areas in the Midwest as we go throughout the afternoon and the evening hours and perhaps into the very early overnight hours for those back over in the northern Ohio Valley. So again, it is going to be a very active day today. But again, both tornado wind probabilities were upgraded in the latest outlook. We officially have a 45% hatched wind risk. I haven't had one of these in quite a while. That is going to include areas in, again, basically that moderate risk that we were talking about. What this hatched risk means is that we could see damaging winds that exceed 70 miles per hour, and they even could go up as high as 80 to 85 miles per hour in today's environment. So definitely need to make sure that you're hatching down trampolines, protecting loose line items, and all that sort of stuff. Take all the precautions that you would usually take for a severe weather outbreak. Have flashlights ready to go because power outages are definitely going to be a possibility later this evening across a large chunk of the Midwest. Now, in addition to this, the tornado threat has also increased. We now have 10% tornado probabilities across Illinois, Indiana, and southwest Michigan. Those strong tornadoes are not really that likely today. I would not rely on an isolated strong tornado, but a lot of what we're going to see today is going to be linear, which means that the tornado threat is going to be coming out of a line of storms for the most part. I don't expect many discrete supercells, but if you are in the Midwest today, definitely make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go this afternoon, as we will have the potential for at least a few tornadoes. If not, we even could have several tornadoes this afternoon. This is what the future radar looks like for today. So as we go throughout the rest of this afternoon by 6 o'clock, this will start to bow out into a segment of damaging winds across Iowa and as well as even into southwestern Wisconsin. By the time we get closer to 7 to 8 o'clock, these storms will be pushing through southern Wisconsin, western Illinois, and northern Illinois, where the main concern again will be damaging winds. The one thing I want you to pay attention to here is if we do get any storms that have a little bit of a wrapping segment, especially on the northern side of this line of storms, storms, if we have any sort of inflow notch, any sort of churning back over on the northern side, there will be a more elevated chance for a tornado in that particular environment. And that is where, if we do see a strong tornado, that is where we'll be watching for that potential. So if you're in southern Wisconsin or northern Illinois, that is really, I think, where the greatest tornado potential will exist later this afternoon into the early evening tonight. Now, eventually by 9 to 10 o'clock, these storms will be very organized as mostly a damaging wind threat. Very similar, by the way, to what we saw last night, but it might be a bit, maybe a step above what we saw last night across the Midwest by 9. And then by 10 o'clock, these storms are moving through Chicago, Urbana, Springfield in Illinois, and eventually by 11 o'clock, this moves over Lake Michigan. It will go into Southwest Michigan with mainly a wind threat, and then we'll also be watching for mostly wind and maybe an isolated tornado or two by 11 in both Indiana and Illinois. Now, keep in mind, this will be a very fast-moving segment of storms this evening, so make sure that you're prepared for these storms ahead of time. They will be probably moving upwards of 45 miles per hour west to east as we go later into the afternoon. And eventually overnight by about 1 in the morning, I think the bulk of this will fall apart, and I think the severe weather threat will be very low after midnight tonight. I don't anticipate anything too significant after midnight tonight, maybe just some isolated damaging winds, maybe a quick tornado. And again, that'd be mostly for central Illinois. That's what we're looking at in terms of the threat for today. We do have Connor Croft that is actually approaching this storm right now that's back over near Garrison and Vinton. Again, this one right now is a severe thunderstorm warned cell, but it is capable of producing the potential for a tornado. They did add a tornado possible label to the storm, so we are watching that very closely. Let's hop over to, I think, Brandon Kopic first. And you can watch Brandon Kopic on both Radar Omega and on YouTube, and you'll see on his camera right now, there is a little bit of a lowering on this storm. We have had at least a wall cloud on this periodically. And so again, this is Brandon Kopic right now live on this storm. Very ominous skies here. And again, this is the storm that we're talking about, bottom right of your screen. He's gonna have a little bit of cell issues, but Connor Croft is actually really quickly approaching this. So we'll have a view from him here in just a second as well. That's what he's looking at right now. Let's go back to Connor real quick. This is Connor. So again, he's right now on the highway, Interstate 380. He will be approaching the storm relatively soon. Very ominous skies once again. High-level clouds kind of shooting off from the supercell, so we are seeing very hazy skies out in front of this activity. Now, this is the satellite imagery right now also across Iowa, so just look how these storms are absolutely exploding right now. The amount of instability that we have in Iowa today is off the charts. We're talking about values in joules per kilogram upwards of 7,500. It is a very favorable atmosphere today for just storms in general, but also the potential for tornadoes and damaging winds and perhaps even some large hail, but this is an extremely favorable atmosphere here for today for severe weather. But again, you can see those overshooting cloud tops too. And you can see the satellite imagery on the Radar Omega app. If you're an Alpha subscriber, you can see that right there. Again, a lot of overshooting cloud tops right now near Waterloo, Waverly, back just south of Mason City. That is an indication of a very healthy supercell. So we have several of those right now. We even have one west of Des Moines right now. So all these storms right now are capable of mostly hail and wind, but we also could see an isolated tornado with anything that can stay more discreet. I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this activity. I wouldn't rule out something for the storm west of Waterloo, but it just mostly should be wind. I think if we do get a tornado in the next like 20 to 30 minutes, it's probably going to be this storm right here near Garrison. So if we do get something, I think Garrison will be the storm that we're going to have to watch for that potential for a tornado. Now, the rotation's relatively broad in the low levels, but we have had at least a wall cloud sighting by both Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin on this storm. So we'll be watching that very closely over the next several minutes as this storm does continue to track to the east. I'm not going to talk much about this today, but New York and Pennsylvania are under the gun for damaging winds this afternoon. Right now, it's mostly just damaging winds, maybe a quick, brief spin up along this line. But aside from that, it's relatively minimal severe weather activity. So we're not going to be talking much about the Northeast today. But if you're in New York or Pennsylvania, just be weather aware. Damaging winds, the main concern, probably for like 2 more hours, and then things will start to wind down overall there. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the activity today. And again, we'll be live here for the next several hours. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. But the plan is that we'll probably be live until midnight as long as everything goes as forecasted. So it should be a pretty long day overall when it comes to the severe weather threat here across the Midwest. And again, Iowa right now for the next 2 hours is really the main area. And then as we go later, closer to 6 to 7, those storms will be crossing into Illinois and Wisconsin. That is when I think the peak of the severe weather threat will be. It'll probably be between about 7 to about about 10 o'clock today. That's what I think the peak of this threat will be today. Thank you, Cookie, for the 199. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, Abba, for becoming a member. Thank you, Michelle, Ethan, as well as Jewel, for all becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. And thank you, Stadium, for the 699. Appreciate that. Disney, question mark. Yeah, me and Connor are going to be going to Disney, I think this next week. Looks like the weather's going to be pretty dead after tomorrow. It'll still be a little bit active, but when it comes to organized severe weather events, it's going to be pretty dead. Also, I do want to show you guys this graphic for today's severe weather threat. This isn't updated, but James Pettis posted this on Twitter. This is some of the Storm Prediction Center experimental graphics that they've been working on. I'm not sure if they're officially public yet, but these are graphics we've used in the past for the Midwest. And notice the peak of the severe weather threat according to the Storm Prediction Center for today. The greatest concern, again, being damaging winds. And this is in Chicago, for example. So your greatest concern when it comes to damaging winds today will be right around 9 o'clock, but give or take about an hour and a half to 2 hours on that, because we could see damaging winds really at any point with this. And then the tornado risk overall will peak probably between 7 and 9 for the Chicago area. This is Rockford, Illinois, so pretty similar stuff. The peak of the wind threat. Corey did say? Okay, thank you. Let's go to Corey real quick. Corey has a pretty good view of this as well. I'll go back to that in a second. That's Brandon Kopic. You can see him on Radar Omega on YouTube. This is Brandon right now. This is... have this set up, which is kind of unfortunate. I didn't have enough time to set up all of our storm chasers. We have 4 now. We don't have 3, and we actually have 5 today, but it's a mixed bag today when it comes to putting up chasers. This is Corey Gherkin, who's on this storm as well. For some reason, his name is not on here. That is exciting. Let's fix that real quick. You're gonna casually see me typing on screen real quick. This is Corey Gherkin on the same storm here in Iowa. That is a big storm chaser tag. Wow, look at that. 1 second. I did not come prepared for this. Alright, boom, bada bing, bada boom. Let's do that. There's some crazy lightning on this. Alright, there we go. So this is Corey Gherkin. This is our first time using him as well. He's on this storm back over north of Cedar Rapids. Lots of lightning. I mean, you can just see how many flashes of lightning there are right now. This storm has been rotating quite a bit. There was a lowering on this as well. So definitely a storm that could produce a tornado as this does continue to move to the east in Iowa. Bottom right of your screen is that storm. So it's that right there. It's right now near Mount Auburn and Vinton and Garrison in Iowa right now. So definitely a highly electrified storm. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on him. We'll put him bottom right, if I can figure that out. There we go. All right, so he's bottom right for the time being. But what I was showing you before is the, again, threat level for the Midwest. So again, right now we do have a elevated risk for damaging winds, really between 7 and 11 p.m. back over in areas like Rockford and back over near the Chicago suburbs as well. And then also near Davenport, Iowa, your peak for damaging winds and tornadoes will basically be from about 5 until 8 o'clock. I think Davenport, your better chance for any severe weather will probably be 6 to 8. So that'll be your timing for severe weather. And then the last area on this is Kalamazoo. That is Kalamazoo back over in Michigan. And so Kalamazoo for today is over looking at a greater chance for severe weather closer to about 10 o'clock up until 2 a.m. tonight. So if you're back over in Michigan, it will be quite a late night back over in those areas. But damaging winds being the main concern. The tornado risk, as you'll notice down here, it's relatively low. It's not zero, but it is lower as these storms will be crossing over the Great Lakes later this evening. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be near Guthrie Center, the Ubon area and south of Jefferson. The main concern is damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. In addition to that, the potential for ping pong ball sized hail will be a possibility as well as that moves to the east, southeast, and southeast. And again, over the next hour or two, we're going to start to see this really organize into a full-blown line of storms. We're still far from the peak of severe weather, but as this organizes, we are expecting a pretty significant round of damaging winds to impact areas in Iowa and as well as Illinois, and then also back over in Wisconsin, and eventually going into Indiana, Michigan, and perhaps even Western Ohio. So it should be a pretty active day overall when it comes to severe weather, and also pretty active evening as well. Again, this is the rotation that we're looking at right now. This is just off to the northeast of Des Moines. This is south of LaPorte City in Iowa. Broad circulation. There has been a lowering on this. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this as it moves eastbound. This line of storms really starting to organize right now. Probably going to really start to see this wind threat pick up on a lot of the storms that are not severe right now, and then we'll eventually start to probably see that tornado threat increase as well. So it should be a pretty interesting afternoon here across the Midwest. But if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. We're still probably a little ways away from this tornado threat peaking as well, but we'll be answering questions and stuff like that up until that point. So we'll be just kind of chilling until something really gets going, or if we have any view of anything interesting, we'll obviously pan over to that. We got Brandon Kopic, Stormrunner Media, Connor Croft, Corey Gherkin, and Tyler Kurtz. It's a full-blown lineup today. Didn't really think we'd have that many chasers today, but I guess we do. For probably the last hurrah, by the way, this will probably be our last severe weather coverage for the next, 2 weeks, at least. So it's going to be pretty quiet after today and tonight. It'll definitely be a nice little break period, I think, in terms of significant severe weather. Thank you, Jacob, for the 1 gifted. Thank you, Christopher, for the 199. Thank you, Taz, for the $10 super chat. What about Indiana tonight? We are still cleaning up from the last storm. Yeah, a lot of people are. We actually, last night, we had a couple of confirmed tornadoes in Chicago. If you were watching our live stream last night, had a couple of tornadoes just south of Chicago. Let me see if I can find the damage assessment tool here. I'm not sure if it's already on there. But there were a couple of tornadoes confirmed in Chicago last night. I know this has nothing to do with your question, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, they're not up there yet, but we had a couple of confirmed tornadoes in South Chicago. They were EF0 tornadoes, so relatively minimal in damage, kind of what I thought anyways on radar. So luckily nothing significant, but a couple of brief EF0 tornadoes there. But a lot of people are cleaning up right now. We just had a line of storms last night that will probably be similar to what we're going to see today. I don't think today's line of storms is going to be the exact same, though. I think we're going to be watching for a more intense round of severe weather today. I think today's severe weather setup is going to be more organized than yesterday, which is why we're live way earlier than where we were live yesterday, because I thought yesterday would be pretty conditional. But if you're over in areas like Indiana, I can expect storms over there probably a little after 10 o'clock tonight for most areas. I do think overall, though, the severe weather threat here in Indiana is going to be at least a little bit lower and in terms of what we're going to see today, because I think this line of storms will be falling apart after midnight tonight. So depending on where you are, if you're in northwestern Indiana, I think we're talking about more significant damaging winds. But if you're in Indianapolis, Logansport, Fort Wayne, Bloomington, you'll probably at least get some scattered damaging winds. But I think this line of storms really falls apart after midnight tonight. So I wouldn't really be too concerned. Just make sure you're taking the proper precautions. I know today isn't tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, but we will have the potential for flying trampolines today. And for today's flying trampoline meter, we are currently at an extreme risk for flying trampolines. We could even put this at a gone forever stage. But the one thing with today is that this is a very densely populated area that's dealing with this threat today. So there could be a lot more flying trampolines than just a dozen. We might have a few dozen flying trampolines today across the Midwest. It'll definitely be an interesting day. Thank you, Court, for becoming a 1-month member. Thank you, Jared, for the 3 months. Thank you, Midwest and Magnus for the super chats. Thank you, Offbeat, for the super chat. Hope you're doing well in Greenfield, Iowa. Hopefully recovery efforts are going well. Thank you, Captain, for the super chat. Thank you, Abba, for the 1999 super chat. Can you check Ottawa, Illinois? There's nothing happening right now in Illinois, but again, the timing tonight will probably be right between about 7 and 8, up till about 10 or 11 for Illinois. Main concern being damaging winds for today. By the way, I'm sorry, guys, but I had Culver's today, and Connor Croft did too. So yeah, it's a bit of a day. we both had Culver's. That's why we got a moderate risk, probably. My bad. I did not have cheese curds, by the way, so we did not have cheese curds, but apparently that doesn't matter. So yeah, pretty unfortunate stuff. It is what it is. Go big or go home. I guess so. By the way, today's stream will be brought to you by Radar Omega. That is the weather app that we'll be using throughout the stream today. If you want a weather app to keep you ahead of the storms today, you can download Radar Omega on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. It's only $8.99, comes with tons of features, like all of these live storm chasers that are in the app. We got storm chasers everywhere. Live cameras all across the country. You can customize the app to your heart's content. Got reflectivity, live radar, and you also got some other cool features like the storm tracking tool. You can actually use this tool to be able to track out where a storm is going. So if I do like 55 miles per hour, you can actually get ETAs on when storms will be arriving to your location. Very cool feature. And also there's satellite imagery and computer models in the app if you become a subscriber inside the app. So you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. We also have yet again another sponsor today. We also have a storm shelter sponsor, that is espshelter.com. If you need an above ground storm shelter, they actually have a sale ongoing right now. If you want a storm shelter that can fit up to 14 people, yeah, 14 people. Yeah, that's a lot. I know. You can get your entire neighborhood basically in the same storm shelter. You can pick up an ESP shelter on espshelter.com. They do have EF5 type protection. They are made to keep you and your family safe. That sale does go until July 21st, and there's free shipping. They're also made in the United States. So if you want to check that out, that is the second to top link in the description below. Highly recommend it, as severe weather season still looks far from over. All right, let's go back to, we'll go back to Corey first. It's apparently Brandon. I think we got two people up here. There we go. All right, we got Corey Gherkin on this storm right now that it does have a tornado possible label. It's not a tornado warning. Tornado possible label back over west of Center Point. We also got Connor Croft approaching this, but if he turns to the turns to the right, we might see something. And Corey Gherkin's also on Radar Omega, and he's also on YouTube. You can watch him inside the app. Go over to Connor here. This is Connor's view. He's approaching this storm right now, and it's become a pretty big mess of a storm at this point. You can see at the bottom right of your screen. Not really organized anymore. It was more organized a little while ago. It's become very disorganized at this point.
So probably gonna lose good visual zones and terrain. So we'll have to take the time we want to cross wisely here if we have a good visual of what's going on.
Back to live radar for the time being, but he is approaching the storm. There are multiple storm chasers on that storm right now, and mostly just broad circulation. Doesn't look imminent. I do think this tornado threat on this storm is dropping quite a bit. Looked a bit better initially, but it's losing its grip. I would say the storm also back over near Eldora, it might do something interesting too. We might get some sort of tornado threat with this one. Had a little hook before, but it wasn't able to really wrap. I think right now the main concern with this will be damaging winds. Once this organizes into a full-blown line of storms, that is when I think the tornado threat is really going to start to ramp up, because I just don't think we're going to have much of one unless a storm can stay extremely discreet in this environment. Like, it would have to be extremely discreet. Otherwise, we're just talking about a full-blown wind threat right now, moving west to east. Which actually, it's moving more northwest to southeast, but it will start to move more west, or more to the east, out of the west, but it'll be moving more to the east as we go over the next few hours. So it should be definitely pretty interesting. We'll stay zoomed out for the time being. Also, there was a tennis ball-sized hail report back over in Vale, Iowa, not too long ago, just northeast of Denison. So there has been at least a little bit of significant hail out of these storms thus far. So there you go. Hail was not really a big concern for today, but, you know, in this environment, with at least initial supercells, there will be a more elevated threat for hail. So it's not too shocking, to be honest. Thank you, Van for the $5 super chat. I don't think Ontario's going to be too bad. I think it'll just mostly be, like, isolated damaging winds, if the storms even make it there. Elgin will be mostly just a damaging wind threat. I think that today's peak tornado threat is probably going to be right in here. Like, right in this corridor, just north of Chicago and just south of Madison, Wisconsin. I think we're going to have a better shot for tornadoes there. Now, again, we could see tornadoes anywhere in the risk area today, but that's where I think today's highlight tornado threat will be. And again, that peak will probably be around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. So, thank you, Felix, also for the £5 super chat. Appreciate that. I've never been in a moderate risk before. What do I do? Well, I wouldn't really treat this any different than what you would on like another severe weather day, other than just have more awareness and, you know, be more urgent. Because I think today, again, a moderate risk versus a slight risk, obviously there's a big difference. One has much higher confidence of there being severe weather, but you really should prepare the same way for any risk day. I mean, you should have flashlights ready, hatch down trampolines, protect loose line items, all that sort of stuff should be ready to go for today. Because again, it's going to be a relatively active afternoon and evening. We are going to have a lot of warnings. I'm only going to be able to cover so many warnings. We currently have 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. For what it's worth, there's already a lot out there. And so as we go throughout the afternoon hours, we're going to continue to see that number really jump here in the Midwest. So just make sure that you're ready to go. It doesn't matter if, you know, I'm not talking about your area. You just need to be ready to go if you're under a warning. If it's tornadic, get to your safe place, have that tornado action plan ready to go. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows at the bare minimum, and preferably in an interior room, especially if the winds are higher.
It's not anything tight.
And this is Connor Croft. He's on the storm near Vinton, Iowa right now. Pretty nice little shelf cloud to this thing. A little lowering. It had a wall cloud earlier, but not really spinning too much from the looks of it.
I'll get south right where it crosses once it gets a little bit closer.
Thank you also, Donna, for the $5 super chat.
Really
Thank
nice
you, Mode,
rotation in
for the
there.
$1.99. By the way, for people that are asking questions like, will a tornado touch down in, I don't know, Mars, but like a town? Let's just say we're talking about a town in general. Like, let's say is a tornado going to drop down in Dyersville, Iowa? All right, I don't have an answer for you, because that type of question is just like the only answer I can give you is that there's a chance, but like I'm not going to say yes, you're definitely going to have a tornado, because nobody can predict that. We don't have the technology to predict that you and your specific town is going to see a tornado today. I see that question all the time. I cannot tell you if you're going to see a tornado or not today. If somebody tells you, yes, you're 100% seeing a tornado 7 hours before a storm even hits you, they're capping. All right, they probably don't know, unless they got, I don't know, maybe got information from future relatives or something. I don't know. But like, you know, I'm just saying, like, those types of questions, they're pointless. There's a chance of tornadoes anywhere in the Midwest today. All right, just make sure they have a tornado action plan ready to go. Look how fast that thing's moving. This is Connor Croft. He's on the storm near Vinton, Iowa. Definitely moving pretty fast in that lower level cloud deck here.
No tornado imminent on this, but
Take a look for the 499.
definitely got potential.
Should be mostly a wind threat, lots of lightning, isolated flooding too. Another thing to watch out for today, if you're in the Chicago area, an elevated risk for flooding today. Flash flooding will be a possibility, so make sure that you are ready to go if you're in any sort of flooding risk for today. There is a moderate risk for flooding back over in very far northeastern Illinois today.
If I zoom in on here, you'll be able to see that rotation even better.
By the way, we have 4 storm chasers, not 5. I didn't realize Tyler Kurtz is doing
see that
coverage.
The front edge is moving to the right, and behind
Got Connor
is moving
Brandon,
to the left.
Corey,
That's the area of interest
and
that we're watching.
Stormer and Media.
That's the area of
4.
interest right there, chat. It's about to cross this road, so I'm gonna get ready to drive towards it here in a second.
Can't be Iowa without seeing a cornfield.
Ooh, what a picture that is. Look at the turquoise in there.
Cannot be Iowa without a cornfield.
What a shot that is. The turquoise in there.
Bottom right of your
edge.
screen. This is what this is what the velocities look like. They are still relatively broad. I'm not seeing anything imminent, and I think all this is really just contamination from hail. There's definitely a little bit of spin though on the cloud deck.
After this, I'll probably drop south. Probably drop south.
That was a
towards
corny comment.
Cedar
Oh my
Rapids
goodness.
again.
Pun Nation out here.
I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do that's gonna be.
Back to a live radar here for the time being. This is what we're looking at right now. So again, tons of warnings right now in Iowa. We apparently have a warning over in Wyoming. There is going to be another risk for severe weather there today. Again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, we do have a moderate risk for severe weather today in the Midwest. That includes Illinois, extreme northwestern Indiana, extreme southern Wisconsin, and eastern Iowa, where the main concern today will be significant to perhaps even widespread damaging winds. Enhanced risk is in effect as well for all those threats as well, just slightly lower confidence of those happening, but we are still expecting at least scattered to numerous damaging winds and even maybe a few tornadoes in that area. And we got 3 slight risks for severe weather today. We got 1 over in the Central Plains, we got 1 in the Northeast, and then we got 1 right smack dab in the middle of everything back over in the Midwest. And we also have a random marginal threat back over in Arizona, which Arizona actually had a few tornado warnings yesterday, which was a shocker. We even had a tornado before we went live. We had a tornado warning in Georgia, out of all places. Who'd have thunk? Georgia seeing a risk for tornadoes today? It was, I think, north of Brunswick. Definitely interesting, to say the least. Let's go back to Connor for the time being. Stay zoomed out, bottom right of your screen. Anything happened with the Georgia tornado warning? I don't think so. It kind of surprised me. I didn't see anything on radar. Flag? That's good. It's a good start to the stream. Was it my face cam or was it the entire stream?
Whoa, this thing's got wind. Alright, gathering that cold pool.
Entire stream? Okay. We'll have to watch it. Good times. Thank you, Quinn, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities.
It's ripping in here.
Okay. I didn't see anything on my end. Frames missed due to rendering lag. That's a high percentage.
Wow. Yeah, that lead edge has some big wind in it.
Actually, I'm gonna send this to my friend, because this is possibly the issue. One second.
I wonder where that road curve was. Gonna try and blast out ahead of it again. Don't go.
Okay. I think I might have figured out the issue to what we've been having recently. Apparently it's rendering lag. Tucker, it's fine. He said. Alright, so Connor's currently driving through this storm north of Cedar Rapids again. Right now, the main concern with this is damaging winds. Upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. In addition to that, we could see some hail up to the size of quarters. Not really looking at much of a tornado threat right now, but we'll continue to watch this closely. They have removed the they don't have a tornado possible label on the new warning, which doesn't surprise me. We haven't seen anything imminent. The next thing that we're really gonna be watching for again is this line of storms to organize all into one. So I would be fully expecting this to all just organize into a line of storms over the next couple of hours, and eventually this will turn into more of a widespread damaging wind risk. As mentioned before, we're not in the moderate risk yet. We're not in like the highest risk area for today, but as we go later into the afternoon, this will start to organize more into a linear line of storms, and it should be all unison probably by about 6 to 6:30 tonight. So that's what I'm expecting when it becomes a bit more unison in nature with this particular line of storms. Still have a few warnings everywhere else. We got one over in Indiana, got a couple over in Ohio, got some back over in Maryland, even in Virginia, the Northeast. But again, main concern elsewhere is just wind and hail. The tornado risk in general is pretty low. It's not zero, but it's pretty low. This line of storms would be really the only area that I think any imminent tornado threat might come out of if you're back over in the Northeast. Let's go back over to Ohio real quick. We got a few radar Omega cyclone ports in southwest Ohio. Not seeing anything right now, but they did have a few earlier of some storm activity. Got a couple of new storms have been firing up down here in southeastern Indiana. These could produce some isolated hail and wind, but this is not the main event. So if you're back over here thinking, oh, this is going to be the big event today, it's not, unfortunately. This is going to be the big event when it comes to severe weather. And it might not look big right now, but as we go later into the day today, I do think this is going to, again, organize into just one full-blown line of storms. Instability values today are upwards of 7,500 joules per kilogram. It is a very unstable atmosphere today across Iowa. So definitely expect some significant weather today here across the Midwest for sure. Let's go back to Connor here for the time being. He's on that storm southeast of Waterloo.
There's the bigger stuff down south. That's where the structure is going to be as well. Just tune in, chat. We are tracking through eastern Iowa right now, and what's likely to become a derecho, which is the long.
Also, thank you to Quinn for becoming a member. Thank you to Matthew for the $4.99 super chat.
Wind gusts 85, 90, maybe even
Toledo,
100 mile per hour wind is going to be possible. And everyone
Iowa.
has an invite to ride along in the back seat with me. Multiple camera angles. Witness Mother
I'm guessing you're
Nature.
talking about this storm right here. I don't know what the question really is, but right now it's just mostly gusty winds with that. Not really an organized storm yet. The main concern is going to be this line right here, which is predominantly outflow driven. So this will be mostly all damaging winds as that moves into your area over the next really probably hour or so. So you should start to see some more damaging winds entering into your area probably within the hour. Right now, this area of storms is moving to the southeast at approximately, trying to find the number here, about, most of these storms are moving about 40 miles per hour to the east, southeast, or southeast. So you're probably within an hour of seeing this. The main concern being damaging winds. Chances of a tornado watch? I doubt we're gonna have a tornado watch. I mean, the only way we get one is if we get one for Chicago, which is possible. But I mean, I feel like if we had a tornado watch, they would have probably already issued it, because the severe thunderstorm watch already includes areas here in western parts of Illinois and eastern Iowa. There is a 10% tornado risk there, and the 10% goes all the way into Indiana. So it's possible that they issue a tornado watch depending on trends down the line, but for right now, I don't think we're gonna have a tornado watch here, at least in like the short term. But this watch in particular, the severe thunderstorm watch, it goes all the way until 11 o'clock tonight. So the odds of there being a tornado watch are pretty low, at least in this area. But we might get one closer to the Chicago suburbs. It's going to depend, I think, on the evolution of this line more than anything. But, yeah. Updated the tornado threat? Yeah. They put it at 10%. I don't know. The 10%, in my opinion, might be a little bit high. But I think where it is, I think is where the greatest threat will probably be. Maybe a little bit too low to the south. I really think the greatest threat will be like right in here, just north of Chicago. Now again, I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm thinking. I really think the greatest threat will probably be somewhere along the Wisconsin and Illinois border, where that line of storms kind of has like these little notches. That'll be at least where the greatest chances of some sort of maybe isolated strong tornado. But like down here, we'll probably at least have some QLCS tornadoes, which are usually relatively quick. Hey, Jewel, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Let's go back to here. And here's the moderate risk for reference. The area of storm activity near Cedar Rapids, that is already going to be moving into the moderate risk for severe weather. But again, the main threat for damaging winds, and as well as the potential for tornadoes, will be coming out of this right here. So this area of storm activity should merge with this line of storms, and then it'll eventually become just one unison line of storms. So that's what I'm thinking for today. But today is going to be a very quick moving line of storms. So there are a lot of storm chasers out there, but there will be some problems, or at least some troubles, keeping up with these storms, since they're going to be moving so fast. So just be prepared for that. We're going to see, probably for the most part, these chasers in lots of storms. But I think Connor will do pretty good at least being out in front of this. Most of these chasers probably going to be hugging interstates and highways with how fast this line will be moving. Should be moving east. Once this organizes, it should be moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So it'll be pretty quick moving. Thank you, Hole, for the 4.99. 4-inch hailstones on Saturday night? Seriously? In Minnesota? Or where was that? Wright County, Minnesota. Holy, that's crazy. I didn't realize we had that large a hail the other day. Yeah, I wasn't live for that. I mean, it was kind of one of those events, though. It was kind of really 50-50 on me being live for it. I would not trust NATO Cast. What is their latest outlook? Let's check it out. Thank you, Paul, for the $5 super chat. Not liking you. Keep circling where I live. I'm sorry, but, you know, sometimes it has to happen. Let me check NATO Cast here. NATO Cast, again, is not an official SPC tool, but they do use models. This is their latest forecast. I actually agree with this, to be honest. I don't know about the 5% up here, but I do agree with where the greatest concentration for this tornado threat is for today. They use a very similar scale, by the way, but take this with a grain of salt. You know, it's not like a official forecast. It's just a computer generated one. But I honestly think really right here is where the greatest threat will be. So maybe a smidge to the north, but we'll see. I don't mind this forecast, though. I think it's pretty good for where the greatest threat will be. The northeast one is already kind of winding down. We're not going to have much more up there. The Wisconsin one's kind of weird. Let's check out Wisconsin real quick. What is it? A little bit strange. Go to future radar in Wisconsin. If you're asking Max where to chase, you're definitely not ready to chase. I mean, I do sometimes put out some of my input on like good places that'll probably have the highest chance of producing a tornado, but all right.
This is an urgent alert.
Tornado,
a tornado
in Iowa.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Confirmed tornado in Iowa. That is for Benton, Lynn, and Buchanan counties in Iowa. I think it's this storm. Yeah, that's the one that Connor's on. And it's probably going to be right there near Vinton or so. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. It's a confirmed tornado on this storm in Iowa. That's going to be going towards Cedar Point near Vinton. Just south of Independence. It is, I'm pretty sure, observed. Yeah, that's public confirmed tornado. This was right along the line of storms, or it's really more of just one storm here right now. Right near the Lime Creek County Park, near Benton County Fairgrounds, moving east at 35 miles per hour. It is, again, a confirmed tornado via an observation. This is in Benton, Lynn, and Buchanan counties. And Connor's right in the middle of this storm. We got, I think, 3 chasers right on this storm. So if there is something, we'll definitely keep you posted. But again, this is just confirmed moments ago by weather spotters in the area. It's going to be approaching Interstate 380 over the next several minutes. And it will be moving again eastbound, eventually on track for Monticello, eventually Cascade, and Anamosa, if it's able to produce a tornado for that long, which is very questionable. Because I think this line of storms is going to be kind of rolling into this. I think it's all going to kind of merge together here within the hour. But at least for the next 30 to 45 minutes, there will at least be some level of a tornado risk here as this does continue to move east. What is Brandon looking at? Does Brandon have a view of this? This is Brandon Kopic's view. He's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Again, I'm not seeing anything here. Let's just full screen him real quick.
I have no idea where that tornado is.
That is Connor. Let's go to that's Stormer Media. Let's go to Brandon. That's Brandon's view. He's right on the storm. I don't see anything. It might be a rain wrap tornado, maybe something brief. Lots and lots of questions. Brandon's low-key the GOAT. He is the GOAT. Connor is the Sigma. don't know how it was confirmed. I don't know. I'm not entirely. I mean, maybe that right there in the middle, right? That might be it. So it might be that. Not really clear though. Connor's in the middle of this storm. We'll see if he has a view of it. I think Corey Gherkin's on this too. Yeah, Corey's on this too. We'll go to him in a second. Let's go to base velocities, tilt 3 and tilt 2. I'm not seeing anything clear on radar. My guess is, again, if there is a tornado right now, which, again, has been observed, it would probably be over Vinton, and it's going to be moving right towards Cedar Point. Just nothing clear visually on radar right now of this being on the ground. We got a big hail core, too, near Urbana and Interstate 380 that's developed. That's currently moving east. Again, this storm's moving east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. This is a observed tornado, again, by weather spotters. This is, again, for those in Buchanan, Lynn, and Benton counties in Iowa. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Oh, another radar scan here in a second. Violent tornado parameter ahead of this is 8. Yeah, I mean, the tornado parameter values, though, they don't really mean that much unless we have like a discrete supercell or a line of storms, and this is not an organized supercell. So, like, the tornado parameter values need to be taken for... really just need to be kind of almost, not ignored, but just... they're not really that important right now. Because, I mean, we've had violent tornado parameter values that are upwards of, I don't know, 12 in, like, Kansas before, and nothing's ever happened. So... I've seen high tornado parameter values before. I mean, for what it's worth, this is what the tornado parameter values are currently forecasted to be over the next few hours. I think this is more important for those in, like, near the Chicago suburbs. I really think our greatest tornado potential will be around 7 to 10 tonight. I think elsewhere, though, the threat is a bit lower. But the tornado parameter values, according to the HRRR model, stay relatively high all the way through about 10 or 11 tonight, even into Southwest Michigan and Indiana. Then it kind of dies out after that. But really one of the other key things for today, I think, will be hodographs. Really just the spin in the atmosphere today. We have a ton of spin. And so storms over here in northern Illinois are going to be way more favorable for tornadoes, in my opinion, than in Iowa. We just have so much spin, lots of wind shear. It's overall a very favorable environment today. Let's go to Connor here. That's Brandon. Let's go to Connor. Connor Croft's on this storm too. Listening to him for a second.
Definitely has a little bit of rotation back in there, but...
So again, an observed tornado a few minutes ago near Vinton, Iowa, moving towards Cedar Point, Interstate 380. Bottom right of your screen. It's again in Buchanan, Lynn, and Benton counties in Iowa. Did I eat Culver's again? I ate Culver's for lunch today. My apologies. My apologies. Same thing with Connor. He had Culver's for lunch.
We're not gonna be able to see it, I don't think, to be honest. Because I mean, if it were a quick spin up, I can kind of see the lead edge here. If it were a quick spin up, but like based on where the velocity cup.
Yeah, if there's a tornado, it'd be in the middle somewhere in that clear slot.
I really don't think.
I'm not really seeing anything, but it might be at least. There's a pretty good opening there.
I don't think it's a lead edge circulation. I think it's back in the rain.
I didn't have cheese curds. I thought it might just be the cheese curds, but I guess not. I have Culver's for lunch and I didn't even think about it. Unfortunate.
Thank you, Lynn.
Unfortunate. A lot of people have had Culver's today, apparently.
Have to get south again here soon.
Stay on Connor for a moment.
Behind it right now.
If anybody else has a view, we'll go to them. I'm not seeing any clear views though right now. We are now up to 29 severe thunderstorm warnings already. And it is only 4:59 p.m. Wow.
It's weird, Chad. There's like 2 lines forming. But the good news is I think the best highway to
take Terry for the 499.
Highway 30. So
I'd say it's low. It's not 0, but I think it's low.
Further north where we couldn't take 30.
I'd be more concerned about the wind threat, but definitely have a tornado action plan in place.
The road network isn't the best. this is an observed tornado, apparently. So you gotta treat it as such.
That was a CG.
Pretty much raining on all sides of us right now, except that way.
Just real quick, this is Brandon Kopic. He's on, again, Radar Omega and also on YouTube. That's his view right now of this storm. He, I think, is actually just to the south, just to the south of the storm. Let me go back to Radar real quick. That's what we're looking at. So Connor's right here. That's where Brandon is. That's where Corey is. They're all within proximity of this storm. If there's a tornado, my guess is it's going to be over here. Maybe on the other side where Brandon can't see. But there's very limited details on this. We don't have a clear debris signature or anything like that. I'm guessing if this is on the ground right now still, it's gonna be rain wrapped near Vinton. It has just been downgraded to radar indicated, so it's no longer a confirmed tornado. It is back to radar indicated. I was about to say, it might have been like a quick tornado, maybe. It is back down to radar indicated for Benton, Lynn, and Buchanan counties in Iowa. So that's a bit of a downgrade here. We'll still go back first to Brandon. That's Brandon Kopic's view. So again, that was all the Scuddy activity there on the leading edge. This is back over to Connor Croft, who is kind of inside the storm right now. No clear view of anything right now. And this is back over to Corey Gherkin. That's not Corey Gherkin. I just Storm Intermediate. This is Corey Gherkin. He had a view of something a second ago, but he's trying to reposition. Back to radar here for the time being. What's Nebraska looking like? I'm not really concerned about Nebraska at all today. I mean, mostly just isolated damaging winds there. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just north of Des Moines, near a mess in Marshalltown. Main concern is going to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and some quarter-sized hail, and also some lightning that is currently moving north to south. Everything right now west of Des Moines, relatively just damaging winds, nothing too crazy. The stuff that's over here in eastern Iowa so far has proven to be the most significant thus far. Again, we are still probably about 30, at least 45 minutes to an hour from this being a bit more of an organized line of storms. And then once that happens, things are going to ramp up pretty quickly. But it's a very messy setup right now here in Iowa. We literally have 27 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. 27. A mess? Oh, my bad. Never mind. That went right over my head. A mess? That's what I thought it was. My apologies. I thought somebody was saying in chat, like, yeah, this is a mess. It is. It really is a mess out there, but you know, it's a messy convective area of storm activity. Ames? It's pronounced Ames. Okay, thank you.
Chad,
it's fantastic.
It's like the lighting on this is insane. It's just constantly pumping out CG.
Am I gonna be live streaming on Wednesday? What's even happening on Wednesday? I don't think there's gonna be anything that bad. Even like after today, it's pretty quiet. Like tomorrow, there will be a low threat of tornadoes in the Northeast. I'm not planning on being live probably for the next 2 weeks after today. I don't think there's gonna be anything significant. The current plan is that we'll be live today for probably 8 hours or so. Tomorrow, I doubt it, unless something really gets upgraded. Wednesday, probably not either. I think it's just a marginal threat in a couple areas. And then after that, our next stream will probably be our golfing match against Connor Croft. That'll probably be this weekend. And then I'll be on a quick vacation with him for like a few days. So that's the current plan, subject to change. Subject to change. All right, we still have a tornado warning north of Cedar Rapids. Again, this was confirmed. It's now back to radar indicated. I'm not seeing anything definitive on radar that this is still on the ground by any means, so not really too concerned about this. I think it'll be mostly wind, but if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place near Cedar Point. and just north of Cedar Rapids in Iowa. By the way, thank you guys for helping us cross a milestone that I had no clue we were going to cross today. We just hit the 1/3 mark to 1 million subscribers. It was 333,333 was it. I missed it though. Crazy. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. That's pretty crazy stuff. Can't believe there's a moderate risk. I can believe it. Will it pan out? I think it will. Just gonna have to give it some time. Because I mean, again, the moderate risk is still well out to the east. Like this threat is gonna organize more by 6 to 7. So it's not yet in the moderate risk. Are you saying I should cancel my disc golf game in Cedar Rapids? I would say so. If thunder roars, go indoors. And there's definitely lightning in your area right now. We got several flashes of lightning in the vicinity of Cedar Rapids. The moderate risk is for damaging winds today. Again, if you haven't already heard, I know many of you might be tuning in and you might have not watched anything on this or even looked at anything on maybe Twitter or something or Facebook since this got upgraded, but we now do have a 45% hatched wind risk today, meaning that there is an increasing likelihood for numerous to widespread damaging winds. That'll be mostly in southern Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, northern Illinois, and extreme northwestern Indiana, but we could see significant damaging winds really anywhere from central Iowa back into southwest Michigan and northern Indiana and extreme northwestern Ohio. Again, the main concern today, damaging winds between 60 to 80 miles per hour, could even go as high as 90 miles per hour. It'll be a relatively numerous to widespread threat. In addition to that, the potential for tornadoes has also increased. There's no hatched tornado risk, so strong tornadoes are currently not in the forecast, but we could still see an isolated strong tornado. The 10% tornado risk goes across most of Illinois, eastern Iowa, northern Indiana, southwest Michigan, and extreme southern Wisconsin. So if you're anywhere in these risk areas today, make sure you have a tornado action plan in place. Even if you're not in the 10% and you're like the 2% tornado risk, definitely make sure that you do have a tornado action plan ready to go, have multiple ways to receive alerts, hatch down trampolines. I know it's not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, but there is going to be a potential today for flying trampolines, flying debris, loose lawn items, all that sort of stuff. All could go flying today with the significant wind risk that we're going to have today across the Midwest and even parts of the Ohio Valley. I do want to point out also, we're not, again, really going to talk much about this, but we do have another risk for severe weather in the Central Plains, mostly just wind and hail across Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado, and then also a dying threat here in the next hour or two across the Northeast, mostly just for New York and northern Pennsylvania. The main concern here will be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, some isolated hail, and maybe a brief tornado. But even then, the tornado risk is relatively low. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on that right there, west of Scranton, near Hills Grove and LaPorte. Got a little notch kind of forming on that, so might try to do something. And we also have some sporadic storms in Indiana and Ohio. This is not related to what's happening later today, but there are a few storms out there. Just ordinary severe weather, really. It's the latest scan on the velocity. Still got rotation south of Vinton. This is actually, if this is the rotation that we're talking about, which I think it is, that rotation is actually anticyclonic. Which means we could have a tornado or a funnel cloud that is rotating in a clockwise direction. Fun fact, that is very rare. Only 2% of tornadoes actually do that in the northern hemisphere. So, pretty interesting. Thank you, Born, for the $5 super chat. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Almost 30 warnings? No, we're actually at 30 now. It just got updated to 30. Wild. We have 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Not the most we've ever had. We've had upwards of 40 before. Actually, I think our highest was like 44 maybe, or something like that, 45. Thank you, Austin, for the $5 super chat. How do they tend to merge? I don't know what you really mean by that, but if you mean like how they merge in general, I mean, this area of storms is slower than this line of storms. So this line of storms, as it moves faster than, I mean, just think of it as if I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of like turtles, but like I don't know if a turtle's a good word for this. Maybe like, let's say Tyreek Hill is running with Tom Brady, right? This is Tom Brady right here. This is Tyreek Hill, all right? Tyreek Hill's gonna be much faster than Tom Brady, so that's how they're gonna merge. I'm guessing that's what you're asking, but I mean, this area of storm is just much slower in general, so I think this is only moving 35 miles per hour to the east. It actually says 50. I don't know if it's really 50. It sounds kind of high. You know, it would be interesting if I really think these are going to merge. I don't know if it's really going 50 though. What's it say on here? It says 35. All right, so the tornado warning cell here is going 35 miles per hour eastbound. This activity up here to the north doesn't really have a speed on here. I don't think. I'm trying to find the speed to this. What is Iowa? It's IA, okay. Iowa, let's see. This is the warning I'm looking at, 45 miles per hour. So yeah, basically this is going about 35, this is going about 45 miles per hour to the east and southeast. This right here is only going 35. So this one will probably just merge together. And after that merging happens, I think this will be a more organized threat. But for the time being, this is kind of a disorganized threat right now of wind and tornadic activity for the most part until it actually organizes. Do have a little bit of a maybe hook trying to form on this storm north of Des Moines. Doesn't look imminent, but we do have an outflow boundary here. Not really seeing anything though that looks imminent. But it is a storm to watch for, just to the north of Des Moines. Well, stay zoomed out for the time being. Again, the tornado warning that we currently have is going to be for Benton, Buchanan, and Lynn counties in Iowa. So if you're in that warning, I think it's near Cedar Point. Yeah, Cedar or Center Point. Make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Somebody doesn't know who Tom Brady is? Bruh. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We talked about this like 3 minutes ago. I'm guessing we have a new tornado warning for Sullivan and Lycoming counties in Pennsylvania. And yeah, it's that one right there. It's radar indicated rotation. That's near Eagles, Mare, LaPorte, Muncie Valley, Mildred, and Belsavia. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's moving east-northeast right now at about 55 miles per hour. It is a very fast-moving storm. Got a little couplet on this thing, inflow notch. Pretty organized right now, moving eastbound towards Route 220. Just south of Wilmot, southwest of Lemon. Little QLCS-type tornado. This is what we're going to probably see in Illinois later. Is something like this. Pretty similar, at least, to what we'll see. That you lose for the super chat. That you 10 for the $5 super chat. No problem at all. Glad I can help. That you easily for the $2 super chat as well. The gif of DK Metcalf chasing down Buda Baker. That's actually true too. That'd be a pretty good example of what we're seeing with that storm merger. It's an iconic clip. I can't believe that was like 5 or 6 years ago now. It's kind of crazy how long ago that was. It's back to Connor on this storm.
Wow, this whole line
On the
just
tornado
got
warning cell near
nuts.
Cedar Point. That's a view of the storm right now. QLCS is quasi-linear convective system. I really need a command for that. Basically, again, the QLCS, whenever I talk about QLCS, it basically means we're looking at a line of storms that could have embedded tornadoes. So little inflow notches. Usually QLCS tornadoes are not strong. They're usually quick and brief, but sometimes in rarer occasions, I would say, we can see strong tornadoes. So that is what that means. Very, very common question. I don't really expect people to know it because it's kind of a weird abbreviation, but just letting you know. Thank you, Mia, for the $5 super chat. The Max Velocity Fantasy Football League? That'd be pretty crazy if we had that. Is a QLCS event still likely for today? I would say that this is going to be QLCS based once this goes more into Eastern Iowa and Western Illinois. We do have a lot of live cameras as well across the board in the Midwest today, like a ton. Show you all of them here in a second. So they all load up. We got 9 different live cameras in the Midwest today on the virtual rail fans. Look at all that. 9 different cameras. We got Fort Madison in Iowa. We got Burlington, Iowa. We got Galesburg, Illinois. We got Quincy, Illinois. We got Wapaka, Wisconsin. Like, there are just a ton of them. We also have Quincy, Illinois. I think I said Quincy already. We have Quincy, if you haven't heard it already. What are we looking at here on this one? Is there a shark over there somewhere? For some reason, this camera just zoomed in on the water here. Did I just say shark? I meant to say alligator. I just said shark. Yeah, let's have a little shark there in the 2-foot pond. I just saw Connor. Are you driving? This warning just got updated. Benton and Lint, or sorry, no, actually, no, the other one got updated. This is the one in Pennsylvania. Circulation still broad, going towards LaPorte. But again, we could get a quick tornado out of that in Pennsylvania. The storm back over in Cedar Rapids, or just north of Cedar Rapids near Cedar Point, still is tornado warned for 14 more minutes. They did update this warning only for Benton and Lynn counties in Iowa now. Is Madison okay? I mean, Madison's still a little ways away from seeing anything, if you see anything. I wouldn't be surprised if not much happens in Madison. I also wouldn't be surprised if it went rogue up there, like, in the next hour. It's going to depend on convective developments here. If we start to see some convection bubbling up west of you in Wisconsin, then we're going to have some concerns. But right now, it's mostly in Iowa right now. Well, we are getting closer and closer to this being a more organized line of storms, but as long as this stays out in front of the line, this line behind it is going to stay relatively weaker in nature. It's just going to, in general, struggle more to really get going and develop. There is a 5% tornado risk on NATO cast in Wisconsin. I don't personally agree with it, but yeah, that's back up in northern Wisconsin. So personally, I do not agree. You're welcome. Derecho, I was without power for like 2 weeks in 2008. Derechos can knock out power for a long time. It also depends on your provider. Down in Houston, you know, this is the craziest thing. We go to the Radar Omega power outage map here. Let's put it on for states. Texas still has 200,000 without power, and we are now a week after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. It was still at about 1 million, like early yesterday or like late last night or whatever, like maybe 2 days ago. It was still at like 1 million. I think the number got up to 3 million. But like Houston, like the power took forever to come back, and it still is. I mean, we still have almost 250,000 people without power there. Minnesota's up there too right now. We got 15,000 without power. Iowa's 2,500. Illinois is 7,000. Wisconsin is 1,800. Pretty isolated everywhere else, but yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, Hurricane Beryl made a landfall a week ago, which is kind of crazy to think. But we were covering Beryl for several days on end. We had several live streams talking about Hurricane Beryl. I mean, it was literally nonstop. With all the tornadoes that came with it. There was at least, I think, 50 tornadoes after everything said and done from that. Thank you, Tim, for the $10 super chat. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, if you do get storms, which is possible, it's not 100%, you'll probably see storms between about 7 to about 10. Thank you, 10, for the $5 super chat. Am I going to see the Twisters movie? I'm not sure yet. I mean, I'll probably see it at some point, but I just don't know when. we will see. 60 according to Wikipedia? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, even if it's Wikipedia, still makes sense. This storm here that's near Cedar Rapids, it's pretty discreet. It is full-blown supercellular right now. It's not really organized yet. There are a couple... It's basically undergoing a storm merger here, but if it can organize, we could get a kind of maybe a crazy tornado out of this. We'll see. Should I cancel my outdoor plans? Swim meet in Cedar Rapids. Guys, I don't cancel activities. I also don't control the weather. So, some people think I control the weather. I don't know why. Thank you 5-2 for the 4.99. I think Connor is well aware of speed cameras. He literally chases in the Midwest all the time. So, I think he's good. This is a tornado warning in Pennsylvania near LaPorte. So I'm not seeing anything clear on radar here of a tornado. If we have a tornado, it would be near LaPorte, near 220 moving east. But nothing confirmed as of right now. Yeah, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. Just in case we do end up getting some sort of tornado with this as it moves eastbound. And does not look imminent, but we're going to continue to watch it closely. Just a QLCS-based tornado there. New severe thunderstorm warning. It's a big one. Dyersburg, Monticello, Anamosa, Independence, Belle Plaine, Cedar Rapids, all included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning, with damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour being possible. Quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label still. So the potential, again, for a tornado does still exist, even though it's not a big threat yet. It might increase as this moves eastbound. By the way, if you guys do see any photos or videos or reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. We may retweet them. We might even show them on stream. Please do not message me on Twitter because my messages are so backed up. I have at least 1,000 unread messages on Twitter, so please do not message me. Just at me. That's the only thing I really look at. Tornado warning does continue for 8 more minutes, and then we'll be talking mostly about wind here. After that, probably for a little bit. Thank you, Devin, for the 4.99. I think storms will make it to Fort Wayne. I just don't think they'll be as intense. Again, main concern being some isolated to scattered damaging winds up to 70. The standing desks was different, yeah. Standing desks are different. If I told you to message me, then I probably looked at it. Thank you, Ashes, for the $10 super chat. Plainfield, Illinois. I don't even know where Plainfield is. I mean, again, the general gist right now when it comes... Okay, well, we're going to talk about that again in a second. We have a confirmed tornado in
This
Iowa
is an
again.
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have yet again another observed tornado on this storm, I believe, near Cedar Rapids. It's for Benton, Lynn, Delaware, and Buchanan counties. Or actually, no, it's this one. So there is an observed tornado on this storm back over south of Independence. It's a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is for Benton, Lynn, Delaware, and Buchanan counties. Near Cedar Point, Vinton, Brandon, Central City, Coggin, and Robinson. There was also an observed 70-mile-per-hour wind gust by emergency management. So this is yet again another confirmed tornado here in Iowa. I'm not seeing anything really on velocities here, but if this, I'm guessing it's going to be another one of those QLCS tornadoes. Those are usually pretty quick in nature. It'd be right near Interstate 380. We will see if we have any live shot of this. Brandon has a crazy view right now. This is Brandon Kopic. He's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Once he gets past these trees, maybe. Wow, look at that. Look at that blue tinge in the middle. That's like one of my favorite things when looking at storms like this. It's all the rain droplets kind of reflecting and refracting.
Yeah, right up there on 380. It says weather's
Atlanta Falcons fans, don't look at the watches and the warnings right now. 28-3. It's like the third time I think that's happened this year. Again, there's a tornado confirmed here near Interstate 380. I'm trying to see if we have any sort of live shot of this. This is observed by weather spotters. See if we can see anything on this. I'm not seeing anything right now. And this tornado would be embedded in this storm near Interstate 380 right now, moving southeast. You are in the pink polygon. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. You're in a mobile home, seek sturdy structure. At the bare minimum, we are talking about damaging winds up to 70. I don't see anything clear on radar, though, that this is still on the ground. This is, again, observed by weather spotters, which makes me think that this might be something quick. But in case it is still on the ground right now, it's a good idea to get to your safe place. Tornado warning does continue for 5 more minutes just north of Cedar Rapids on this warning. I'm guessing that one will just be let to expire. Yeah, maybe a little bit of rain-wrapped rotation north of Cedar Rapids, so that'll be something to watch for as it moves east-southeast. Back over near Des Moines, main concern right now is damaging winds. We actually got a pocket of wind right now heading right into the west side of Des Moines here in a few minutes. That is upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds there. So if you're in that area in your Dallas Center, south of Woodward, be ready for significant damaging winds as that moves eastbound over the next several minutes. See if there's any reports here on Twitter about this. We are up to 32 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 tornado warnings. I'm not seeing anything new on this right now. No new details for the time being. Stay zoomed out for the time being. Or actually, we'll just zoom back in. That might be it right there, actually. That might be... If there is a tornado, that might be it right there near Urbana. Just to the west of Cedar Point. A little tightening right there. That might be the tornado itself. This looks really contaminated north of Manchester, but we might even have something there too that's trying to develop, but it's very contaminated on this last scan. And we might even have something trying to develop north of Cedar Rapids. I mentioned that before, but there's a little bit of circulation there. So we'll watch that closely. That right there near Urbana, that might be where the tornado is. It's going right along Interstate 380 if that is indeed the tornado. It's the tightest velocity signature that we have. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. The Field of Dreams movie is in Dyersville, Iowa. Okay. Thanks for the information. So Derecho hitting Janesville? I mean, there's no, like, you can't really predict a Derecho 100% happening. We think there's at least a high likelihood of there being a Derecho today. With that said, this line of storms will probably roll through areas like southern Wisconsin and as well as northern Illinois. It's a bit more of a question mark whether this will actually impact areas like up near Madison. This is a bit more of a question mark. It's likely that we are going to see some damaging winds here, and then it's not certain, but it's a very high chance that we're going to see damaging winds, at least in a numerous sense of things, throughout most of northern Illinois today and tonight. So, in general, if you're in southern or central, like if you're in this Wisconsin area, really anywhere in Wisconsin, it's more kind of 50-50. Further north you are, the lower chance there is of there being a wind threat or a tornado. Looks like we got some more contamination north of Cedar Rapids. Again, I think there's at least some broad circulation there, and if we do still have a tornado, that would be it right there. So if there is a tornado, it's going to be where that that top circle is on I-380 approaching Center Point in Iowa. Tag doing some stuff? Okay. Do have a new Storm Prediction Center update. This is a new mesoscale convective, or not mesoscale convective, wow. Mesoscale discussion. This is going to be for those in eastern and central Iowa, which is where the storms are right now, and then back into western Illinois. Severe hail will continue to be the main threat for the next hour or two, and then a transition to mainly severe wind is anticipated around 00 UTC time, which I believe is 7 Central. My time conversions can suck sometimes, so I might be wrong on that. Let me double check. Yeah, 7. So 7 p.m. basically is when we're expecting a transition to mostly damaging winds, which is in about an hour and a half from now. And then the severe wind risk is going to increase as this moves into very far eastern Iowa and eventually into western Illinois. But this is where the severe hail and wind threat will continue, kind of a balanced threat right now, and then eventually turning into more of a wind-dominant threat after that. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. We still got the one in Pennsylvania, which is still ongoing for the time being. That is in northeastern Pennsylvania. This is lost rotation, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up canceling this warning. But continue to stay in your safe place until the warning's officially lifted. Elsewhere, it's mostly just a damaging wind threat in the northeast. Still got a couple of severe storms in both Ohio and as well as Indiana. These are well ahead of what we're going to be talking about later. So just keep that in mind. The main concern with these is just isolated hail and wind. The main concern again for today for even those areas will be this line of storms. That might not reach southern Indiana, but you know, just keep in mind this is really the main event here today, is back over in Iowa. Also, this tornado warning has just been downgraded to radar indicated. If we still do have a tornado, it is going to be right there in that black circle near Center Point. It even could be up back north of Center Point, too. There's a couple spots where there might be some, at least, circulation to some extent. It's got a base velocity tilt 2, tilt 3, which, and not really showing much. I really think if we have a tornado, it's probably was pretty quick. And we're still watching redevelopment north of Cedar Rapids. But this is no longer on the ground. It has been downgraded back to radar indicated here in Iowa, which is not really too surprising. Again, a lot of these tornadoes today will probably be relatively quick. Let's hope. But I think the tornado threat really increases as we go into Illinois. Play a 1-hour loop. I don't know if this is about 45 minutes. We'll do a little 45-minute loop for you. Actually, this is less than 45 minutes. It's like half an hour. Where's Connor? He's just out in front of the storm near Cedar Rapids. I think almost every... I mean, you can see all the storm chasers in the Radar Omega app. And we have Brandon Kopic, Corey Gherkin, and Connor Croft all in a line here. They're all training to the east right now. We're trying to get out in front of this activity. We also got Storm Runner Media right now. They're actually looking at this storm. That's Brandon Kopic. Let's go to, I don't know what button's which. That's Storm Runner Media. They're looking at the leading edge of this storm here. In Copen, I think. Is that, or Coggan, Iowa. Little shelf. Little baby shelf, if you will. A waffle and melody for the super chats. Thank you, Smith. Also, unborn tornado in New York. When was that? Was that recent? Oh, that right there. Look at that near Virgil, maybe. Yeah, that actually went unwarned. That might still be in progress. I think that's still on the ground. I think we have an unwarned tornado right now in New York near Virgil. How in the world is that not warned? Where is the warning? This has been going for like at least a few minutes. This last 3 scans started about 5 minutes ago. Man, it looks like a tornado to me. Unwarned tornado. That's going to be going towards Solon. It's near Interstate 81. It's just to the south of Cortland. It's going towards Cincinnatus, Pitcher, Willett, Plymouth, Northwich, and Norwich. And we have a new tornado warning, but it's not this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty clear tornado to me. It's a little QLCS tornado, but it's been ongoing probably for about 5 minutes now. Moving eastbound. We have a new tornado warning that's going to be near Cedar Rapids. That is where all 3 of these storm chasers literally are. Rain wrap circulation near Marion. So again, you got 3 chasers online for this. If you are in Marion, Cedar Rapids, Mount Vernon, or Mechanicsville, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I mean, really, where is the warning on this one? I think it's this one still, right here. It's going to be crossing Interstate 81 here in a second. Waiting for the velocities to update. Yeah, this might still be on the ground. There are people here too. This is the latest scan. It's broadened out in the last scan. They just issued a tornado warning on this, I think.
A new tornado warning has been
Cortland
issued.
County, New York is that new tornado warning. Yeah, it's this storm. So they just warned it. It is radar indicated. The latest scan does show it broadened a little bit. So they have just issued a warning on this. Little hook on this. West of Cincinnatus. Near McGraw and Salone. Shout out to whoever said that, by the way, on the super chat. Smith, thank you. Didn't really see that. But we haven't really been looking over here for the record, but that is probably still at least some sort of debris that came from that tornado, so it might be debris fallout. But again, this is for Cortland County, New York. It's going to be for McGraw, Salone, Cincinnatus, and west of Pitcher in New York. Just had a tornado probably on the ground for about 5 minutes or so. So it wasn't a super quick tornado, but wasn't long either. Okay, guys, Whitman tornado is way different. The Whitman tornado in Nebraska, that tornado was on the ground for like 10 minutes before it got warned, and it was also probably one of the most intense tornadoes that we've witnessed on radar. That was way different from this. This is like QLCS tornado type stuff. This is not always warned. QLCS tornadoes can be very quick, and they might not even pop up on radar sometimes. So it's kind of one of those situations where, you know, they're not always going to get warned, especially with how quick they are. Thank you, North Star, for the super chat. No, I'm not under any warnings. Thank you, Tux, for the 1999. I don't know where that is in Illinois, west of Waukegan. I don't even know where that is. Again, main concern for Illinois tonight will be anywhere from 6 till about 12 or so, 6 to 11 probably more than anything. Main concern again being numerous to widespread damaging winds basically anywhere in this area. I'm not going to pinpoint locations because it's really just a general wind threat today. The most elevated tornado threat will be in this area. According to the Storm Prediction Center, it's more down in here, but I wouldn't rule out a tornado threat really materializing on the north side of this mesoscale convective system or derecho that does develop. So once this kind of bows out a bit more, might get a little notch developing in southern Wisconsin or northern Illinois. But a few tornadoes will be possible. All right, we're gonna real quickly. We have 4 tornado warnings, but I have to pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. We're just gonna go to Connor real quick. He is on this tornado warning cell right now near Cedar Rapids. So we'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel.
Mason's trying to get the dono train rolling.
Never mind, we're staying here for a second. We now have a confirmed tornado in Iowa. Just kidding.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
Sitting back
is
down
on the
here
ground.
for a second.
Seek shelter immediately.
Confirmed tornado, that's near Center Point. This is probably rain wrapped. Possibly north of center point. Just one observed. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is like the third observed tornado now, and it's probably fully rain wrapped. I don't know even how you'd see it. Maybe up here on the north side near Cedar Point. This is law enforcement confirmed. It's right over center point. That's where they're saying this tornado is. It's again just north of Interstate 380. So again, if you're anywhere in these two warnings, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We're gonna go back to Connor because I still have to pee. So I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
What is that? It's like some weird speaker. Take shelter immediately. Not a lot of structure on this at the moment that I can see anyway. I'll roll up my window. The skeeters are so bad today. It's all starting to merge together though. The lines coming together.
The amount of comments in this chat.
Of a likely
Alright, let's go back to radar. And our main areas of circulation right now, we got one north of Marion, we got one near Center Point. This is the one that just went confirmed. Presumably over Center Point. That's again an observed tornado from law enforcement moving eastbound. We still have a tornado warning in New York. Let me go back to that real quick. We still have the one in Pennsylvania. One in Pennsylvania, again, gonna be let to expire. Back to New York again. Still have a pretty tight couplet here. Just south of Solon, southeast of McGraw. Again, that could still be on the ground as well. We still have a debris signature. It's not as clear, though, because the velocities aren't tight. That's moving east-northeast. On track for Pitcher, north of Cincinnatus in New York. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We did have a tornado before, might still have one, as that moves east-northeast. Yes, I got a Diet Coke, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the concern here. I'm living off Diet Coke today, it looks like.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. That is for Polk County, Iowa. So if you're in... Oh, that's actually Des Moines. So Des Moines is under a tornado warning, and that's right over Urbandale. Whoa. And we have now an observed tornado in New York. So that just went confirmed on that storm in Cortland County.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, if you are in Des Moines, Pleasant Hill, Carbondale, Woodland Hills, Ivy, or Urbandale, you've got to get to your safe place. We have a tight couplet right now, right over Urbandale, and that might already be on the ground. I think it is on the ground. That might be a debris signature right there, right over the east side of Urbandale. You've got to get underground if you can. Get to your safe place if you're in Des Moines. We may have a tornado on the ground right now, moving east-southeast. This is going right towards Interstate 235. It'll be wrapped in the rain right here. I'm waiting for velocities to update, but I think this is on the ground. As we speak, a likely tornado on the ground in Des Moines. You've got to get in your safe place if you are in Des Moines. This is a relatively dangerous situation. This is a live shot in Des Moines right now. It is very dark out there. Can't really see anything clearly. I'm going to continue to see if we have any sort of live shot of this. But again, the velocities haven't updated, but that is probably a tornado. But if you are in Des Moines, you've got to get in your safe place immediately. It looks like we do have a tornado on the ground. Nothing official. Wind's really picking up. This is live here in Des Moines. East side of I-80. Very windy right now. I would say that there is probably a tornado. That might have even been a power flash right there. It is very windy right now. Here's the late... Oh, man. That is a possibly big-time tornado on the southeast side of Urbandale, going to be going right into Des Moines. This is pretty close to worst-case scenario. If that... I mean, that is a tornado on the southeast side of Urbandale. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. Again, this is right now live in Des Moines. Got a tornado in progress right now on the west side of Des Moines. Going to be going right towards 235. It's a very dangerous situation right now. Really dangerous situation. This has been upgraded to observed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a big debris signature right now near Merle Way. Going to be approaching Beaverdale, Drake, and Drake Park. And Kirkwood Park, or Kirkwood Glen, west of Des Moines. Again, tornado right now, in progress right now, going right towards Des Moines. Des Moines in this warning. Got Pleasant Hill, got Carbondale, Woodland Hills, and as well as Ivy. All included in this warning. This is still the tornado. It's going to be that right there. That's a debris signature near Windsor Heights. Gotta get in your safe place if you're in this warning. I'm just seeing if we have any sort of shot on this. It's another live shot. Not really looking at much, but the wind's definitely picking up. This is right near Windsor Heights. Oh, definitely windy. You can see the tree swaying on this one. This is right where this tornado would be, right in the vicinity. You can see the trees really swaying on the right. I think I just saw leaves go flying across the screen, so I think there is still a tornado, or at least debris, that is still in the atmosphere. On the west side of Des Moines, Iowa right now. Oh, there was a power flash, I think, right there. I think the tornado's right here. I think that was a power flash. And there's debris flying across the screen. I think this camera just went out. Yeah, this camera just went out. There was just a power flash here. That's on Polk Boulevard on I-235. That tornado just hit that. I mean, we still got a big-time debris signature there, too. On the latest scan, this tornado might actually be outside the warning, or it's just debris right now. Let's see what the velocities show. It's a very populated area. Again, this is right in the metro of Des Moines, where we have a confirmed tornado by radar and also probably by visual. Here's the latest velocity scan. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be on the west side of Des Moines. This isn't actually in the warning. I don't see a tight couplet, though, anymore. But they have issued a PDS tornado warning now for Des Moines. This is officially a PDS tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a large and strong tornado on the ground in Des Moines. That's for Warren and Polk counties. This is the new PDS tornado. It is a particularly dangerous situation for those in Des Moines, near Carlslee, Hartford, Runnels, and Avon. If you are in this warning, you got to get underground if you can. You got to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. The tornado itself right now is going to be where this debris signature is. On the west side of Des Moines, it is approaching Southwestern Hills, Indianola Hills, Eastern Lake area, Somerset, all included right now in this warning. This is a live shot on another roadway. You can see the wind really picking up. This is on I-235 near Keogh Way. The tornado's in this vicinity. We just saw a power flash moments ago, and this is a very dangerous tornado ripping through the west and southwest side of Des Moines. Again, you've got to get underground if you can. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get to a sturdy structure. This is a particularly dangerous situation. These warnings only get issued when we have large and strong tornadoes. And the other warning also is just upgraded to PDS, just for reference. So that one just got upgraded as well. So this one here.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this warning also just got upgraded to PDS. That is for Pleasant Hill, Carbondale, Woodland Hills, and Ivy. That is all around Des Moines. They've condensed this warning. It's only this. So But even then, the tornado is going to be anywhere in this morning. Tornado itself will be right over the southwest side of Des Moines right now. That is moving to the east, or it's moving down to the south, southeast, and southeast right now. So again, a very dangerous tornado. Going to be right on track for Carlsley, Hartford, Highway 28 will also be in the track of this. Going to be approaching Greenbush and Somerset. Again, right in central Iowa near Des Moines. The good news is that the velocities have not been as organized, but I think we still at least have some sort of tornado here. We had a huge debris signature on the west side of Des Moines. If you know any friends or family here, at least give them a call or text and make sure they're okay. Obviously, the tornado itself right now is moving through the downtown area of Des Moines right now. It's going to be this right here. So it's still moving through the downtown area of Des Moines. It's going to be now on the south side, though, going towards Indianola Hills, Pioneer Park, Riverwoods, Faster Lake area. I think that's what that says. It's going to be right about there is where this tornado is currently located. This is a live shot as well. I'm not sure we're going to see anything from here. This is back over on US 65. Very ominous skies in the background. Well, that's looking east. But a lot of these cameras are losing power, which makes me think that we are having a lot of power outages here in Des Moines. Well, let's look northbound on I-35. Not seeing anything clear here right now. You post if anything does change there. Alright, here's the latest scan. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be on the south side of Des Moines. I'm not seeing a big debris signature right now, but if we still do have one, it's going to be on the south side of Des Moines, just east of Southwestern Hills. It's going to be approaching Riverwoods, Easter Lake area, Somerset, and Pioneer Park. All of those areas are currently in the track of this tornado. And we have another tornado warning also in New York for Madison and Shenango counties. Yeah, this is currently moving southeast, going through a very populated area here in New York. We are losing power on a lot of those cameras. We got another radar scan coming in right now. We'll see what it looks like. Yeah, again, if you are in Des Moines, you've got to get to your safe place. It's a very dangerous tornado right now, moving southeast. Waiting for that radar scan to come through here. Tornado warning, by the way, back over here near Cedar Rapids. Both of those were downgraded to radar indicated. I'm not seeing anything tight here on velocities. I'm going to go to base velocities. We're going to go to tilt 2 and 3. I'm not sure if they're updated here. But I'm not seeing anything tight anymore. So this tornado may have lifted, because I'm not seeing anything clear anymore. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be near Route 69, just south of Des Moines, moving southeast. Trying to see if we have any reports here. Yeah, this is a big tornado. I'm retweeting a photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is definitely not a small tornado by any means. When it was going right through the west side of Des Moines. Again, it's not really clear if we still have one on the ground. That might be it, but it's just not clear. I'm guessing if we still have a tornado, it's going to be right over Grays Lake. Yeah, this is a big-time tornado moments ago. Let's see if we have any other live shots as well of this right now. Here's the latest radar scan. If you're just tuning in, this is a PDS tornado warning. That means this is a particularly dangerous situation near not near Cedar Rapids, near Des Moines. So again, this is near Des Moines and Carlsley, which has just been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated. So no longer a PDS tornado warning for Warren and Polk counties. It's back down to radar indicated rotation. Yeah, alright, so this was just downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Obviously, if you've been tuning in, you just saw this is a big-time tornado. Looks like it has at least occluded for the time being. It could re-strengthen, so continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. Wow. That just took a big turn. That is unbelievable. This is a live shot right now of this storm, too, on US 65. I think that might be the wall cloud right there. I think that's what we're looking at here. Some lightning flashes in the background, too. That escalated very quickly. That definitely escalated very quickly. There's literally no other way to put it. Alright, the storm in New York might still be on the ground. We still have a little signature there going towards North Norwich and Norwich. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This storm has had a history of producing at least quick tornadoes. They have gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning behind it. So we are back down to 4 tornado warnings. We got 1 New York. And we got 3 in Iowa right now. We got 2 near Cedar Rapids, and we got the other one near Des Moines. Which, again, we are currently watching to see if this recycles. I think it's a low chance, but still not ruling it out with this particular storm. Oh, look at this. Is that it right there? That might be the wall cloud there. It's on I-5, or Iowa 5 Road near Floral Drive. Several live cams in this area. I'm trying to see if we have any view of this. A lot of these are starting to lose power, by the way. So, but we are definitely seeing power outages in the Des Moines area. I'm not seeing anything clear right now. That US 65 camera, I think, went out. I don't know where that camera was. Okay. Let's go to Connor real quick. He's on the other tornado warning back over near Cedar Rapids. That's what it looks like right now. That's what it did look like. Let me go back a second. And I'll just show you real quick. This is what he was just looking at. That's it right there. Nice little shelf cloud to this thing back over near Cedar Rapids. Still appears more like a damaging wind threat, but we could get a QLCS tornado or two, which means potentially some embedded tornadoes in the line of storms that is going to be usually relatively quick.
Not the best structure, not the worst. Seco, thank you so much for the super chat. PDF
At this point, I am not seeing anything clear on this storm that looks like it's about to drop another tornado. It looks like it's become outflow driven. So at this point, likely that this has already occluded and it might not actually recycle. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's about to drop another tornado, which is good news, at least for now. Doesn't look imminent. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. My bad.
Right now, but it likely will accelerate.
Let me fix this real quick. Let's go to Corey real quick. I just want to go to Corey Gherkin. This is Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin. He's on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. You can hear the radar, or not the radar, the tornado sirens right now. They are very ominous. They're very faint, but you can hear them. I hate hearing them, by the way. That sound actually is scary. This tornado warning was updated again. It is still radar indicated for Carl Isle, Runnels, and Hartford, just south of Des Moines. So again, I don't think this is going to drop again, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. I hate tornado sirens. I remember Connor driving through an area where there was literally a tornado siren right next to him, and it literally blared right into the audio, and probably blared right into his ear. Like, it's a horrible feeling, or it's a horrible thing to hear. It just sounds awful. All right, we do have a new update to the warning out in front of this. We are now up to destructive damaging winds, so we are starting to see an update in terms, or at least an upgrade in terms of our wind threat, as we are starting to see these storms become more organized. They have finally merged together into basically just one large line of storms, so the wind threat is going to start to really increase over the next several minutes as this continues to move into Illinois and far eastern Iowa, and then also the potential for a few embedded tornadoes in this line of storms will begin to increase as we go throughout the next couple hours as this moves into Illinois. So we are starting to see this become more organized now. That's what we've been kind of waiting for. Obviously, I think all of us were just caught off guard that we had a tornado there in Des Moines that was relatively large. I do want to remind you, if you have any friends or family back over near Des Moines, like on the west or northern side, basically where I have that circle, if you know any friends or family in that area, or maybe in general near Des Moines, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they are okay, as we just had a relatively large tornado move through that area that did produce some significant damage. So if you do know any friends or family there, please let them know, or at least make sure that they're okay, because that was definitely a pretty dangerous tornado that just ripped through the west side of Des Moines. But it looks like we are done with this storm for now. So the rotation's just dead. It's done for now. If you guys do see any reports, photos, or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Maybe 1 second here. I think we have a video of this too. 1 second on this. Alright, we'll go back to this storm for now. Wow, what is going on with Connor right now? Look at that.
Goes the Wakita thing.
Look at Connor's view of this storm. Wow. It's over in Cedar Rapids, just east of Cedar Rapids near Mount Vernon. Sheesh. That is a crazy structure. That's the frontal view.
Intercepted.
Just going back a second in case you missed it. That's what it looked like moments ago. That's a crazy view. This is back live.
Side of the screen is even got a little bit of sun trying to peek through, and then the
tornado warning in New York is still radar indicated. That was just updated. We are now back down to 3 tornado warnings, so there's some improvement, and we're also back down to 18 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is the lowest number of warnings that we've had in general, probably for at least an hour and a half. This is that storm in New York. It looks relatively broad. I mean, I'm not really seeing much. It was much more intense before. At least for New York standards, it's pretty broad now. What is going on down here? We got some weird stuff happening near Binghamton right now. Got a little, maybe either downburst area of wind or maybe even a tornado trying to develop there. I wouldn't rule out a tornado somewhere over here near Johnson City or Binghamton, so that'll be something to watch for. Going back to Connor. That's again back over near Lisbon, Iowa, and eastern Iowa near Cedar Rapids. Pretty unbelievable view right now of this storm.
Our windows are fogging up here.
That shelf could be your computer background. Sheesh. Know what else could be our background? Oh, we lost Connor. Oh, no, he's back. Know what else could be our background? Max Velocity, home of the gritty. Whoever, I don't know who mailed me the song. I love shelf clouds. They're really cool.
Oh, my windows are fogging up here.
Getting the whale's mouth going on.
Probably insane moisture right now.
Look at Brandon's stream. Brandon's looking at a car right now. Unless he has a different view. We go to Brandon. That's not Brandon. Is this Brandon? This is Brandon Kopic. He's looking at a car right now. I'm guessing he's going to turn in a second, though. I'll go back to him in a second. Honestly, all 3 of these chasers are literally next to each other. I mean, if we go to Radar Omega, they are all literally next to each other. All 3 of them in the same exact spot. So I don't think the views are going to be any different. Alright. 11,000 without power in Polk County. I bet that number's going to keep increasing, to be honest. Surprised the warning's still ongoing, to be honest. I didn't really see much left of that rotation. But probably as at least a precaution. Yeah, I mean, this was not a small tornado by any means. This is definitely a big-time tornado that just went right through the west side of Des Moines. Unfortunately. Greensburg, Indiana. Classic-looking supercell. Yeah, that's pretty classic-looking. I'd be surprised if this actually produces a tornado, though. I mean, there's rotation, but I'd be a little bit surprised if that does actually produce a tornado, because right now it's not really in a great environment. It is a pretty impressive-looking storm, though, nonetheless. I've had a lot of wind gusts recently being reported pretty high. Actually, by emergency management, there was an 86-mile-per-hour wind gust probably about half an hour ago or so, back over by the Aurora Fire Department. That's in Aurora, Iowa. More recently, a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust by emergency management in Holy Cross, Iowa. So again, the wind threat definitely starting to ramp up. Got a damage report back over in Marion, Iowa, of 2 outdoor sheds that were destroyed. That's in Lynn County. And we also had some wind gusts upwards of 65 to upwards of 75 miles per hour back over near Cedar Rapids. Hence why the severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded to an 80-mile-per-hour wind threat, which is destructive. So make sure that you're staying away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning.
A new tornado warning has
You have
been
a new
issued.
tornado warning for Montgomery County, Iowa. We'll see the warning on the map here in a second. It's moving southeast at 29 miles per hour. It's probably something in here is my guess, but I don't know where Montgomery County is. But if you're in Montgomery County, you might be under a tornado warning, so seek shelter if you are in that warning. Just gonna go back to Connor really quickly here. Look at Connor's view still. Unbelievable. This is the Cedar Rapids storm. Really impressive structure right now on this line of storms over here in eastern Iowa.
That thing is juicy behind us, man. It's actually moving pretty quick now. So we're not going to have much time to stop and look. It's going to be more just freaking floor, pedal to the metal. Staying out ahead of it. The good thing is that back camera is locked in.
Alright, there's a new tornado warning in Montgomery County, Iowa. I still don't see it. Where is it at? I might have to refresh my software or something. Let me refresh it real quick. Oh. That's why. That's not even close to anything. Okay, that's southwestern Iowa. Alright, tornado warning in southwestern Iowa. This is really far out from everything else that we have. That's south of Griswold. That's why it wasn't popping up. Thank you. That's southwest Iowa. That's back over again in northeastern Montgomery County. Right now, this storm is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Again, the main concern is still quarter-sized hail, but there is a potential for a tornado. It is radar indicated. I'm not really seeing much on velocities here. Pretty broad circulation right now. That's moving southeast. But seek shelter if you're in that warning. It's really out of line from everything else that we're seeing. I thought it was going to be something embedded in this line, because this line is where we've been looking at most of the activity so far. Station trying to form south of Des Moines again. Not really seeing much developing here. I don't see really any organized rotation right now south of Des Moines. But north of Indianola. Still gonna watch it. I think the warning will probably be let to expire. Or just be canceled. The activity over here in eastern Iowa, mostly just wind right now. Maybe an isolated embedded tornado. We also have severe storms now over here in southwest Wisconsin. So that activity's starting to ramp up a bit more. And then back over in New York right now, we still do have a tornado warning, but this one will probably be let to expire or canceled. And then south of Johnson City, I'm not seeing anything right now near Vestal or Johnson City. So mostly just damaging winds up to 70 is the main concern. Alright. stay on this activity for the time being. Nothing on the ground right now from what we know. If there is something on the ground, we just don't have any sort of confirmation of that yet. But if you're in a tornado warning, obviously seek shelter. If you're in any of the severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be seeking shelter. Wow. Okay, we're up to 90-mile-per-hour winds. That's destructive. 90-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm in northeastern Iowa. That is just past Dyersville in Iowa, and it's heading towards Dubuque, eventually towards Galena and Guilford over northwestern Illinois. This is also impacting areas in southwestern Wisconsin. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you are also staying away from windows. There's another significant warning here for excessive damaging winds that could be as high as 80 to even 90 miles per hour. And again, this threat is only really, I wouldn't say the wind is technically going to increase, but the threat in general will be increasing here in Illinois and as well as Wisconsin over the next couple of hours. So be prepared if you are in Illinois, if you're in southern Wisconsin, be ready for this. If you're in eastern Iowa, be prepared for that significant wind threat over the next little while.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. That is going to be back over in New York. That is for Madison, Oneida, and Chenango counties in New York. I'm guessing it's probably going to be for this. I'm not sure where those counties are, though. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So that's for Hamilton, Lebanon, Augusta, Sangerfield, Morrisville, and Brookfield. So if you're in any of these areas, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building in New York. That is currently moving northeast. Des Moines subreddit says tornado damage near Merrill Hay Mall. Rumbling sounds. Thank you for the report, Joe. Yeah, hopefully everybody's okay over there. I mean, that was not a small tornado, unfortunately. That was a pretty large one for at least a moment there. That tornado went pretty large really fast, and it was really quick. It only was on the ground probably for like 6 or 7 minutes, but I mean, there's no doubt that that definitely produced some level of damage. Seeing if we have any reports right now in that area. If you guys do have any photos or videos, again, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you see any damage reports, any reports in general, you can also at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I just want to show you the satellite real quick of these storms. Look at this. These storms are so explosive. And you might not clearly see it here, but these storms are just so impressive. We have overshooting cloud tops everywhere. You can circle any of these areas. These are all overshooting cloud tops. Tons of instability, very unstable atmosphere. Massive supercells all right along this line. It's pretty unbelievable. Brandon spotted a funnel. Okay, let me go to him.
Okay.
That's Connor. Let's go to Brandon.
Battery
This is Brandon Kopic. Wow. That is unbelievable. Brandon Kopic's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can find him on the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. That right there is an unbelievable shelf cloud. One. Apparently you just spotted a funnel. I don't see a funnel, but that is quite literally unbelievable. It's near Mechanicsville in Iowa right now on the tornado warning cell. Bottom right of your screen.
Probably need this.
Yeah, this is one shelf cloud for sure. That's pretty unbelievable. And just for reference, he's probably within like 2 miles of this. If you go to Connor Croft, he's probably only about, I don't know, 7 or 8 miles to the east of this. That's what it looks like from a distance. They just don't compare. It's pretty unbelievable to compare that. They just don't look the same at all.
Adjust the camera. Adjust the back camera, I think, because you can't really see it.
And this is the same exact storm, basically the same exact area. It's pretty unbelievable. That's a view up and down here for several miles. Brandon Kopic. Again, he's both on YouTube and Radar Omega. Moving crazy fast, too. It's moving east at about almost 50 miles per hour right now. It's ripping to the east, southeast. Okay, this is cap. This is full-blown cap. This is the line of storms that we're looking at right now. Moving east at 15 miles per hour. That is CAP. That is cap. There's no shot they're saying this is moving east at 15 miles per hour. If this is moving at 15 miles per hour, I mean... it's no way. That's definitely not accurate. But it's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. What's this northern one say? The northern one says 45. That's more accurate. Gotta stop the cap here. Stop the cap. Might have some sort of tornado threat trying to develop near Wyoming. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a new tornado warning on this. This is going to be going towards Wyoming, Maquoketa, Route 61, and Route 30, all on the track of this right now, going towards DeWitt in eastern Iowa. I'm still not really seeing much on this storm that's tornado warned in southwestern Iowa. But if you are in the warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. In southeast, really not really super impressed by this storm, but it is a pretty tall thunderstorm that developed. Might produce a tornado, we'll see. But all the tornado warnings for the time being elsewhere in Iowa have been let to either expire or have been canceled. So that includes a large chunk of Iowa. And we are starting to see storms now entering into southwest Wisconsin and western Illinois. So things are getting interesting. Very organized setup right now. And that right there... 614, 615. Yeah, I mean, this right here will probably get tornado warned. We got a tight coupler right there near Oxford Junction in Wyoming. It's currently moving east-southeast. No tornado debris signature or anything like that, but it's definitely possible that we get something with this as it moves east-southeast. By the way, just an FYI, there are like 20,000 of you. If I get a pronunciation wrong, just kind of go with it, because it doesn't really matter. We're gonna have so many warnings today that we already do, but like we're gonna have a lot of tornado warnings and such, so pronunciation's not really one of my main concerns. So, not really any reason to put them in the chat. I'm not gonna be looking at chat much today with how active it already is. I'll try to look at it periodically, though. Thank you, Key, for the $4.99. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you to anybody else that super chatted or became a member. Thank you, Lady J, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. I'm actually going to see Connor probably in like 5 days. Thank you, Joe, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Vince, for the super chat. Thank you, Theme Pro, for becoming a member. Thank you, Hillary and North Star, for the super chats. Thank you, Tux, for the $19.99. Should be mostly a wind threat in Illinois. A couple of embedded tornadoes, though, in the line is very, very well in play. When you think about it, we're still a little ways away from the peak of this tornado threat. I mean, the peak is going to be right over here once this line moves into really northern parts of Illinois. So, yeah, interesting. It's definitely still a little ways from that peak. Let's see what this shows here on the next scan. Got a little bit of rotation right now going towards Oxford Junction in Iowa. Here's the latest scan. I don't know. I'm surprised this isn't warned. It's lined up. It might just be wind. It is kind of a situation, though, where I wouldn't be surprised if we did get a QLCS tornado. It's a little bit early, but this line of storms is beginning to bow out quite a bit. Got a full-blown Boeing segment of damaging winds moving across Iowa. And this will all eventually, obviously, be moving into Illinois and southwest Wisconsin. Definitely going to get interesting. Is Brandon still on a crazy view of this? Or is he now in the rain? I think he's in the rain. Brandon still has a pretty crazy view of that. Dark, the main concern in Chicago, really anywhere in the Chicago suburbs as well, will be mostly a damaging wind threat. So you can expect damaging winds anywhere from 60 to even 85 miles per hour, and then perhaps an isolated tornado or two in the vicinity. That'll be the main concern there. Do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a pretty important one for those in the Chicago suburbs, because this is Chicago, Northwest Indiana, and Southeast Wisconsin. One or more Boeing segments appear probable downstream of the organizing mesoscale convective system, which is the line of storms. It's fancy terminology, I know. We talk about this all the time, but it's basically just a line of storms. A watch assurance into Southeast Wisconsin, Northeast Illinois is expected in the next hour. So if you are in this area, you can be prepared that there's probably going to be a warning here within the next hour.
A new tornado warning
Or sorry,
has been
watch in
issued.
the next hour. And I will read the details to see what they're saying for the potential watch. Before we go to that, we do have a new tornado warning for Cedar, Clinton, Jackson, and Jones County in Iowa. I'm guessing it's this storm that we've been looking at for a little while now. Yeah, it's this one right here. So that's going towards Maquoketa, north of DeWitt. It is radar indicated rotation. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. As this moves west to east, it will be on track eventually to go into Illinois. This is not going towards Davenport for reference, but if you're in Davenport, still be ready for the wind threat and maybe even an isolated tornado. Right now, what we're looking at is pretty strong velocities, at least going towards the radar, meaning that we at least have a damaging wind aspect to this. The red that's on radar there, those are the winds going away from the radar. They are not nearly as strong, but I would not be surprised with a tornado as this does move east-southeast. And that right there is your tight couplet, which very well might produce a tornado. I think the watch that's going to be issued in northeastern Illinois and even northwestern Indiana and southeast Wisconsin, it'll probably be a tornado watch, is my guess. I think it'll be a tornado watch. Just from what the wording I'm seeing. Talking a lot about the low-level shear being really strong kind of leads me to believe it'll probably be a tornado watch. I mean, either way, tornadoes are possible. Doesn't matter really where you are. We've already seen, obviously, we had a large tornado over in Des Moines, literally, like, not even 30 minutes ago. And it's just a severe thunderstorm watch. Again, you can see tornadoes with a severe thunderstorm watch. It's not out of the blue, especially with today's setup. Alright. There's the latest scan on velocities. Still got a little bit of a surge. The RFD surge still pretty strong right now south of Wyoming. The inflow going into the storm, not really too healthy, so it's not really imminent. Reflectivity hasn't updated. Still got a little notch. We'll see what happens. Let's go back to Connor Croft, who's on the storm. That's Brandon Kopic. Let's go to Brandon, or let's go to Connor. That's his view right now of the shelf cloud and this tornado warning cell. We'll see if we can see anything.
Yeah, I've been watching that King for a little while. Yeah, I wish 30 minutes.
Again, this tornado warning is for those in Cedar, Clinton, Jackson, and Jones County, Iowa.
Get outside and show you guys, but like I actually don't want to get outside.
Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest with Derecho potential coverage, I guess, if you want to call it that. Severe weather coverage, though, in general.
Yeah, Kink isn't too far north of us.
I am retweeting a photo on Twitter of there being a tornado in Cedar Rapids, by the way. At Max Velocity WX on Twitter. We can't hear you. You can hear me. Oh, we have Corey on too. Let me turn off Corey real quick. My bad. We had overlapping audio. That's Connor.
I repeat, we do not.
We have like 4 chasers on the same thing. I don't have it all set up. We kind of rushed it last second. I didn't think we'd have 4 chasers today, so my apologies. That might happen a couple times if we have Corey up there too. This is Brandon Kopic, which is again on Radar, Omega, and on YouTube. Wow. That is unbelievable. Just when you thought we had a crazy structure to begin with, it just keeps getting crazier. That is unbelievable.
couple of door north.
Got more licenses for storm chasers. Yeah, we got a ton of storm chasers now. Brandon Kopic is one chaser though that just allows us to use it occasionally. So huge shout out to Brandon. Brandon Kopic is the GOAT.
Just that it's a tight couple.
Not an actual goat, but is a goat. Goat storm chaser. If anything, he's a cow. Moo. Still not seeing any tornado confirmation on this storm. Rotation a little bit broad. Got the outflow right here. This is the hook. And we could see a tornado right along this outflow boundary as it moves east-southeast. It's on track again for the north side of DeWitt in eastern Iowa. Got plenty of damaging winds right now all across this line. It's pretty numerous to widespread at this point. Anywhere from southeastern Iowa all the way back into southwestern Wisconsin. And the tornado warning in southwestern Iowa has been canceled. Or let to expire. I think it was canceled though. Still have a tornado warning in New York for the time being. Again, the rotation's been relatively broad. I think this warning will probably be let to expire. Everything in New York at this point, predominantly just wind. So, yeah, we're not really going to talk too much about New York unless something goes crazy again. It's mostly just going to be wind from here on out. Really, the most concerning storm, I think, right now is this one, right along the outflow boundary. Could get a tornado out of that. Let's go back to Connor Croft again. That is his view right now
About running out of daylight. Once it gets dark,
of this line of storms. And again, this is the one that is tornado warning that we're looking at. Really impressive shelf still on this.
Not a ton of lightning, so we wouldn't see much, but that could change.
Thank you, Kim, for becoming a member, and also Lynn, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Trish, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity.
But yeah, these wind bags, unless they're big lightning producers,
Thank you, Super, for the super chat.
Dark, so.
I missed a $20 super chat. I don't, for some reason, see it on my end, but I do appreciate whoever sent that. For some reason, they don't always show. Sometimes they disappear. And also thank you, Mike, for the $10 donation through the donation link. Appreciate that. Go back to radar for the time being. Yeah, this is a classic windbag type setup here in the Midwest. We see this like every year, it feels like. Like, I feel like we see a setup like this every year in the Midwest. Like, this is not, in my opinion, out of the ordinary. I feel like we always have a line of storms. I mean, this one's going to be pretty significant. It's still a little ways from its peak, but we are talking about pretty much widespread damaging winds. Anywhere from very far southwestern Wisconsin all the way back into eastern Iowa. So, this is, in my opinion, it's not common, but we usually see this like once a year, it feels like. We had one like this last year that was mostly Iowa. But we see stuff like this all the time, it feels like. We always have a, you know, mesoscale convective system madness type season, usually in July or August. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport, Wilton, and West Liberty. The main concern here is going to be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour as that moves east-southeast. No problem, Cash. Appreciate the $15 super chat. Thank you, Caitlin, also for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. I'm going to see if we have any... We have a couple live shots back over near the Iowa and Illinois border. I'm going to see if we have any decent views on those. I'm feeling suspenseful about this. You know, as long as you have like a tornado action plan ready to go, as long as you have multiple ways to receive alerts, I think you'll be all right. Again, really the biggest thing today is wind. That's literally the biggest threat. There will be some tornadoes, right? We have already had a few, but like the greatest concern across the board is wind. And the hail threat is dying down already, so we're really just mostly looking at wind. Hey, Christine for the $4.99. New severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern Illinois. That is going towards Freeport. That is currently near Guilford, Hanover, and Bellevue. Main concern is damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm. 90 mile per hour winds are essentially like an EF1 tornado, but they are going straight. So treat this as if there is currently a tornado on the ground and just seek shelter, because this is pretty significant winds right now here in northwestern Illinois. You have a new severe thunder or new tornado warning. That's gonna be for Lafayette County in Wisconsin. It's gonna be that right there. Presumably. Actually got a few circulations. We got several up here. Right along the southern Wisconsin border. So if you're near Darlington or Shoelesburg in southwest Wisconsin, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, we've been talking about this for really probably at least a couple hours now. This, I think, will be the greatest chance, like the greatest area for tornadoes. We'll still have a potential for tornadoes down here, but I think that's like the greatest area. Which we have several circulations right on the northern side here of this mesoscale convective system. We have another radar site. Yeah, we have the one in Madison. This one in Madison also shows kind of that circulation. We got several of them. We're kind of in between a few radar sites, but we got several pockets of rotation in southwest Wisconsin. That one appears to be the strongest. Near Benton. 629, 629. Yeah, everything's kind of lined up here. That one appears to be the strongest right now, circulation. It's near Benton, but we are looking a bit higher up into the atmosphere, higher tilt, meaning that we're looking probably a little bit off, like even from the cloud base with this rotation. We're probably looking somewhere there in the low levels, but not at the ground. Lots of 90-mile-per-hour wind reports in East Iowa. We've had one up to 86. I haven't seen any new reports in the last few minutes of anything, but I would not be surprised. Look at Brandon's feed. What's Brandon looking at? Yeah, Brandon Kopic still has a pretty crazy view of this. Again, you can watch him in the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. You can also watch him on YouTube. It's pretty crazy. He's had pretty crazy views this entire time. This is Connor Croft.
All right, we're still making
He's
ground
also
on
looking
it.
at the same exact storm, but just a little bit further out in front of it.
That's a good thing.
You know, this in today's environment with this line of storms, Connor's gonna be probably well out in front of the shelf and kind of, you know, just kind of get out in front of it. Because if you even get caught behind by a minute, like you could be in rain for like 10 minutes or so, or even longer than that. So, you know, if you need gas, if you need to take a break as a storm chaser, like today is an environment where you got to be well out in front of the storm to do that because it's moving so fast. Again, these storms moving east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. They're not slow. They are very fast. So yeah, today's environment, not the day to be messing around as a storm chaser and trying to, you know, just be right along the line. Now, Brandon is, but Brandon's done this for years. He knows what he's doing. But even like a two minute backup of traffic can just like absolutely throw off the entire chase for anybody. Is this considered an official derecho? I mean, it's not considered an official derecho. That doesn't usually get determined until after the fact. So, yeah, I mean, if this does end up being a derecho, we probably won't know until after the fact. Yeah, Jonathan, that's another good point, by the way. Semi-trucks, like, get off the road if you're in any of these warnings. Like, this is gonna be a significant day across the board. You know, it's hard to just, I mean, justifying it by radar, it's kind of one of those things where you just look at it and you're thinking, wow, this is a big line of storms. It is. It's a significant line too. We're talking about pretty much widespread damaging winds right now, between 70 to 90 miles per hour, all the way from just southeast of Des Moines back into southwest Wisconsin. If you are in any of these areas today and you're driving as a truck driver, you know, make sure that you are pulling over once you're in any of these warnings, because this is not an environment today where you want to be messing around. It's very dangerous on the roadways. For truck drivers, for even normal drivers, it can be very dangerous with how much wind there is. Like, there's a lot of reasons why you should try to avoid the roadways, if at all possible. Let's go to, Corey Gherkin real quick. He's on the other tornado warning cell. That's Connor.
So once I get up here, we'll stop it.
There are more sirens going off. This is the tornado warning cell that Corey Gherkin's on. Near Macquoketa, north of DeWitt. Was that his sirens or is that somebody else? No, he does not have sirens. Never mind. That was on Storm Media. Never mind. Wrong audio. But still, pretty ominous. That's again the tornado warning cell
Outrunning it is a good thing.
back
You wanna
over
stay out ahead of it
in
and keep
eastern
the
Iowa
structure.
right now. I'm not seeing anything on the ground right now. Still looks like mostly wind. Still got a little notch back over in southwest Wisconsin, almost kind of on the border here of Illinois. Near Scholesburg, south of Darlington. Still got multiple pockets of rotation. We really got like 3 areas of rotation, 3 mesocyclones. So if you are in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible as this moves east. This outbreak game looks insanely real. It's real life. Real life outbreak, I guess. Thank you, Mark, for the $4.99. As late as we have to. Thank you, Todd, for becoming a 2-month member. Thank you, Seth, for the $19.99. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Son, for the $5 super chat. Sterling, Colorado? We're not really talking about Colorado today. It's mostly just gonna be wind out here in Colorado and some hail. Alright, we'll stay zoomed out for the time being until we have another radar scan. No more Culvers for you. If we go to Culver's one more time and this happens, I mean, like, it's really unbelievable. I had Culver's for lunch before we got a moderate risk for severe weather. Then they decide to upgrade it. I mean, it's literally the craziest thing. It's pretty unbelievable that we still have this whole thing happening. Every single time I have Culver's, something big happens, either the day of or the next day. It's the craziest curse that I know of. If you guys do see any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm gonna try to retweet some of that stuff. This is a interesting graphic. I don't usually show stuff like this because it's kind of like but this is the Derecho composite, which is something that I've never used before, personally. But showing pretty high values right now in northern Illinois, so... And we are still thinking that this will probably go at, with what we were looking at right now, I almost 100% think this will be a derecho confirmed, like, after the fact. And derechos don't usually get confirmed in real time, or at least officially confirmed in real time. But I think after everything's said and done, this will be a derecho. I mean, we're already seeing this across a very large area. Damaging wind potential stretching about 190 miles from southwest to northeast. Boeing segments everywhere, and it's a very organized line of storms, probably producing numerous to widespread damage right now. But this is all upscaling right now, and it's going to continue to intensify as it moves east. Now, will it intensify beyond 90-mile-per-hour winds? It's probably, I mean, it's possible, but it's a lower chance. I would say, really, our peak wind gust that we'll probably have today is like 100. It'll probably be in Illinois. But unfortunately, we are starting to get closer and closer to this event peaking. We're not in the peak, but we're getting closer to it. Alright, let's see if there's anything else here. All right, this is the latest from Hunter Fokes on Twitter. That was a nasty tornado that just tore through Urbandale, Iowa. That's the one that happened in Des Moines. Hearing about damage near Hickman Road. I don't really have a whole lot of details for you in terms of damage yet out of the Des Moines area. For those that are wondering, we did have a large tornado there earlier, just on the west side of Des Moines. The extent of the damage still relatively unknown, but there was a tornado there. It did go PDS, which is a quote-unquote particularly dangerous situation. Those are only issued when we have strong and or large tornadoes. Had that earlier, and that tornado definitely produced some damage. And hopefully everybody's okay there.
A new tornado warning has been
We do have a new
issued.
tornado warning in Illinois. That is for Stevenson, Joe Davies, and Carroll County. in Illinois. That's probably going to be this right here is my guess. Yeah, that's actually a large area. Got a large tornado warning for those in northwestern Illinois, west of Rockford. That is near Lena, east of Galena, west of Freeport. Radar indicated circulation up and down this line. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I can't urge you enough, but if you're under any severe thunderstorm warning today for anything that exceeds even 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, you really should treat them as if they are actual tornado warnings, because 90-mile-per-hour winds are essentially the same as if we were talking about an EF1 tornado. So just keep that in mind today and this evening. If you're under a warning of any kind, really, you should be at least away from windows, as there will be trees falling down, power lines could go down, power outages could occur, and the power outage potential today is definitely on the higher side of things with the level of storm activity that we have currently across the board. So definitely be prepared today for that. There's actually some pretty significant flooding, by the way, over in Rockford from last night. That is not good, because we are going to have a lot of rain there here pretty soon. So Rockford is in the track of a ton of rainfall. They had some significant flooding last night, and we'll probably have more of that here as we go throughout the, evening hours. What's the trampoline meter for today? We might have to go to Gone Forever, because we are looking at widespread damaging winds. This would be like the 8th or 9th time in history, I don't know the exact number anymore, that we've had a Gone Forever stage for flying trampolines. But I think it's time that we upgrade it to a Gone Forever stage for flying trampolines. And it's not even tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. It's only Monday. It's Mesoscale Madness Monday. And we have a Gone Forever stage for flying trampolines. Let's get some flying trampoline emojis in the chat for anybody that's a member. Saying power outage gives me PTSD from Houston after 4 days without it in 108-degree heat index. Yeah, I mean, it's not as warm up here. The good news after this is that we're actually going to have a cool down in the Midwest. It will be colder here, believe it or not. By Wednesday, the high temperatures are going to be in like the mid to upper 60s and low 70s. So the weather will actually be a bit nicer as we go into the middle of the week. But, it's still going to be pretty warm and humid, at least up until probably early tomorrow. But yeah, unfortunately, we are going to be talking about a situation where there will be a lot of power outages, I do think. We already have 25,000 without power in Iowa, so the power outages are starting to go up there. Illinois is at about 8,000, but that's a very small percentage for how large and how populated the state is. Stay safe, Seth. Appreciate the $20 super chat. I'm still not seeing anything on this Iowa tornado warning. Rotation in Illinois is mostly just kind of... It's not really strong. I haven't seen any couplets yet that have really tightened. But we are watching all these storms closely in case something does drop. Everything's still... nothing confirmed, at least by radar right now. This warning is still radar indicated right now in southwestern Wisconsin. What is going on up here? It's in Michigan. This is like the tightest rotation that I've seen up here in Michigan in a while. A couplet on this. We got a hook echo and a couplet right now, west of McFarland. This will probably get tornado warned, is my guess. Look at that hook. What is my Venmo? It's down in the description. Everything basically is in the description. We actually have two, by the way. We got one, we got two. They have issued a tornado possible label, at least on a severe thunderstorm warning. Actually kind of surprised they didn't tornado warn it, though. Pretty strong couplet. See what that X velocity scan shows, just in case anything does tighten. Alright, latest scan's a little bit broader. So, not nearly as intense. The other one up to the north, too, is a little bit broader. This will still have to be watched, though, for because it is relatively discreet. So we'll have to watch it closely. By the way, huge shout out to Misty with the $50 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Misty. Appreciate that. And I'm not going to be able to read many of these super chats, but thank you to anybody that's being generous. What is FOMO? What's that mean? Fear of missing out? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I guess so, man. You're not really wrong. Michigan sometimes can go crazy, and sometimes it'll just be dead quiet. That's what happened in that tornado emergency that we had back in, I think, May in southern Michigan. Like, that event went crazy. We have had legitimately some crazy events, just in general. Brandon's saying, let's go to Brandon Kopic real quick. He's saying it's rapidly rotating on this storm in Iowa.
Back there.
So back in there somewhere, I don't know where, but he's saying that it is rapidly rotating. This is a storm near Maquoketa, north of DeWitt in Iowa. This is Connor Croft, who's looking at the same exact storm just from a distance. Large shelf cloud on this storm.
Do a location refresh. I don't think it's right anymore.
It's blurry. It should be good. If it's blurry for you, you have to either fix your YouTube settings or just refresh. On my end, it's good. And when it's good on my end, that usually means it's good in general. Honestly, any of these areas here in northwest Illinois could drop tornadoes. We have several couplets right now moving east. Like, literally any of these could drop tornadoes. Got a few of them. We got one, two. We even got one up there in southwest Wisconsin. Still several couplets. I'm not really seeing much on this, but I mean, we could still have a tornado, maybe even on the leading edge of this. I don't see anything clearly on radar, though. It's pretty much all outflow driven right now. Again, we still got 3 tornado warnings right now. We got 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. That number's dropped a little bit. Again, a lot of action still to come. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. I'm going to go to Connor real quick as he's looking at this storm in Iowa on the tornado warning. Be back in 60 seconds. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll be right back.
Sirens are wailing. Okay, what I think I'm going to do, Chaz, I'm going to go to Clinton. I'm going to stay on this road I'm currently on towards Clinton. Get to Sterling and Dixon, and then potentially drop south from there. I don't think I'm going to drop south right here yet. The area to watch for tornadoes would be like right there. Just trying to drop, I think, a little. I mean, it's just going to be a little QLCS if it does anything. It was right there. Look like there's another bull right there.
Okay.
Yo.
Let's go to Corey real quick, too. This is Corey's view right now. He's looking at some corn, it looks like. Brandon. Everybody keeps saying Brandon in the chat, guys. I can figure out who to go to. Thank you. Let's go to Brandon Kopic, though, because everybody keeps saying Brandon. This is Brandon on Radar Omega, and he's also on YouTube. He's in the same spot as Corey. Corey's camera, though, is looking at the ground. Guess what, guys? We got another one. Got another Diet Coke. It's gonna be the third one today. This is the tornado warning cell, though, in eastern Iowa, which is still radar indicated for Clinton and Jackson counties. Connor says it's trying. Let's go back to Connor. This is Connor's view right now. He's a bit further back. Connor Croft is also on YouTube and also on Radar Omega. You can watch him in the app. Top link in the description below. It's just like Outbreak.
Right where that little QLCS circulation is on radar.
Use Diet Coke to clean my car battery terminals. That's interesting.
Yeah, better a second ago.
What was that?
Bottom right of your screen, this is the storm that we're looking at. It's gonna be right near DeWitt and Grand Mound in Iowa.
Textbook. QLCS
Yeah, that's why I was
circulation's
really
trying to
clear.
develop.
That got about right in the path of it. It's like, yep. And I wasn't sure if I was gonna be stuck because that field intro is kind of an empty drop off.
Look at the left to right in there.
Tucker, I don't see her on the muted. I don't see her on the like hidden thing. I don't see B on there.
It tried there for a second, Chad.
A new
Tried
tornado
so hard
warning
there.
has been issued.
Trying again, I think.
Looks like a little funnel right there in the middle.
There's another little Kurt spinning
Might be trying to form.
There it goes
It's near
again.
Grand Mound in
There
Iowa.
it goes again. Oh, that one's reaching down.
It's definitely a funnel cloud here. So you got Connor Croft right now near Wheatland and Grand Mound and DeWitt.
Roy, follow cloud. It's about to cross the road. Rapidly rotating.
Oh, it's gone already.
It's going right behind that convenient little barn right there, so we can't see it for the time being. Or we won't be able to in a second.
I'm trying to move.
Still
that,
spinning,
but it's
though.
On top of me.
If you're in Grand Mound or DeWitt, I would also make sure that you get to your safe place. I mean, at the bare minimum, we are talking about destructive, damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour.
God, yeah, sorry, I took you guys outside because the window was getting all foggy again. It tried there a bunch of times, guys. It just tried a bunch of times right there. For a little QLCS spin up. Never fully did it, I don't think. I mean, it could have had ground circulation and I just didn't know. Now there's freaking barns in my way and there's cars coming behind me so I can't escape.
We'll stand them for a second in case there is something behind this barn or shed or whatever it is.
Gotta wait for these cars to get out of here. About to get run over. Escape now finally? Jeez.
Alright, we do have an update. Tornado watch was issued for the Chicago suburbs. We should have that here in a second. It's not officially posted on Twitter or anything like that, but that should be coming in here in a second. Do still have several areas of circulation right now in northwestern Illinois. We might even have a tornado on the ground near Stockton. It's not really clear, but there might be something there. Still got areas of circulation all up and down this line into Wisconsin, back into over into northwestern Illinois. And then this is the tornado warning cell that we were just looking at there with Connor Croft. This is it right here near DeWitt. Again, this is still capable of producing a tornado as it does move east-southeast. Severe thunderstorm warnings lining up right now from Wisconsin back into central Iowa with a widespread threat right now of damaging winds anywhere from 60 all the way up to 90 miles per hour. We literally have a warning right now that is warned for damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour. That is like an EF1 type tornado. So again, if you're in this area, you got to continue to make sure that you are staying very weather aware. If you're under any severe thunderstorm warnings, definitely make sure that you seek shelter. And even if you're under, any type of severe thunderstorm warning, I would seek shelter today because there will be falling trees, there could be debris, all that sort of stuff is very well in play. We do have a tornado warning in Michigan. This was the warning that was just issued. This is for Market and Delta counties in Michigan. Rotation is a bit broader in the last couple of scans. But if we have a tornado, it will be moving into the tornado warning near Highway 35, going towards Rock and Trumbulley. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So that's in the Michigan Panhandle, or Peninsula. I think it's Panhandle. We do have a tornado watch that has been issued. This is the latest. Tornado watch has actually been issued even for those in Western Illinois, so they actually upgraded that watch to a tornado watch from Western Illinois back into Southern Wisconsin and also into Southwest Michigan and Northwestern Indiana. The main concern across the board here is going to be damaging winds. But we could see a tornado or two. We got a funnel cloud on Corey Gherkin's stream.
Up south, I think.
This is Corey Gherkin.
Funnel!
That's not him. Let me pull him up real quick. That's Corey. Look at that funnel cloud right there in the middle.
Big time funnel.
This is on the Iowa storm. There's still a funnel cloud with it. It's kind of rope. It's kind of not really organized, but there's a funnel there.
Talking about the one south of the highway, correct?
Doesn't even look like it's really organizing. I hear him through your mic.
Yeah, well,
I gotta really find out a new audio system because it's kind of falling apart over here. We have so many streams
beautiful
open.
lamb in our funnel. I was like, my goodness, you don't get much more beautiful than that.
Look at the wind picking up too. Look at that scuddy leading edge of this line of storms as well.
I still see it flow, but I definitely don't see the funnel. Plenty of inflow going into it though, but no funnel anymore.
Connor has a good view. Connor's had a good view a few times here.
Hopefully we can do it successfully.
This is Connor
Good
Croft.
news is it looks like
Let's try to refresh that again.
save the day.
This is
I
Connor
think.
Croft. After he gets past this
We're
tree.
gonna blast I-80 off that.
Yeah, look at that. Looks like some cactus
Stop beeping at me.
growing off the clouds. It's very, very scuddy here too.
Look at that up to the north there. The wind is blowing me off, of course. Look at that whale's mouth followed by that precipitation core.
No problem, Need. Appreciate you tuning in. If I can help.
Good news is in
With the $10
4.7
super chat.
miles, I can get to Highway 61.
Is Connor on a filter? I think there's a
That's
filter,
gonna
but
be
it's really not
clutch
much.
in
Like
our
this is
escape
like
here.
basically what it looks like right now. Maybe just a tad brighter. It's slightly filtered on that camera. Like that's actually pretty close to what it is. It's the cloud tops are so high. The sun is coming from obviously west to east sunlight. So
Now it's on our butt.
I mean, when you think about it, and by the way, this is the tornado watch. I was trying to point that out, but again, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and a couple counties there in Iowa. Here's that tornado watch. Goes for 6 hours. A few tornadoes are likely. Widespread damaging winds and scattered significant wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour is also likely. And then scattered large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter will be a possibility. Yeah, whenever we have, like, for right now, for example, the sun is going to be angled in this direction. So when we have, storms that are bubbling up super big and, very tall and even going back a bit, like, we're going to basically have it's going to be hard, basically, for the sun to get through those clouds. So that's why it's naturally darker. And you can see that right now with Connor. I mean, it is very dark out there.
Going for 90 all the way up in far northern Illinois. Thank you so much, John, for being a member for 11 months. Wow, John. Thank you so much for your support, man.
It is possible that we've had a tornado on the ground for a few minutes now. It's a relatively small one by the looks of it, but that might be a tornado. Just south of Stockton, Illinois, going towards Pearl City. A few scans in a row here. Small CC drop. It's not much, but that might be a tornado there. It's right on the leading edge. It's a little bit harder to tell because we are a bit further away from the radar site, but more than likely at least some sort of QLCS tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. That is going to be for Clinton, Rock Island, Scott, and Whiteside counties. So that's going to be Clinton and Scott counties in Iowa. And then also for those in Illinois, that is going to be for Rock Island and Whiteside counties. So if you are in this new tornado warning, once it pops up, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. There it is. So it's going to be for Clinton, Comanche, DeWitt, and Morrison. We have a new mesoscale discussion. 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts and QLCS tornadoes are possible over the next 1 to 2 hours. That is for those in Illinois and as well as Iowa. So that threat is going to continue to stay pretty much where it is right now. If not, the tornado threat might increase a little bit. The wind threat is probably going to be pretty similar to what it is now as it goes through Illinois. Pretty much widespread damaging winds between 60 to even upwards of 90 mile per hour winds. Yeah, this rotation is going to be pretty contaminated. It's going to be on the leading edge of these outflows. We got a couple of them. So a couple different spots that I think we might have some rotation. But they are very low precip areas of rotation. It's right on the leading edge of the shelf cloud. I mean, look at Connor's view of this. This is just unbelievable. That's the view of this tornado warning cell right now. It's unbelievable what we're seeing from a cloud structure perspective.
Scott, appreciate you being a
Hey,
member
Malice
for
for the
2
$10
months,
super chat. You're both basically just lightning and heavy rain, Malice. Maybe a little bit of wind.
We did it. Man, that is still scary looking.
We are beginning to get some severe thunderstorm warnings well out in front of this line. Got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Rockford, south of Beloit, near Rochelle, and Mount Morse in northern Illinois. The main concern will be damaging winds that are as high as 70 miles per hour. There is a tornado possible label on this as well. This is right now moving eastbound. Can you show the future radar? If you go back to the very beginning of the stream, I went over it. It's not different from what's happening right now. So just go back to the beginning of the stream. Like very beginning. You can wind back near the beginning. I don't know when it is, but it's like in the first like 20 minutes. I showed it a couple times. Take it easy on the Diet Coke. I'm gonna need it. I definitely need it. Okay, this is actually... Okay, so it was heavily filtered. Okay, I thought it was less filtered, but that's actually what it actually looks like.
Cameras, they have different lighting.
So Connor has two cameras. He has the one that's filtered, and there you go. All right, that's the difference. I didn't realize how big of a difference it was. We use Connor Croft all the time, so I don't know why I didn't see that before. But yeah, pretty big difference between, you know, the cameras that he uses. My apologies. I thought it was a very minor difference. Apparently not.
This camera just
he's flipping between them now, so if you have any questions, there you go. They are definitely filtered.
A new tornado
warning. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to replace the one that just expired. That is for Wyoda, Argyle, and Monroe in southwestern Wisconsin. On track for Evansville and Janesville eventually. So if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Maybe I go to Connor real quick so I can fill up my water.
Just to Davenport somehow. Somehow we gotta beat this thing to Davenport. We're gonna have to edge it out to Davenport.
Alright. You know, fun fact, I used to drink Dr. Pepper all the time, but it like in Texas it tastes fantastic, but in like any other state it just tastes horrendous. I actually got pre-diabetic from drinking Dr. Pepper, believe it or not. Back when I lived in Texas. Alright, let's go back to radar. Still got several areas of circulation south of Argyle and Wisconsin. Broad circulation right now in northwest Illinois. And then again, significant line of storms right now moving right into Davenport. We are expecting damaging winds to be pretty significant in the Davenport area. Again, right now the estimate is that they'll be upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour as they move east southeast. So make sure that you are at the bare minimum staying away from windows, but preferably be on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. This is a really significant line of storms right now. It's going to be moving right into Davenport. Yeah, everything right now is still broad circulation. Main concern again right now is still damaging winds across the board. So be away from windows if you're in any of the severe thunderstorm warnings. If you're in a tornado warning, obviously be in your safe place. Still talking about a widespread 60 to 90 mile per hour wind threat right now, moving across Illinois, moving through eastern Iowa, and also in southern Wisconsin. Our tornado threat locally will probably be increasing over the next hour in this area, especially if we get any sort of notches. So on the northern side of a complex or a Boeing segment, we usually get more of a tornado threat. A couple areas in particular, I think that'll happen, maybe even a few. Kind of got one right up over here near Davenport. Got another one kind of up here near Quota. And we also got one back over here in Iowa and Illinois. Or sorry, in Illinois and Wisconsin, right along the border. So there's a couple areas that I think the greatest tornado potential will be here over the next little while. Yeah, we did have a tornado warning in Michigan, but they have gone ahead and canceled that. The rotation's broadened out. So no longer a tornado warning in Michigan. The only 3 that we have are in either Iowa, Wisconsin, or Illinois. Radar is estimating near DeWitt about 70 mile per hour winds. Again, it could be a bit higher than that. So just make sure that you're staying away from windows. Still a destructive threat with numerous to widespread damaging winds. As mentioned before, this pink area is your tornado watch. That again does include Illinois, it includes northwestern Indiana, includes southwestern Wisconsin, and southwestern Michigan and southern Wisconsin. The main concern still is widespread damaging winds that could be as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour, and then a few tornadoes are likely. So make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go, have multiple ways to receive alerts. Just in general, be ready for this threat. This is from Dem on Twitter out of Robbins, Iowa. Look at that wind. Wow. That was about an hour ago. That's back over in Robbins, Iowa. Wild. That's just an idea of what you'll probably be seeing, or at least don't try to look out your window, but you know what I mean. Like, that's what you'll be basically seeing in your area. Really anywhere in this line. I mean, this entire line right now is capable of damaging winds that could be as high as, again, 90 miles per hour. That was probably at least 60, or that was at least 70, I think. But probably near 90 in Robbins, Iowa. Alright, let's go back to Connor real quick. This is what Connor's looking at right now in that shelf cloud. It's back over near DeWitt, just north of Davenport.
Whoa,
It's the
Troy,
leading
no,
edge of
not
this
here.
damaging wind threat right
I
now
don't know what you're talking about,
in
man.
eastern Iowa.
It's definitely not what this is.
Who's my favorite storm chaser? I don't know. I have a lot. I mean, I don't really have like a personal favorite, to be honest. I think all of them are pretty good. I don't actually really know. It's a good question. I never really thought about that until now. I don't really personally have a favorite.
Is that like Dorothy?
It'd probably either be like Brandon Kopic,
Had a good
Connor
bubble tank there.
Croft, or Reed
Yo,
Timmer.
Chad, check this out.
I think. That'd be like
We got the
one of those
storm
three, I think.
chasing truck right here. Straight out of Twisters. Straight out of Twisters, chat.
Yeah, Storm Intermediate too. I mean, they're up there. I don't really have like a personal favorite though. They're all really good. They're all good in their own ways. I mean, everybody's different. Let's get back to radar here. Still got a few circulations right now in northwestern Illinois. Near Highway 73, got one near Lena. Nothing on the ground, just a few circulations right now in northwestern Illinois. Okay, we have a couplet developing right now near Midway Beach. This is near Davenport. A little couplet right there developing. We actually might have another one developing too, just west of the radar site. That one's a bit more contaminated, but we have a couple. Possible tornadoes trying to drop right now near Davenport. That one that's west of Buffalo might already be on the ground. We got a couple of circulations there. Moving east-northeast. Connor's dropping to the south. It'll be interesting to see if he does see any of that. So we got a couple of circulations there. None of them are warned right now. The one going towards Buffalo does look a bit more concerning. We'll have another radar scan in a second. We'll wait for that. The storm isn't moving. These storms are moving east at like 45 miles per hour. Actually upwards of 50 now. They are definitely moving. Just waiting on a new radar scan here. Stay zoomed out for the time being until we got another scan. We got a couple of circulations though near Davenport that might go tornadic. It's always Davenport. We had this happen last night too. We had a tornado warning. It's always Davenport. Something's always happening there. And we do have a new tornado warning. I think it's going to be this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning for Davenport, Edgington, Kelowna, Genoso, Cambridge, and LeClaire, both in Iowa and Illinois. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We may have a tornado near Edgington. I'm not entirely sure yet. Waiting for a velocities update. We actually might have another one developing near Edgington, like literally. That one's developing. That one broadened. I'm not really seeing one in Davenport anymore.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
3 areas of circulation right now near Davenport. We have a new tornado warning also in Stevenson County in Illinois. It's radar indicated. Everything right now is radar indicated. We don't have anything confirmed and on the ground. But we may have a tornado on the ground or about to be on the ground near Edgington in Illinois, moving towards Preemption, Orion, and Andover, eventually going towards Interstate 74. But we basically have 3 areas of rotation. These are all QLCS based, so the odds of these being relatively quick is much higher. But a tornado is a tornado, and wind is wind. So if you're anywhere in these warnings, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This one might be on the ground. The CC is kind of in clear air, though. Wow. I'm retweeting a video on Twitter at Max Velocity WX of serious wind and damage back over in Urbandale. I might actually show it here on streaming in a second, too. Sherry, if you're watching the stream, just respond to my message. Or comment. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. It's coming in now. You have to stop sucking on your drink with your microphone on? Wow. It's like the most common comment I'd ever get. We may have a tornado right now on the south side of Edgington. There is a CC drop right there. That looks like a tornado to me if the velocities line up with this. Yeah, that's a tornado right now. South side of Edgington. Likely tornado right now near Edgington on the south side going towards Preemption and Oak Grove. So if you are anywhere in this area, you got to get to your safe place. We might even have another one on the north side of Edgington. We may have 2 tornadoes on the ground right now near Edgington. One on the north side and one on the south side of Edgington. Just south of Davenport.
A new tornado
warning in Ogle
issued.
County, and that's probably gonna be for that rotation. I think that's the new warning. Ogle County in Illinois. Another couplet there west of Forston. Moving east at about 45 miles per hour. It's on track for Rockford. So we're now up to 6 tornado warnings. That's it right there. So new tornado warning for Oregon, Mount Morris, Byron, and Forston. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. If you're in any tornado warning, any severe thunderstorm warning, I would get to your safe place. Every one of these storms at this point is dangerous to some facet, right? Everything at this point is producing basically some level of damaging winds. If not, we might even have tornadoes, which as of now, it does appear as if we have possibly 2 tornadoes on the ground near Edgington. One on the north side and one on the south side. That'll be approaching Oak Grove, Orion, as well as Preemption, and eventually going towards Cambridge, Andover, Genoso, and Kelowna in Iowa. Or sorry, in Illinois. But right now, those 2 tornadoes are technically in Illinois, if they are both on the ground. I do think the one south of Edgington is definitely on the ground. I don't know about the north one. It's a bit more of a low precip tornado if it is on the ground. I don't think I've said Edgington so much in one day. Literally have probably 2 tornadoes. That one's on the ground in my opinion. The one north of that is a little bit more debatable. I'll have another radar scan in a second. We're just going to zoom out until the next scan so you see everything that's happening here in both Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Actually, I didn't think of it. We have cameras here. Let me check if they have any view of anything. We have a few virtual rail fans in the area. No view of anything yet. We got Fort Madison, and we got Burlington, Iowa, a little bit south of Davenport. 6 warnings is wild. I wouldn't say it's that wild. We usually have... we've had some outbreaks where there's literally, like, over a dozen warnings. If you watched our Louisiana and Texas and even Arkansas tornado outbreak coverage from Hurricane Beryl, or what was left of it, at one point we had as many as I think 13 or 14 tornado warnings at once. Okay, yeah, we definitely have a tornado on the ground here, southeast of Edgington. That was not really much in doubt. I think we might also have another tornado on the northeast side of Edgington right now, going right into Taylor Ridge in Illinois. Has not officially been upgraded, but that to me looks like a pretty clear tornado near Edgington. Possibly two. Actually, yeah, that's probably a debris signature. That looks like a debris signature to me. That one also does. So those are both tornadoes. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so you see what's out in front of this. Two different tornadoes just south of Davenport. I don't see anything in Davenport right now, but if you're in Davenport, seek shelter just in case there is something on the ground there or not. There might be something. But more than likely, we have twin tornadoes right now moving eastbound. There hasn't been anything officially confirmed. But
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Looks like twin tornadoes to me. Do have a new tornado warning that is for Rock and Greene counties in Wisconsin. And that's going to be that right there. That's actually going towards Janesville. Man, I mean, every populated area basically at this point under something. So new tornado warning that is for Janesville near Evansville and Fulton. It's not a really strong couplet, but it might organize into something as that moves eastbound. It will be on track for Janesville and eventually going towards Milton. And if you remember, a few weeks ago in Janesville, we covered a pretty large tornado in Janesville. Not saying that's going to happen, just saying, you know, Janesville is not an area that's a stranger to tornadoes. We had one literally like 2 weeks ago, or whenever that was, either 2 or 3 weeks ago. Somebody just said in the chat, thanks for not answering me. There's 23,000 of you and we have tornadoes on the ground. I've barely been looking at chat, just letting you know. Can only do so much at one time. We actively have tornadoes on the ground near Edgington. They have not officially gone confirmed, but those look pretty clear to me that they're on the ground. Janesville got hit last night too. Yeah, Janesville, I mean, last night was mostly wind everywhere, but still a tornado likely there east of Edgington. The northern tornado that just went through the north side of Edgington, now near Taylor Ridge, maybe broadening. Still some debris, it looks like, and then also still some debris here just southeast of Edgington, approaching Preemption in Illinois. I'm in Chicago and I'm terrified. There's no reason to be terrified. All right, I know. I'm trying to keep you guys calm. All right, this is not like a. Obviously, it's a big day. It's a moderate risk, but you know, there's no reason to be panicking. No reason to be super scared. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts. You know, have a tornado action plan ready to go. Protect loose line items, all that sort of stuff, and you'll be good. There's no reason to be panicking. This isn't like a 2011 repeat of a tornado outbreak or something. This is it's a potential derecho. It's a large line of storms, but it's not. We're not talking about 29 tornadoes that are gonna, you know, all do destructive damage. Like, that's not exactly what today is. It's more of a wind threat. With that said, there will be damage and debris and possibly even some power lines down, trees down, all that sort of stuff. We could see some tornadoes that are damaging, but again, there's no reason to be panicking. There's a lot of people with storm anxiety out there. I get that. Totally get it. Still have a likely tornado right now east of Edgington. I'll have another radar scan in a second in Illinois. Tornadoes usually break up as they get to Chicago. That's actually not true. We had two, well, I mean, last night we had 2 tornadoes in the Chicago area. It was on the south side of Chicago. But we apparently have a tornado on the ground in Davenport right now with power flashes. But we had 2 tornadoes last night in Chicago. They were really brief, though. They were like EF0s. But there's reportedly a tornado on the ground in Davenport, and there are power flashes. Trying to see if we have a view of that. And it might be that right there on the north side of Davenport. It's so close to the radar site. This is a live shot in Davenport right now. We're back. Last time we hit this viewership, and then for whatever reason it started to do that. We're back though. If anybody just got glitched out. Alright, this is live right now in Davenport. See if we see any power flashes on the right side of your screen. Internet problems? I don't really know what it is. I don't think it's internet. You know, this happened last time when we were at this many viewers. I think it's a viewership thing, honestly. I don't know why. Like, we had this many... Last time this happened was in the Louisiana event, and it, like, decided to do this a few times. I'm not seeing any issues right now, but, like, this happened last time. Oh, right in the middle of the screen, that was a power flash. I think there's still a tornado here. So we just had a power flash, another one right there in the middle. Got several power flashes in Davenport. Got several power flashes. That's either wind or a tornado. I don't see a clear tornado. It might be non-condensed. You're cutting out bad. I mean, if you're having audio issues, just refresh. It's not my end, I don't think. Camera's starting to shake here. Let me just double check. Audio is shot. That's exciting. Yeah, my audio is fine. You gotta refresh if you're having audio issues. It's good. And this is live in Davenport. Just had power flashes. Likely tornado in Davenport. If not, it's just damaging winds. If we do have a tornado, it's probably on the east side of Davenport near Interstate 74. And we possibly have a stronger tornado trying to develop right now in Illinois. That's going to be back over on this storm. Look at that inflow. This storm could go big here. This near preemption in Illinois moving eastbound. On track for Orion and Cambridge and Genoso. This is very strong rotation right now. It's the latest scan. Yeah, I mean, that's really strong rotation right there. Again, this storm could go big in Illinois. If you are in Cambridge or Kelowna, you got to get to your safe place. Still got a nice little notch right here. Very strong inflow as well. Nice hook echo moving eastbound, going to be going in the direction of Cambridge. So again, if you are in Cambridge, got to make sure that you're getting to your safe place. If you're in Kelowna, get to your safe place in northwestern Illinois. And we probably have a tornado on the ground also near Evansville. This is in Wisconsin, west of Janesville. So that might be another tornado dropping right now. That's west of Janesville in Wisconsin. A tightening right there. Moving eastbound. All right. That's an inflow notch. Possibly a tornado on the ground right now in Wisconsin. Let's go back to Illinois. Again, we still have a potential for 2 different tornadoes. We might have one east of Davenport. We had power flashes. It might just be from wind. But again, we might have a tornado there. The one that's to the east of Edgington right now, that one has really been the most intense here for the last several minutes. It very well may be on the ground moving east. Should have another update here in a second. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning for what it's worth. But we're pretty sure we've at least seen a couple of tornadoes just south of Davenport. All right, we're gonna zoom back out again. We'll go back to radar, or we'll stay on radar, but we'll have another radar scan in a second. Connor is 4 miles away. Connor might be going for an intercept. I think he's going to ride along I-80, but he might be going for an intercept on that storm south of Davenport too. He is bottom right of your screen. We'll go full cam to him if he has a view. We also had a 74 mile per hour wind gust in Davenport, right near the radar site that was observed. You also beans for becoming a member. Yeah, that looks like a tornado to me right now near preemption. And it's probably rain wrapped. Yeah, probably a tornado, if not, it's just very strong winds. The RFD surge on this is significant. We have damaging winds right now up near 80 miles per hour near preemption. It's on track for Andover and also Cambridge in Illinois. And we may still have something trying to drop right now near Evansville, west of Janesville in Wisconsin. Still have a tightening there. So again, we may have a tornado dropping, or there may have already been one. From a report that I saw, there was a tornado on the ground here briefly, so it might have already lifted. Pretty typical for QLCS tornadoes. But yeah, this right here is the most concerning storm that we have within this line, south of Davenport. Still got a very strong inflow, very defined hook echo on radar. This is a classic tornado when it comes to a QLCS threat like this, which again, QLCS means quasi-linear convective system. Basically just means that we have embedded tornadoes in a line of storms, and this is a classic example of that right now happening over here in parts of western Illinois and northwestern Illinois, just to the south of Davenport, Iowa. Also, the National Weather Service of Chicago just said this. Our automated warning graphics are experiencing occasional time delays. So they'll try to post them manually. So if you're in Chicago, relying on reports via their Twitter or Facebook, just letting you know, they are having issues. There are a lot of warnings. I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but Connor has a view of this storm that we're looking at. Let's go to Connor. Beyond the trees, you can kind of see it.
I'm gonna live to see another day on this line here.
See if he goes back to that or not. He's driving towards I-80, I think.
Oh, that thing's a beast.
We'll go back to him in a second. This is the latest radar scan. Might even have a tornado there, too. Got a couple of notches on this line. Faint CC drop. Yeah, there's a little debris signature. It's not big, but there might be some sort of maybe broad ground circulation. I'm not seeing as much on the latest scan here near Sherrard. This is what Connor's looking at.
No, I don't see anything evident of a tornado, but
did he already go past it? I think he already went past it. Yeah, he already went past it. All right, never mind. He's going now eastbound. So he's going to continue his easterly track. That circulation, though, is broadening out. It's still very strong velocities, at least going away from the radar, upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour. Still have some circulation as well near Kelowna and East Malign, but that one does also look broader. So again, we are still going to be dealing with this tornado threat embedded in this line of storms, probably for the next several hours, but we are just starting to see the beginning stages of that increasing tornado threat here in both Illinois, Wisconsin, and then eventually going to Indiana later this evening. So buckle up. It's going to be a busy next several hours. And we still have a tightening near Evansville. So Evansville near Janesville in Wisconsin. Still some strong circulation there. Could produce a tornado as that moves east. So if you're near Fulton, Anderson, or Janesville, make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe place. Just to the south of Edgerton. There's a lot of places with edging in their name. In both states. We'll stay zoomed out until the next scan. Somebody just added me on Twitter and said, Connor just went right by my house. It happens very frequently in this area. Almost, there's a lot of storm chasers out here. I mean, we got probably dozens out there. Probably hundreds, actually, but dozens at least that are live. Connor Croft being one of them. We also got Corey Gherkin, Storm Runner Media. There's a ton of them. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. You guys do see any reports, photos, or videos on Twitter? You can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I am retweeting a lot of photos and videos from what's been happening today, by the way, so if you want to check out any footage, a lot of it's on there. Should have another radar scan in a second. Just waiting for that. Stop eating Culvers. My apologies. I'm very sorry. The Culver's curse lives on past today. Alright, this is the latest scan near Sherrard. Still a small little debris signature there. I don't know if it's really enough, though, to call this a tornado. Unless the velocities still line up with it. Definitely a big RFD surge. I mean, we're talking about damaging winds possibly upwards of 90 miles per hour. So this is still a very significant wind threat. But the tornado threat here, at least for the time being, the tornado threat in general just looks kind of lower than before. And I'm not seeing any circulation near Kelowna. So that's good news. Near Kelowna, west of Genoso. That circulation also does appear a little bit weaker than before. So overall, weakening trend for the time being in terms of the tornado threat. We're still looking at widespread damaging winds, though, with this area of activity. We still got a tightening near Evansville in southern Wisconsin. So we may have a tornado dropping right now. That's going to be going towards Fulton and Edgerton. And Interstate 3990 will be in the track of this. Computer's making weird noises. Give me 1 second. Computer, for some reason, is making weird noises. At this point, you have it out for Wisconsin. I mean, we definitely have circulation here near Evansville. Everything else is not really rotating, at least in Wisconsin, per se. There is still some broad circulation near Freeport as well in Illinois. But for the most part, the bulk of this tornado threat is over near Davenport and then also over in Wisconsin. Working hard? No, it's making like weird ticking sounds. I don't know what that even is. I should have my tech guy coming soon just in case we actually have issues. Just in case. Yeah, our tech guy is coming. Don't worry. Just in case. We'll have him on standby here soon. In case there's anything happening. I'll stay zoomed out until the next radar scan. Fan issue? It might be. I don't know. Doing good for now, though. Gotta fix this real quick. We'll go back to normal chat. As a reminder, if you have any audio issues or if you have buffering, I just recommend refreshing the stream because those issues are fixed. I turn it on members only because it was just being spammed with that. So if you have any issues, just refresh. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning in North Chicago right now. Damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail being possible. Again, the main concern is going to be along this line of thunderstorms. So anything that's out in front of it like that, really not going to be too concerning when it comes to a significant severe weather perspective. Do have a tree snapped in Betterdorf in Iowa. And also on the north side of Davenport, we have multiple power lines down near the Brady Street. Blocked across from Thessens? I don't know what that is. Time estimated by radar. So that was not too long ago with this damaging wind threat that's rolling across Davenport right now. Let's go to Brandon Kopic real quick. Brandon Kopic is on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. That is his view right now. He is near Kelowna, bottom right of your screen. That is a very, very dark area to be. That's like a normal camera, by the way. This is not filtered, at least from what I know.
Here come more limbs. Oh my goodness. Look at all this tree debris flying.
Oh yeah, there's debris. Is that debris right there? It might just be from the wind, but there's a little hook on this. He's gonna turn his camera in a second. Yeah, it just kind of looked like leaves. It might just be from the wind.
There may have been a spin-off.
We did have rotation on this particular part of the line
That might have
earlier.
been a spin-off.
Don't have it anymore. That is extremely ominous.
That might have been a tornadic circulation, guys. Deer.
That is Brandon on that storm right now. He's, again, this is literally where he is. You can watch him in the Radar Omega app as well at the top link in the description below. Oh, is there a deer? I missed that. Still got we got a little bit of broader circulation in Wisconsin near Janesville. It's not nearly as intense as before. But if you're in Evansville, if you're near Fulton, Edgerton, continue to stay vigilant. Still got some circulation there. Could still see a tornado as that moves towards the Janesville area. The tornado warning itself does expire in 3 minutes, so that one may be let to expire, but I think they'll probably issue a new one just with how that rotation's been for a while. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in Evansville or Fulton. And even Milton, I would make sure you have that action plan ready to go. I think we still have a tornado on the ground near the Oppenheim area. Still have a little CC drop there. That might be a tornado. South of Lynn Center, near Andover. Still something.
A new tornado warning.
Been rotating quite a bit for a while now. Do have a new tornado warning for Borough, Henry, and Whiteside counties in Illinois. That is radar indicated rotation. This is your new tornado warning. So again, that's for Prophetstown, Tampico, Sheffield, Kewanee, Walnut, and Galva in Illinois. So seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're anywhere in this warning. We got 1, 2, we got 3 circulations right now on radar. There are 3 different areas of circulation moving eastbound. And we have a new tornado warning for Rock County, Wisconsin as well. A new tornado
warning has been issued.
So we have... Does Brandon have a tornado? This is Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He's near that one. He's near the middle couplet on I-80. Connor's also in that vicinity, but he's filling up on gas. He's a little bit further out in front. There was some debris right there. That looked like leaves. Looks like we have a tornado here. I have to pull up Brandon's audio. I don't have it on.
QLCS tornado.
On my end. On your end, you hear him. I don't.
It is south of 80 now. South of 80.
Right here on the right. That's gonna be your tornado. Now in the middle.
It's on the ground.
So QLCS tornado looks non-condensed.
QLCS tornado south
Right
of
on
80,
I-80.
Right there, that's our circulation.
Going towards Genoso in Illinois. If you're in Genoso, you got to get to your safe place.
You can't see it because of the trees. Damn it.
Brandon is saying it is on the ground.
Past those trees.
Probably non-condensed. Right beyond these trees, we'll have a better view.
Lost
Non-condensed tornado, though, here.
I've lost visual of it, guys. Definitely had a QLCS.
Not seeing anything
tornado
clear
on the
anymore,
ground,
but
though.
it looked like it was on the ground just from what we saw the leaves flying there a moment ago. Now, if we go back to Connor, Connor is looking at the same exact storm. He's just a little bit further back. He's at a gas station, but he's on I-82. Basically, where he's basically gonna be near Brandon here in a minute.
I guess get annoyed less easily.
Why is there a guy walking? I don't think this is the time to be walking in the middle of a tornado warning. Okay, we got multiple couplets. We got one near Cambridge. We got one where Brandon is, and we got one north of Genoso, going towards Tampico and Walnut in Illinois. We still got other tornado warnings as well. We got one still for Janesville. Got two couplets. We got one right over near Evansville. We got another one developing west-northwest of Janesville, heading in the direction of Interstate 3990. Near Edgerton, Fulton, and Milton will be in the track of this. The one on the north side's been broadening. We have a tightening one, though, near Highway 14. That's moving eastbound. I'm going to zoom out again just so you have an idea of where all the storms are at right now. We do officially have a confirmed tornado in Illinois.
This is an urgent
It's gonna be on
alert.
this storm.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we now have an observed tornado near Borough, Henry, and Whiteside counties in western Illinois. It's going to be on this warning here. I'm guessing the one near Genoso is going to be the one that gets upgraded. It's the entire warning, but there's one tornado on the ground here. Possibly more than that, actually. Tornado-producing storms located along a line from Jocelyn to Woodhull. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. There was a tornado reported near Andover, near I-74. Which Andover is actually going to be this one here, which makes sense. This one's been on the ground for a while, at least from what we've seen. There's actually a debris signature there near Andover. So Andover and Cambridge, you got to be in your safe place now. There is a tornado that is on the ground heading in that direction. Actually, that might be it. Just updated. That actually might be it right there. So just south of Andover. That looks like a pretty clear debris signature to me. Moving east-northeast on track for Cambridge. Yeah, assuming that's the tornado, I think it is. It's going to be pretty rain-wrapped moving east-northeast. Still got multiple couplets, but yeah, that right there looks like it's it. Very confusing. I don't know why this is like... Let me go back a few scans here. I mean, nonetheless, this is a tornado. I think it's actually gonna be back further to the east, though. I think the CC is behind, updating on radar. So I think this is where our tornado is. It's gonna be, again, it's gonna be in the area of Andover and Cambridge, moving eastbound. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Still a big complex of storms right now, moving west to east. And several areas embedded in that line there east of Davenport are all capable of producing the potential for a tornado. So if you're in any tornado warning, make sure that you're in your safe place. If you are in any severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you are in your safe place. We are talking about still numerous to widespread damaging winds, anywhere from 60 to even upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds. So this is a relatively significant threat right now, moving across Illinois and Wisconsin. We'll have another update in just a second on radar. That actually might be a tornado there too. It's not clear though. It's clear air, which makes it a problem. And we could really have tornadoes anywhere in this line though. There are several couplets. We got one. We had one near Genosto. That one kind of dissipated. We might have a new one forming south of that. And we also got one just to the south of Cambridge. Which that's the one that's confirmed. I mean, this is a very dangerous event for many reasons, for people that are driving in particular. Because if you're driving, these storms are moving east at 50 miles per hour. And they are also producing the potential for significant damaging winds and even rain-wrapped tornadoes. The one near Cambridge does appear rain-wrapped. So just across the board, this is a relatively significant threat. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but yeah. It's a very dangerous event for drivers. If you're a truck driver, obviously make sure to pull over off to the side of the road whenever you're under a warning. I think most truck drivers probably know that, but driving into storms like this, definitely dangerous. New SPC outlook is out. It's not out yet, at least from what I'm seeing. There still is an observed tornado in this tornado warning. I think this warning just got condensed. It has updated, so this is our latest SPC outlook for tonight. We'll have more details in a moment, but moderate risk for all modes of severe weather still exists in northern Illinois, very far northwestern Indiana, and extreme southern Wisconsin. Really no surprises here. I mean, this is kind of generic. This is typical. And then also back over into Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and much of Illinois still under the enhanced risk for severe weather, with the main concern being damaging winds. So no surprises to the latest outlook. And we'll see if the tornado risk changes at all or anything like that in a moment. We still have a tornado on the ground in this tornado warning. It's probably going to be south of Cambridge. Not seeing anything clear. We could, again, have tornadoes really anywhere in this line. Basically anywhere from just south of Cambridge all the way back up near Prophetstown. That's all, again, moving east right now. We go back to Wisconsin. We had an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust observed by a privately owned anemometer in Footville, Wisconsin. That's moving east right now. But this just produced a very high wind gust of 85 miles per hour. And we're still talking about significant damaging winds. Right now it is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds, which again is destructive moving eastbound. John, if you're near Chick-fil-A, I don't know where you are, but if you're near Chick-fil-A, just give me, like, the chicken nuggets or whatever. Or if you want to go to McDonald's, you can get me the McCrisp, or the Mc chicken, whatever that deal is. The meal deal. Chick-fil-A, that's fine. Do the 8-count chicken nuggets, medium fry, medium Diet Coke. That's fine. No, we're not getting Culvers, don't worry. I'm gonna stay zoomed out until our next radar scan. Thank you. I'll take a 12-pack. I'm not getting a 12-pack of soda, no. I got mailed a 12-pack of soda. Actually, at the very end of the stream, whenever that is, which is going to be a long time, I think, from now, we actually have to open up fan mail, because I have a bunch of fan mail to open up later. And then we'll be basically gone for like a half a week to a week. Just waiting on a new radar scan. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is going to be for Rockford and Belvedere, Poplar Grove, all included in this warning. So again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you are in this pink polygon. It's a very populated area. If you know any friends or family in this area, please make sure that they are aware of this. I would hope most people in the Midwest are aware of this, but there is a potential that some areas, or some people are not aware of this event. So, you know, if you know anybody maybe even in the Chicago suburbs, for example, make sure that they're staying aware of this. So that is again for Rockford, Belvedere, Poplar Grove, and Mashpee Park in northern Illinois. We're just gonna stay. Actually, we'll go back to Janesville real quick. So no tornado. We still have broad circulation on the north side of Janesville. I'm really most concerned right now for Janesville for the damaging wind threat that could be as high as 80 miles per hour. That's what I'm the most concerned about right now in the Janesville area. Because we had a report of 85-mile-per-hour winds. It's very possible that those winds are really significant right now in Janesville, or about to be very significant there. A new tornado warning
has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That is another big tornado warning. That is going to be near Lafayette. East of Galesburg, near Wyoming, Kickapoo. Northwest of Peoria. If you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently moving eastbound. We do have a couplet right there south of Cambridge, which might, again, still be on the ground. Nothing official, but that might still be on the ground. This is the one that initially got observed. Going towards Kawaii in Illinois. Is that just a power flash? Is that lightning? That was lightning, okay. Nate Chandler, appreciate that. I honestly probably would have gotten a lemonade, but I don't want to... Like, there are certain drinks that, as somebody that speaks a lot, you're not really supposed to drink, otherwise it'll kill your voice. So, I'm trying to avoid that stuff. I don't honestly know, you know, how bad a lemonade would be, but I know milk in general. Milk is really bad. Like, a milkshake or milk is not something that you want to drink if you speak a lot. So we got multiple areas of circulation right now near Rockford and Route 20. Any of these could drop tornadoes as they move eastbound, going towards Belvedere and Rockford. This is, let's go to Brandon Kopic real quick.
Whatever, bro. Just get over it. I don't feel like...
This is Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He has a storm going right over him right now. Wind's definitely picking up there, too.
Power just went out. What did I tell you?
Wind's definitely picking up.
Power just
Very
went out.
ominous. Obviously, the sun is setting here soon, so it's going to kind of look like this. It's going to be very dark. Sun is angled right into the storm clouds.
I almost filled up the tank completely. there's a debris ball just to our south.
This is Connor Croft. He's a bit more out in front of it if he loads.
I'm also, man, you're a
Stormer
little
Media.
sweaty.
Let's go back to Connor Croft. That's Connor Croft. He's a little bit further out in front of this.
I think we're doing it. I think we're doing a pretty good job here.
Even at the bottom right. We may have a tornado east of Cambridge as well. It's a little bit, it's in the clear air area, so it's not definitive. We have a little CC drop there, but that might just be clear air. But if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, you just gotta be in your safe place. At this point, I mean, you could be in any of these warnings. Like any of them, then you should be in your safe place. Our highest wind gust so far was 93 miles per hour in Lena, Illinois. And that was reported about, I believe, 35 minutes ago. That's the first over 90 mile per hour wind gust that we've had observed. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We'll go back up to Rockford in Wisconsin in a second. I'm not seeing anything definitive here on radar that indicates a tornado on the ground. Let's go back to Rockford. Not seeing anything on the ground right now in Rockford either. Not seeing any debris signature or anything. I mean, any of these could be on the ground, though. I mean, we got a pretty nice hook right now, southwest side of Rockford in Illinois. Very possible that any of these do drop tornadoes over the next few minutes. Still, the main concern being damaging winds, but a tornado is very possible. So make sure that you are continuing to heed warning and seeking shelter. This is still a dangerous situation right now, really, in any of these warnings. I'm gonna stay zoomed out here for the time being. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. We got a report of 105 mile per hour wind gust in Wisconsin. Is there like an official report about that, or is that just speculative? That might just be... If there's an official reading for that, at me on Twitter. Huge shout out, by the way, to I think it was Muse, maybe. I don't know who gifted it, but thank you for whoever gifted 20 members. I don't see it anymore. It just disappeared. Also, thank you, Running, for the 5 gifted members. Thank you, Stadium, for the super chat. Thank you, Craig, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Is it coming to Chicago? Chicago's in line for this. Again, main concern will be damaging winds, but tornadoes are still possible. I believe this warning is still radar indicated. Yeah, this one's still radar indicated for Rockford in northern Illinois. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for those in DeKalb, Algonquin, Marengo, and Belvedere. Main concern being damaging winds up to 70. There is a tornado possible label on this storm as well. And also the tornado warning that was initially observed has been downgraded back to radar indicated. So that is no longer observed. It is back down to radar indicated rotation, which does not mean you should go party. All right. It means that you should still be in your safe place because it's not a warning that's been canceled. And even then, we're still talking about pretty much widespread damaging winds in this area, upwards of 60, 75 miles per hour, perhaps even larger than that. Or higher than that, I should say. I need to get some corn. I'm gonna be honest with you. You might have some corn in your front yard when you wake up tomorrow morning. If any corn get taken off the crops in Iowa, they might be in your front yard when you wake up tomorrow morning. I'm just being straight up with you guys. A lot of people are asking, will I be hit hard? Will I be hit whatever? If you're in front of this line of storms and watch in general, if you're in a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, and you've yet to see storms, you are probably going to get storms, all right? And you're probably at least going to get some level of damaging winds. Now, with that said, that does not mean you're instantly going to see 150-mile-per-hour winds and an EF4 tornado or something. That's not what that means, but it means that you should be ready for there being any level of damaging winds between 60 to even upwards of maybe even 100 miles per hour. It's not something that's impossible, but it will be very isolated. At least be ready, though, for damaging winds. So, protect loose line items, hatch down trampolines, all that sort of stuff, and make sure you have a tornado action plan ready to go. All right, because we could very easily see a few tornadoes as this continues to roll across Illinois, and as well as Wisconsin, and then eventually goes into Indiana and Michigan later tonight. And the main concern in those areas will still basically just be wind with maybe an isolated tornado or two. That is the main concern. Again, I cannot answer every single town. There are almost 27,000 of you, which is our highest number that we've ever had, I think. Like, it's impossible to answer 27,000 questions when we have several warnings ongoing. I'd rather talk about what's happening now than try to tell you what's happening in your town, like, out in front of this area of storms. We already did a forecast segment at the beginning, so if you have a question about timing, you can go back to the very beginning of the stream. We had some future radar presentations earlier, so you can check that out. I'm not really going to go over it too much, though. This is really, right now is the time where this is going to probably be at its peak. Both the wind and tornado threat are basically peaking right now in Illinois. So we're going to continue to probably see a few tornadoes and even the potential for, again, significant to potentially widespread damaging winds. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin. The tornado warning in Wisconsin has been let to, it may have been canceled, but it has at least at the bare minimum expired. So the one in Janesville no longer ongoing. Our only tornado warnings right now are in Illinois. So we got 3 tornado warnings. Again, we got one near Galesburg, west of Peoria. We got one near Interstate 80. That's both where Connorcroft and Brandon Coppic are. And then also back up near Rockford is the other tornado warning. We're going to go to Rockford first. I'm not seeing anything on the ground as of right now. We're in between 3 radar sites. So everything still doesn't look, nothing looks tight here near Rockford. So I don't see anything on the ground right now. And then the southern storms, we'll go to the Davenport radar site. I'm still not seeing anything on the ground here either, but we will wait for velocities to update just in case. Everything is still radar indicated at this time. Yes, the tornado watch does go until 1 a.m. tonight. And there is a chance that we are live until 1 a.m. tonight. It's very possible. Thank you, Matt, for the $50 Venmo. I appreciate the generosity for the chicken nuggets at Chick-fil-A. I appreciate that. Still got some rapping here near Kawaii. Still some rapping happening there. That, again, this is the one area that we've been looking at probably for almost an hour now that has been rotating. Maybe not an hour. I feel like we've been live for like 8 hours, but like this has at least been ongoing for like half an hour. This thing's been rotating, and it still is. Just south of I-80. Still very well could produce a tornado as that moves eastbound. Aside from that, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe near Truro, north of Interstate 74. Got a little bit of rotation there. Got several areas of rotation, and just nothing looks on the ground, at least right now. We'll stay zoomed out for the time being. As a reminder, I am not concerned about pronunciations. If I get one wrong, just go with it. Please and thank you. All right. We're back down to 3 tornado warnings. We're at 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to stay zoomed out until the next radar scan. Nothing again on the ground as of right now. Everything's still radar indicated. If you guys have any photos, videos, reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm trying my best to get through some of these reports. There was, as of 6:30 p.m. Central, so an hour and a half ago, there was a 100 are nearly a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust in Iowa. I don't know where, though. Yeah, 97 miles per hour was our highest wind gust so far that has been reported. That was back over in Holy Cross, Iowa. So that's our highest wind gust that we've had so far this evening. And that was a little while ago. That wasn't like right now, but that was a little while ago when the storms were in Iowa.
Warning has been issued.
So no doubt we've had significant wind. We might have a tornado near Toulon. Kawawini is also another area that we're watching for. May have a tornado right now, though, just off to the northwest of Wyoming. Last couple scans are showing at least some sort of debris signature, it looks like. Not a clear tightening on velocities, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado there. Yeah, we have it coming from a couple different sites. So I think there is a tornado near Toulon. That's going to be on track for Bradford, Illinois, Milo, just south of Princeton, south of Interstate 80. We do have a new tornado warning for those in DeKalb, Sycamore, just to the south of Belvedere. This is west of Chicago. We are now getting to the point where we are in the Chicago suburbs. So things are definitely going to get a lot more active over the next several minutes. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this moves eastbound. All right, so that's a new tornado warning that is now in effect there. Again, huge line of storms right now. We likely, it looks like we have a tornado on the ground near Toulon, sorry. So that's likely a tornado right now, moving east-northeast towards Bradford and Osceola in Illinois. Milo will also be on the track of this, eventually going towards Hennepin. Your Highway 29 will be in the track of it eventually as well. Turn microphone volume up. I think it's, like, already high. Yeah, I think it's, like, normal settings. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but I think that is a tornado right now moving east-northeast. The northern tornado warning still radar indicated on the latest update. We do have a little inflow notch near Kawawini. A little hook echo as well going towards Buda and Sheffield. Eventually going towards Princeton and Interstate 180 in northern Illinois. We have a new radar scan coming in. We'll see what the velocities and the CC look like. It's the latest scan. Alright, that tornado, presumably if we had a tornado, again, it wasn't 100%, but if we did have a tornado, looks like it has lifted. We're probably going to be watching this inflow right here, though, this area. Just to the northwest of Osceola for another tornado. That'll be the next area to watch for. Back west of Chicago, we still have multiple areas of circulation right now. Nothing on the ground, at least according to the correlation coefficient, which does indicate if we have debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. I don't see any of that right now, but again, if you are in this area, continue to heed warning and stay in your safe place just in case we do see a tornado out of that activity, which is very, very possible. It's very possible that we do get a tornado out of this activity as it moves towards Chicago. Whether that's a brief tornado or something that's on the ground for a few minutes, it's, you know, anything basically could happen with this line. All right, we're going to zoom back out. This is the line of storms. Again, actually, we have a couple of Boeing segments, interestingly enough. We got one Boeing segment here. We have a second one back down in southern, or not southern, but western Illinois, just south of Davenport. So it's actually kind of interesting. We have a split of two different Boeing segments now. I really thought it would just be one Boeing segment today, but we actually have two. And the other one's going to be more on track for Bloomington and Decatur and Urbana. I've got to say, though, the Storm Prediction Center forecast so far has been extremely accurate. Like, I really thought our greatest tornado threat might be right along the Illinois and Wisconsin border. We've had tornado warnings. We've had possibly at least one or two tornadoes up there, but so far it's actually the greatest threat has been in this yellow shaded area. So let's go back to Connor. He has a view of a shelf cloud right now back over in Wynette, Illinois. And while he has a view of that, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. And again, make sure you're subscribed to the channel.
Oh, it's coming. It's getting closer to us pretty quick now. I think it's cooked. Might try and intercept in Princeton. I might just accept my defeat and intercept in Princeton. I don't think we're gonna make it. The goal is to get to Ottawa, but I don't think even that's happening.
All right, we officially have an observed tornado in Illinois.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have an observed tornado just to the south of Kawahini. I can't pronounce it. Lafayette, Wyoming, and Truro and Kickapoo all included in this warning. This is an observed tornado. I'm guessing it's the area near Wyoming. Emergency management just confirmed a tornado west of Farmington. Where is Farmington? Okay, that's actually further south. So a tornado was confirmed back down here. I'm guessing somewhere along this leading edge, back over near Elmwood, west of Peoria. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. There is now an observed tornado by emergency management. Just to the west of Peoria. So again, a dangerous storm right now that is producing a tornado. One thing that's interesting that we are starting to see as well is that we have a boatload of convection happening up here, back over in northeast Illinois and southeast Wisconsin. The reason why this is interesting is because, one, we have a lot of instability. Cape values are off the charts. We have instability values over 7,000 joules per kilogram. That is highly, like, not unordinary, but it's something that we just don't see very often. It's rare. But this is where a lot of warm air advection is. It's a very favorable environment when it comes to just convection in general. One thing that we'll have to watch for really over the next hour or so, I think, will be this area here. I still do think we're going to have a couple of spin-up tornadoes back over in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. So if you're in this area, continue to stay vigilant and weather aware. We are probably we're at least talking about damaging winds, but we very easily could see a tornado threat start to materialize with this Boeing segment as it does continue to move eastbound. So that's right now what we're looking at in terms of that threat. But it's just a full-blown Boeing segment right now. We had kind of like several Boeing segments here. Kind of looks like that northern one's kind of cut off. We got like 3 segments right now. It's interesting. I would low-key be surprised, though, if this isn't classified as a derecho. Like, after the fact. From what we've seen so far, this just feels like one. From everything that we've been seeing. Let's look at an inflow right up here north of Wyoming. This one looked like it produced a tornado before.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But that one still has an inflow notch and a little hook. We have a new tornado warning for Burrow and Putnam counties in Illinois. I'm pretty sure it's going to be this storm. So Princeton, Wyanett, Sheffield, west of Peru, all included in this brand new tornado warning. If you are in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. This storm is very capable of producing a tornado, and it is on track eventually to go in the direction of Peru in Illinois. And I would be ready if you're in Peoria or Pekin. Be ready. You might be under a tornado warning at some point here soon. We have had a confirmation of a tornado over here just to the south of Interstate 74 near Farmington in Trevoli. So there was a observed tornado by emergency management a few minutes ago. It's very possible that we still do have a tornado as this does continue to move east. And kind of almost southeast. It's mostly going east, but it has that kind of direction where we have a lot of this pushing south as well. This segment, for the most part, is pushing more east and east-southeast. Go back into Wisconsin again. So we got broad circulation over Janesville, Wisconsin. Nothing imminent. Mostly wind right now in Wisconsin. The warning here is actually only for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We had a report of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts back over west of Janesville. So, down to 60. We're going to go back to being zoomed out for the time being. Wait for another radar scan. Which one's this? 817? Yeah, all right. So we got like a minute until another radar scan. All right. Thank you, BJ, for the $9.99. No problem at all. Thank you, Mindy, for becoming a member. This is a crazy event. There's just no other way to put it. It's pretty unbelievable what we're seeing on radar. We got one large Boeing segment, but debatably we actually have two up here. We might have two split back over in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois, and then we just got a full-blown Boeing segment here, back over near Peoria. It's pretty unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. And this is not really shocking, though. I mean, this is in the forecast. I'm just surprised how many segments we had. I thought we might only have one. But the Storm Prediction Center was right. There was more than one. We have like 3 right now. Looks like a seahorse. I guess so. A couple people said that. Yeah, I guess it's a seahorse alert here if you're in the Midwest. Actually, literally looks like a seahorse. I'm not really good at drawing, but it kind of looks like one. Let's go to Connor Croft real quick. Look at that. This is right over the storm near Princeton, Illinois. Bottom right of your screen. A massive shelf cloud. Rolling right over Connor Croft. I'm not sure if he's going to wait this out. I mean, he might be. This is so ominous. Well, it doesn't help that it's 8:20 at night and the sun's setting, because it makes it even more ominous than it actually would be if it was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Go back to radar. Look at significant tornado parameter. It's scary. How about we don't look at it at all? Because it's kind of pointless unless we have discrete supercells. Even then, I mean, it's actually useful, but I'm just saying in general, like, don't get too caught up in the values. The values really don't matter, in my opinion. Whether it's a 7 or a 2, I mean, yes, there's a tornado potential no matter what, but like, using those values right now is just kind of pointless. Because right now what we're looking at is QLCS tornadoes, right? So a lot of this is just embedded in the line. If we had discrete supercells, I think there would be much more reason to actually look at those, because they would be more of a useful tool, if you will. I'm still not seeing anything officially on the ground. We had an observation of a tornado west of Kickapoo, near Elmwood, west of Farmington in particular. But I'm not seeing anything that's on the ground right now. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the warning. We haven't seen anything via radar. It was just an observation. So it may have been another brief or quick tornado or something like that. It's very possible. Alright, we're gonna go back to Connor. He's looking right. He's gonna wait out this storm. It's about to get pretty windy.
Get windy. See what this thing ends up
So we're gonna
doing.
see how much of a surge of the wind is, unless he does move.
Front row seat right here.
You can see the wind picking up there. Bottom right of your screen, that is where Connor's at. I'll circle him right there in the middle.
Basically everything here.
Wind is starting to pick up.
We're in a weird part of the line. So
John, just give me a second. Or actually, yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Alright.
Had some decent winds there on the
You
lead edge.
actually get Chick-fil-A too?
Probably had a 50-mile-an-hour gust. Here we go.
You can chill out if you want. Just in case something does happen. We have 27,000 people watching, so I don't know if it has anything to do with viewership, but...
Oh, fantastic.
Yep. Alright.
Already got decent wind. Really.
I bet.
John is here, the tech guy. He's back.
The tech stuff.
Better than ever. I'll just put this in the fridge.
Hey, this is already stronger than the Dally.
I already have one open, so. Alright. We'll stay on Connor for a second. This is again right in the storm that is producing damaging winds up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. See how high the wind surge is here.
Oh, yeah.
John can't mod. He's on his phone. Somebody was asking for you to mod in the chat, but I don't think you really can do that.
Yeah, watch the power lines, watch the KC sign, McDonald's signs. Like I said, I really don't know how strong it's going to be. It's warned for 80, guys, but like,
Later.
seen it plenty of times before where it's warned for 80 and it's not even close.
So far, it doesn't look too crazy here yet. Stay on for a second. Still no tornadoes that are officially on the ground, still at least via radar. Did have a confirmation of a tornado, though, near Farmington not too long ago in Illinois.
A gust or two up to 60, I'd say. There we go. There we go.
Here it comes. There's the wind picking up now.
Rocking the car.
Wind is definitely picking up.
Thanks for becoming a member, Alan.
By the way, today is a moderate risk derecho potential. I don't know if you heard anything about it. Okay. Yeah, we have a moderate risk for severe weather derecho. Last derecho we covered. Actually, we covered a derecho. We covered a couple, I think. The last one that I really remember was the one in Houston. That was back in May. I was on vacation when that happened. I literally had to boot up a stream for it in South Carolina. I was on vacation for that derecho. Went live from a robust weather studio when that happened. They're pretty great. I mean, this is live right now. This is Connor Croft. I mean, he's literally right in the wind.
Well, hopefully this isn't it, because this is pretty weak if it is.
It's definitely pretty intense. I mean, this doesn't look as bad as what it looked earlier, but that's at least 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts just by eyeballing it. Near Princeton. For reference, this is where we're at on radar. That's where Connor is right here in the middle. That's his radar omega sign symbol, whatever you want to call it, near Princeton. Still have a little bit of an inflow going into the storm, back over to the east of Lafayette, moving eventually towards Streeter and Ottawa. Still watching for the potential for a tornado there, but nothing as of right now that's confirmed and on the ground. We are watching the storm activity also near Peoria. Mostly a surge of damaging winds right now going right into Peoria, so be ready for a significant surge of damaging winds that could be as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour. Right now, there's no severe thunderstorm warning on this segment, but there is definitely a chance for damaging winds, at least around 60 to 70. Might not be as high as 80, but I wouldn't rule it out. And then back over here west of Chicago, we are still talking about mostly wind, but we still have a couple of areas of interest when it comes to a tornado threat. Got a couple of small couplets there near Sycamore. The one that I'm really watching is the one near Kingston and Genoa. That's on track for Hampshire, and eventually going towards Elgin. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Let me go to the terminal radar site. Nice thing that we're going to have here coming up soon is that we do have terminal radar sites in Chicago, so we might be able to see any sort of rotation better in that instance. That's at least closer to Chicago. I'll have multiple radar sites, which does help. We'll stay zoomed out for the time being. Thank you, by the way, Misty, again for another $50 super chat. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, donated, anything like that. I really do appreciate the generosity. We're going to drop it back down to a radar indicated. This tornado warning is going to expire here in a second. Does not appear as if they're going to issue a new tornado warning on this, as they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bloomington and Peoria for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on it. So that'll probably end up just replacing the tornado warning that we already had, which does expire again in 2 minutes. Probably more like a minute and a half. Picture for you on Twitter. I've been getting added in a lot of stuff. I'll try to see if I can see anything, though. If you see anything, let me know, too. Okay. I'm retweeting a crazy photo of hail in Farmington, New York. It's like hail. It's like literally like snowed hail there. Alright, latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. New mesoscale discussion. The potential for 80 to 95 mile per hour wind gusts and QLCS tornadoes will continue into northern Illinois. This is a pretty good representation of what we got on radar. We got literally 1, 2, we got 3 Boeing segments right now. All from southern Wisconsin back into far, really extreme southeastern Iowa. So, pretty crazy stuff there. Here's your timing guide. If you're curious on timing, this is a pretty general timing guide. It doesn't show any locations, but if you're in, like, Indiana, you can expect storms to be there within the next... it'll probably arrive to the border of Illinois and Indiana at about 9:30, 9:45. Alright, we're back down to 2 tornado warnings. That's like the lowest we've been in hours. Let's get some W's in the chat. We're back down to 2 tornado warnings. Way less than we had earlier. That number's probably going to go back up, though, because I think we're going to probably get a new one on this. As this activity moves eastbound. We still got multiple little couplets heading in the direction of Elgin, Wayne, and Algonquin. Main concern again across the board, still widespread damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. No storm right now is warned for anything higher than 70 miles per hour, but still significant nonetheless. I'm gonna do radar scan Wisconsin here in a second. I do want to see what those look like on the next scan. Waiting for a radar scan. We still got a little inflow going into the storm. It's almost kind of turning into almost a mesoscale convective vortex, or it's at least trying to. This is an area that we have a pretty nice inflow into, so I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado threat going near Elkhorn or Burlington down the road. So something to watch for as this moves eastbound. Just waiting for the radar update. By the way, thank you to anybody that's tuning in. This is the highest amount of viewers we've ever had, at almost 28,000. Really do appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe.
A new tornado warning
Keep
has
posted with
been
the latest
issued.
with severe weather coverage for the next several hours, and also make sure to like the stream. It's free to do. Helps get this out to more people. You have a new tornado warning for Kane, Boone, and McHenry counties in Illinois. I'm guessing it's going to be an extension of this. Yeah. So new tornado warning for Marengo, near Hampshire, Burlington, Starks, and Gilberts. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. East of Belvedere. Just to the west of Algonquin. But if you're in Algonquin or Elgin, just be ready, because there will probably, if there's still rotation, they're probably going to issue another warning there. At the bare minimum, we are talking about damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Here's the latest scan. Nothing looks tight here. We still have a lot of circulations, though, that could still drop tornadoes as this moves eastbound. You know, Algonquin and Elgin really the main locations in track of this. I also have a little notch developing near Waterman and Hinckley, going towards Caneville, Batavia, and Aurora. That might get tornado warned. The little couple of developing there moving eastbound. I'm not seeing anything on the ground here on the southern tornado warning, but we are still watching that potential primarily in this area here that's on track for Streator, Pontiac in Illinois, and then mainly a wind threat right now moving right through downtown Peoria. Again, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be possible through Peoria, Pekin, and as well as Bloomington in central Illinois. All right, we're going to go to this here. I'm just going to stay a little bit zoomed out. We got rotation here. Got another circulation there as well south of DeKalb that might get warned. It's on track for Aurora and Batavia. So we're going to be watching that closely. Is it de-intensifying? Is that even a word? Weakening would be the word. It's not really weakening. I mean, I would say we've probably just about hit the peak, though, of this threat. I kind of thought it'd be around like 7 to 10. I think we're kind of right around the peak of this wind and tornado threat, but I still think it's going to exist for several more hours. I mean, we're not done by any means, and I don't think we're just going to all of a sudden go from 3 tornado warnings to 0. I think we're going to continue to see at least a tornado threat, and also the potential for damaging winds anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. Peoria currently looking at damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. No problem, Win. Appreciate the super chat. Here's the latest scan. Still have a couple areas of rotation. We actually got 3 now. We got 1. Well, we've got more than 3. We got 1, 2, and we got kind of a large, broad area of circulation north of Sycamore. So we got 3 areas of rotation just west of Chicago right now. So 3 areas of circulation moving eastbound. Again, Wayne, Elgin, Batavia, and Algonquin will all be on the track of these. Thank you, Nancy, for the super chat. Thank you, George, for the super chat. There's a ton of photos everywhere. Tornado near Farmington. There was a reported tornado earlier in Farmington, but the storm's already passed through Farmington. There was a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust reported by the fire department west of Peoria. That's the latest there. I have another radar scan in a second. This is actually 6 minutes old. It's actually behind. There we go. Now it's updated. Got several areas that we're watching west of Chicago with some circulation. Any of these could basically produce tornadoes as this moves east. So I'm going to continue to watch this closely. Do I cover hurricanes? I do. Yeah, we cover all facets of weather for the most part. Aside from, like, wildfires, we don't usually cover those, or, like, earthquakes or tsunamis. We cover severe weather, hurricanes, winter, snowstorms, all that sort of stuff. I just lost power. Actually, speaking of that, I do want to check the power outage map. It is. It is a feature on Radar Omega, believe it or not. This is actually new. They have 60,000 people without power in Iowa, which is about 4% of the state, and then Illinois currently with about 46,000 without power. Now is a good reminder, if you are in Illinois, or even in Indiana, if you've yet to see storms, have flashlights on hand, extra batteries ready to go, charge up your devices in case you do lose power, as power outage numbers are just going to keep going up. It's an awesome feature. Yeah, it is. I mean, this is a new feature. They've added a lot of stuff recently. Power outages are pretty cool. Still got several areas of circulation right now west of Chicago. Continue to watch all these very closely over the next several minutes. Don't stop streaming before Michigan? I think we're probably going to be live all the way through Michigan, or at least the enhanced risk. As long as it remains concerning, we'll basically be live. Here's the latest scan. Still several areas of circulation. Wait for this thing to come fully around here. I will actually probably show a future radar here in a second, since there's nothing on the ground, at least from what we know. And I know a lot of people are wondering, when are these storms arriving in my location? We'll do a quick little future radar in a second. Give you a more updated view of what's happening. Might have something there west of Elburn. Maybe a little small tornado or something. It's not definitive, but it might be something. The storm near McHenry right now looks just all like wind at this point. There is still an inflow, but it's struggling to really wrap. So I think the tornado risk is a little bit lower there. Alright, let's go through the future radar, because I know a lot of you guys are wondering on timing and stuff like that, so we'll just do a quick little run through. This is the HRRR model at 9 o'clock. It's not even accurate, because this is literally what's already happening right now. This is so far behind, so just give or take an hour or two on this, because it's going to be pretty far off. By 10 o'clock tonight, honestly, I don't even think this is usable. It's too far behind. Unless we had like an hour to this. I mean, this one's going to look like at 9. So by 9 o'clock, storms are basically going to be knocking on the doorstep of Chicago, or at least the suburbs, and then back over in central Illinois. By 10 to 11 o'clock, these storms will continue to move east.
A new tornado warning has
Throughout
been
parts
issued.
of Indiana and Michigan. So right around 11 o'clock to midnight, we're going to have storms in Indiana and Michigan. The main concern being damaging winds and maybe a tornado or two. By about 12 or 1 o'clock, this line of storms will begin to fall apart, and it'll mostly just be isolated damaging winds as this goes towards Detroit, even Ohio, or even back over into southern central Indiana. So that's what I think for the threat for tonight. You have a new tornado warning west of Chicago. This isn't really too surprising. This has been rotating for a while. So if you're in Batavia or Wayne, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So we got several areas of rotation up there. Small little pocket just to the west of Aurora, but nothing too crazy yet. Huge shout out, by the way, to Justin with the 50 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for Justin. And if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Justin in the chat. Maybe the future radar's in the wrong time zone? No. It's just not calibrated. It happens. Just not calibrated to being correct. What? For the chat? By the way, my computer's making a ticking sound. You might hear it occasionally. I don't know what it is, but...
A ticking sound?
Yeah, ticking sound. Don't hear anything right now. It's very, very occasional. Just letting you know. Might be a fan or something.
I would hope so. No, like pistons and rods that.
Happened a little while ago, but I just heard it again briefly. That right there.
That?
Yeah. You can look at it after. It doesn't seem like a big issue right now. But it's been like that for a while. Here's the latest scan. Still got a stronger couplet developing near Lily Lake and Elburn, going towards Wayne and Batavia. Just be careful. Don't play around with it right now. It's fine. If you hear anything, then let me know.
No, check it. It's getting hot because the panel is expanding or something. Yes, you.
It's at 151 right now. I'm guessing that's Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we'd be boiling.
Yeah, if it's 151, I'll be having a heart attack.
He's low on blinker fluid? Absolutely. That's what goes right into a computer. We actually might have a small tornado on the ground near Virgil and Lily Lake. It's not super definitive. It's been pretty consistent scan over scan, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have a small tornado there near Virgil. It's very tiny, though. Again, possibly a small tornado right now near Virgil. I would say it's probably on the ground. Let's go back to the southern storm. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa, Morris, Streeter, Pontiac, and Fairbury. Main concern is going to be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, with there being also a tornado possible label on that storm. So that is the latest here back over in central Illinois. I'm so scared. Again, there's no reason to be scared. Just make sure that you are staying weather aware. Make sure you're ready to go. There's no reason to be panicking, really. I know a lot of people are scared about this. There's a lot of warnings. There's a lot of tornadic activity. Just make sure, as long as you have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts, you'll be good to go. Thank you, Kyle. Or, sorry, I don't know why I'm saying thank you. Kyle's asking what radar do I use. I use Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I'm not seeing any debris signature anymore, so I mean, that might have been a brief tornado or something like that. Just very small if there was one near Virgil. Still a little notch there west of Aurora. I am kind of curious to see if that actually tries to do something. It's been a notch there for a while. Broad circulation west of Elgin. Still a little tightening there west of Wayne. You got basically 3 areas of circulation just west of Chicago. Aurora's going to be hit. I mean, even if you don't get a tornado, you're at least going to get damaging winds somewhere between 60 to 70 miles per hour. So just stay away from windows. Honestly, if you're in any severe thunderstorm warning, I would at the bare minimum stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I would treat these as if they are tornado warnings, because we are still talking about widespread damaging winds, and we could have trees falling down, power lines falling down. It's not really a situation where you want to be messing around. Like, you don't want to be upstairs playing Roblox with your friends or whatever. I don't know what you might be doing, but, like, you know, just get down to the lowest floor. Just chill there until these storms pass. Radar Omega does have models, but you have to be like a subscriber of the app to access them. Having my home surrounded by and car surrounded by trees always has me anxious. Yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, even like in the Ohio Valley, for example, like Tennessee and Kentucky, there are trees everywhere. It's, you know, one of those things. It's very, very common down there. You might be playing the new, you know, college football game maybe on Xbox right now on the top floor of your building. Get down to the lowest floor. Like, get off that game. It's not that important. It's a copy and paste of Madden anyways. We have a new tornado warning. I don't think the audio worked, but we do have a new tornado warning for McLean, Woodford, and Tazewell, Illinois. You are in this warning, which should pop up in a second. Actually, it might be further south. I don't know. I don't recognize those counties. It's moving southeast at 60 miles per hour. The storms over, all these storms right now are moving east at like 60 miles per hour. They're very fast moving storms. Oh, okay. That's actually near Bloomington. There you go. New tornado warning west and northwest of Bloomington, east of Peoria. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. Got a little hook on this storm, which is the reason why this is a bit more concerning. This thing's just not gonna.
I think your light.
Yeah, my light broke. The I don't know why it keeps flashing.
A new tornado
Right,
warning
well, that's gonna
has
play
been
anyways.
issued.
All right, my flashing should stop in a second.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go. That actually might be a tornado right there near Morton. May have a tornado on the ground right now near Interstate 74 near Morton. Go to base velocities. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado right now near Morton. Possibly a debris signature there. That's going to be approaching Mayfair. Eventually going towards Danvers, Mackinac, Congerville, and eventually Bloomington in Illinois. I have a new radar scan coming in. We'll see if it's still there. Here's the latest scan. That may have just been clear air contamination. It was just not really definitive there, because the latest scan not showing much of anything. But bare minimum, we still have a potential for a tornado, so if you are even near Bloomington, just be ready to go to your safe place. If you are northwest of Bloomington in the warning, you should be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You've probably heard me say that 95 times today. Probably has actually been more than that. I think that's actually under saying how many times I've said that, but you know, it's been a pretty significant day overall. We still have several tornado warnings. We got several storms, really this entire line that's at least producing numerous to widespread damaging winds. But everything right now is still radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed as of right now on the ground. How do I become a member? It's the join button down below. There's also a link in the description for it. Still pretty broad circulation west of Chicago. Not seeing anything imminent. But if you remember last night, if anybody was watching our live stream last night for that line of storms that came through Chicago, it was kind of similar to this, where it didn't really have much rotation up until it like basically got to the edge of Chicago. So it's possible that we get tornadoes maybe even closer to the Chicago area. So just keep that in mind. I mean, again, most of them will probably be pretty quick and brief, but something to watch for. I'm still not really seeing anything in Wisconsin that looks imminent when it comes to tornadoes. So far up there, it's been pretty chill, other than the wind and lightning and rain. A footnado? Yeah, we could have a footnado in Chicago tonight. It's very possible. We had one last night. you know, I have my tech guy here. His name is John. He did not watch last night's live stream. He didn't see the footnado.
No, I was playing a game. Footnado. So we have the drunk NATO. Now we have a footnado. What other NATOs do we have?
I'm gonna find it.
We have a trampoline one? I'm not too certain.
Yeah, this is the footnado from last night.
Oh wow, you weren't kidding. It's actually a footnado.
It was actually more of a fish sort of thing. There was like 5 water spouts offshore, probably. Very interesting. That happened at about 10:50, 10:55 last night. Getting close to that time. Maybe 2 hours away from one of those happening again. Can you fill my water? You want to fill my water?
Alright.
Thanks. It's kind of out of my reach. I got it. What's going on in Geneva? I don't know where Geneva is. Where is Geneva? I've seen it before. Okay, now I actually have to answer this question. I'm not trying to answer specific towns. I just saw that in the chat. Probably mostly wind. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation right now going in your area. It's pretty broad, but continue to stay in your safe place because you are still under a tornado warning. Just in case this does try to produce something. I just want to real quickly go to Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. That is Connor Croft. This is Brandon Kopic. He is driving through the like literally the leading edge of this line of storms. So he's basically riding with the wind almost. It's pretty interesting. It's obviously nighttime, so you're not gonna be able to see much anymore, but
Well, it's too late now. I can't find the message. But I hope you freaking saw it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
alright, new tornado warning. That's for Aurora and Naperville. We've been talking about this rotation for a while. There's been some rotation on this for a while. We actually got 2 couplets. So if you are in Aurora, near Interstate 88 going towards Naperville, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Okay, there's a tornado on the ground. We got a tornado on the ground right now near Sugar Grove. That has just dropped. So if you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter. We got a tornado on the ground going towards Aurora, Naperville, North Aurora, pretty decent CC drop that is right along Highway 30, moving eastbound. That is definitely a tornado right there, moving eastbound. So yeah, if you know any friends or family in this warning, make sure that they are aware of this. We do have a tornado in progress, heading in the direction of Aurora. We got a couple of different couplets. I mean, it's not just one, we got two. So we actually could get twin tornadoes out of this as it moves eastbound. This is a situation where you definitely need to make sure that you're seeking shelter. So we definitely have at least one tornado. We actually might have two right now. And again, most of these will be relatively quick, but we have two different ones it looks like on the ground now. One over Sugar Grove in Illinois. The other one just north of Sugar Grove near Interstate 88. I'm going to line up velocities here in a second. This is right on track for Aurora and Naperville, just west of Chicago. This is the only CC drop that I've seen so far on this activity that's been clear. So again, tornado right there, just to the west of Aurora, approaching Aurora over the next few minutes, right over near Highway 56. It's going to be making its approach to Interstate 88. And that's a tornado right there. We also have back over on the most southern tornado warning near Bloomington. It's not really definitive, but we might have a tornado there too. It's just too hard to tell. The velocities are kind of off, but this one I thought may have produced a tornado before. It might still be something that's producing a tornado. Yeah, that's right now on track for Bloomington. We got a little hook on this storm, so if you're in Bloomington, be ready to get to your safe place. I would at least stay away from windows no matter what, even if you're not under a tornado warning, because damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be a possibility. All right, should have another update in a second. We still got at least one tornado on the ground approaching Aurora. We may have two. It's on track again for Aurora and Naperville in Illinois. We got two CC drops right now. Just to the southeast of Caneville. Here's the latest scan. We'll see what it looks like in a second. Alright, it's zooming around right now. We'll see what it looks like. It's gonna get bigger. Well, we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't. This is going towards a really populated area. When is the radar beam gonna make its way around? Where is it? Oh, okay, it's just not there. This has been upgraded, though, to officially observed, which we already kind of knew, but... There you go, there's two different ones still. This is an urgent alert.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is officially an observed tornado. We, again, already knew that, but it's now officially confirmed. Official. We have two different tornadoes by the looks of it. We got one northwest of Aurora that's near Interstate 88. The second one might be fizzling out, but this one is definitely on the ground. So again, you got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. If you're in Aurora or Naperville, no matter if a tornado weakens, we could still see one in your area if you are in Aurora or Naperville. So make sure that you're in your safe place. Going back to the south towards Bloomington. What is going on here? We might have another tornado on the ground in Bloomington, or just west of Bloomington. That might be a debris signature. See what the velocities show. This just got updated to radar indicated, so it is still radar indicated according to the National Weather Service. It's still not super definitive, but I mean, man, that rotation is... the CC drop at the bare minimum is actually quite large. We may have a tornado on the ground right now heading right into Danvers. It's going right towards Bloomington. Can't 100% guarantee that there is a tornado here, but there might be one. So if you are in Bloomington, be ready to go to your safe place, because there looks like we might have a tornado on the ground. It just can't really verify it. But I really wouldn't be surprised if this is still on the ground. If this is on the ground. Let's go back up to Chicago again. And yeah, we still have 2 tornadoes back up near Aurora. We got one right here and then another one right there. So again, those 2 white circles. The main one that we're looking at is this one here, just to the northwest of Aurora, southeast of Caneville. All right, we're gonna keep going back and forth because I'm waiting for another radar scan here. Hunter, what do you think? I'm just curious. What do you think? It's kind of one of those situations. CC drop is huge, but it might just be some sort of contamination. I have no idea. Okay, yeah. I didn't really... I don't... I'm kind of on the edge about it, because, I mean, the velocities aren't really strong, but we've seen tornadoes like this before where the velocities just aren't very apparent. Contacted Andy? Okay. Let me know what Andy thinks. I'm trying to look at base velocity tilts, too. I'm not really giving much of an indication of anything. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Alright, we'll have another radar scan on this northern activity in just a second. See if we still have tornadoes on the ground or not. If we still have one, again, it's going to be just to the northwest of Aurora. If you are in Aurora or Naperville, you got to get to your safe place now. We, again, have at least 1 tornado on the ground, may have 2. And then back over near Wayne, we still have broad circulation. Nothing tight there quite yet. Just waiting for a radar scan. We're about 4 minutes behind on the latest one. Let's go to the terminal radar site. I've still got tight rotation west of Aurora. That's going to be approaching that area on the terminal radar site. TDS? Okay, so according to Andy Hill, he thinks this is a tornado going right towards Bloomington. So that's like that. This is going to be a tornado right now near Danvers, moving right into Bloomington. If you are in Bloomington, Illinois, I'd get ready to get to your safe place. We do have a CC drop here. All right, that wasn't Andy saying that, but there is a TDS signature. I'm waiting for velocities to update. Yeah, there you go. I mean, there's definitely circulation here, and it looks like we still have a debris signature. So this is again moving southeast, right on track for Bloomington. There is now a TDS signature. It's a bit more clear now that we more than likely have some sort of tornado right now heading towards Bloomington. It's really tough to tell because the velocities just aren't tight, like, completely. This isn't, like, a really easy situation, but it looks to me like a tornado. The debris signature near Danvers. It's going to be going right into Bloomington. And near North Aurora, we still have a tornado on the ground in North Aurora. The debris signature is not as large as before, but we still at least have some sort of tornado here moving eastbound. Andy did not say that, by the way, just an FYI. It was just a... I don't know. He's probably watching this, though. Watching the storm. But we still have at least 1 tornado on the ground. It looks relatively small, but there's something on the ground there just north of Aurora. And we do think that this is likely a tornado northwest of Bloomington. So, again, if you're in Bloomington, get ready to get to your safe place. It's, again, just not a really easy one to confirm here. But I really think it is a tornado. The tornado warning west of Chicago is still observed. Rotation's very tight aloft, so I still do think this is a tornado going towards Bloomington. They've updated this warning. This is still an observed tornado warning near Naperville and Aurora. And that's your tornado right there. We may have 1 or 2, but at least at the bare minimum, we have one just north of Interstate 88.
Might want to check that out.
Oswego?
Seeing why people don't.
There's Oswego. Oh man, we have a tornado going right into Oswego right now, it looks like. Probably unwarned. Or it is unwarned if it is on the ground. We got a tornado right now going right into Oswego by the looks of it that is not currently warned. Got a debris signature, waiting for velocities to update. That might be an unwarned tornado. I'm trying to get more verification here. They have issued a new confirmed tornado warning, I think, on this one. Yeah.
Yep.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So another tornado on the ground near Oswego that is going towards Bolingbrook. This is a confirmed tornado. That is a pretty hefty debris signature right now, just to the east of Oswego. If you're in Romeoville or Bolingbrook, you got to get to your safe place. We got another debris signature moving eastbound, on track for Homer Glen. This is definitely a dangerous storm right now, though, that is currently moving to the east. Again, that is a debris signature right here, just to the east of Oswego. That is a debris signature if I've ever seen one. Let me go back to the southern warning again. It's just, there's still rotation. It just doesn't look... I don't know. The one near Bloomington, I'm still kind of 50-50 on. But I'll be in your safe place if you're in Bloomington, just in case. We're at least talking about a destructive wind threat for Bloomington, upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds. Our confirmed tornado right now is on the east side of Oswego. Alright, so that's where our confirmed tornado is currently located. It is just east of Oswego. It is going to be moving towards Route 30 near Tamarack, eventually going towards Bolingbrook. This is a confirmed tornado. And then we have a clear debris signature on radar just east of Oswego. Look at the velocities, too. We got a very strong RFD surge. It's wrapping pretty heavily. This is definitely a tornado. The one near Aurora may have occluded. I'm not seeing anything clear there right now. Is Corey still streaming? He is. Oh, he's at a gas station. Okay. Let me go over to this. That's the wrong thing. This. The cameras are broken. Never mind. We're not going to that. All right, we'll just stay here. And if you're just tuning in, this is a confirmed tornado right now, just east of Oswego. We're gonna have another radar scan in a second. I'm gonna go back to Wisconsin real quick. I'm not seeing anything in Wisconsin that looks like it's down and on the ground. Everything in Wisconsin, for the most part, has just been wind today. I'm gonna go back down to Bloomington as well. Well, right now, there is a wind threat going towards Bloomington. They have not issued a warning or tornado warning for Bloomington. But if you are in Bloomington, at the bare minimum, I would be at least just, you know, staying away from windows. We at least have a damaging wind threat right now moving into that area. Waiting for another radar scan. Should be in here in a second, but we have a tornado again on the ground heading right towards Bolingbrook in Romeoville in Illinois. This is a radar confirmed tornado moving eastbound. Gotta be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Here's the latest scan that's coming in now. We'll see what it looks like. Yeah. Well, long shot. They confirmed the one in Aurora. Yeah, it was on the ground. I don't see anything right now, but it could still be on the ground. The latest CC update's coming in right now. We'll see what it looks like. It's kind of messy. Let me see. It still looks like we have a tornado on the ground near Wolf's. There's a lot of homes in this area just east of Oswego, and wolves, again, you gotta be in your safe place, be underground if you can, get to a storm shelter if you have one, get to a basement, closet, bathroom. Looks like we still have a tornado right now. It's right along Wolf's Crossing Road, which if you're familiar with the area, you know where that is. That's where the tornado is located, and it's going to be eventually going towards Bolingbrook and Romeoville. See what the velocities show. If this is still on the ground, it's going to be right there, near Route 30. Here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing a clear CC drop. At the bare minimum, we are talking about a huge surge of a big RFD surge, which basically means the rear flank downdraft. We have a big surge of wind though right now going right through the east side of Oswego. That's at the bare minimum. And if we do still have a tornado, it's going to be that right there, that yellow area, which actually might be a little bit of a debris signature there. So that actually might be debris. It might not even be rain. The tornado warning that was in effect for those near Bloomington has been canceled. So we are back down now to 2 tornado warnings and 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is the latest radar scan, which is bugged out. Waiting for it to update here. We'll let it do its thing. Hopefully it just updates here. Or it might just be stuck. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for it to update here. We have a new confirmed tornado warning in DuPage County, Illinois.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So DuPage County, Illinois, is going to be this one right here. That is going to be for those in Downers Grove, Lombard, Wheaton, north side of Woodridge, included in this new warning, which again is an observed tornado warning. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon. This storm has had a history of already producing a couple tornadoes. We might see another one here over the next few minutes as this approaches Warrenville, Winfield, and Naperville. They have updated it. It is still an observed tornado, or technically radar confirmed, but it's moving east at 40 miles per hour. It's going to be heading right into the, again, we're right now in the Chicago suburbs, just west of Chicago, near Wheaton, Lombard, Downers Grove, just north of Woodridge, north of Darien. And we're just waiting for a new radar scan here. And this tornado warning has been updated. It is still confirmed. So the Will County, Illinois tornado here is still confirmed. Where?
Yeah. Not specified, but Chicago suburb.
Okay.
The debris definitely a big concern with this.
Yeah. That's still a tornado right here. So just east of Wolves. Still definitely have a tornado. That's going to be going right into Bolingbrook. That's a pretty tight couplet. Same thing. The one near Naperville does not look as tight, but it might be on the ground still. Waiting for the regional radar site to update. That might be a debris signature right there. Just nothing's updating yet. Okay, let's see. That might be it right there. West of Bolingbrook. Not definitive. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be going through this community here, back over near Highway 59. It's on track for Bolingbrook and Barber's Corners. Again, if you're in Romeoville, even though the tornado not right now on track for you, stay in your safe place in case one does end up dropping, maybe to your west, or if you get a significant surge of wind, which is pretty likely. I'm not seeing anything definitive right now in the Warrensville tornado either. The one that's there near Warrensville, or Warrenville, northwest of Naperville. I'm not seeing anything definitively on the ground there. Let's go back down to the south and make sure we're not missing anything else. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's on the ground or tightening right now near Bloomington, so good news there. It's all wind right now by the looks of it. We are still looking at destructive damaging winds though near Bloomington, Urbana, and Empire and Clinton, and even Decatur. Those areas will be dealing with damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Again, that is a significant threat, so you need to make sure that you're staying away from windows if you are in any sort of severe thunderstorm warning like that.
A new tornado warning has been
We have a new
issued.
tornado warning for Kendall, Cook, Grundy, and Will counties in Illinois. Not sure where that's going to be. It might be down here to the south. Waiting for it to update here. There it is. All right, brand new tornado warning. This is a pretty big one. This is for anyone in Shanahan, Joliet, Chicago Heights, and Hammond. Basically all of northeastern parts of Illinois, just south of Chicago. We actually have a tornado, it looks like, on the ground west of Minoka. I think we have one at least. Looks like we have a tornado on the ground there. So another debris signature that is west of Minoka. It is going to be approaching Joliet. We have several kinks in this line right now. Like, there are several that could be on the ground. I'm going to give radar a second update. Because this is about 4 minutes behind. Here's the latest radar scan. Yeah, here's the latest scan. Should update in a second. Again, we could have tornadoes anywhere in this line right now. There are several kinks. Several. Now, if you're just tuning in and know any friends or family in this area, make sure to give them a call or text and make sure that they are prepared for these storms. Make sure that they're getting to their safe place if they are under a tornado warning as well, as this is a relatively dangerous situation where we at least have significant damaging winds, but we could still have tornadoes as well with any of these storms, like literally any of them. It's a good idea to be getting to your safe place if you're in any of these tornado warnings. Looks like we're about to have a tornado drop near Plainfield. So this is another couplet that's developed near Plainfield. Likely tornado just south of Plainfield. And we may still have a tornado near Bolingbrook. There's still rotation. I don't see anything definitively saying it's on the ground, but it might still be. So stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. But we got several couplets. I cannot stress it enough. Like, we have literally 1, 2, we might even have like 4 or 5 all in the same warning. Like, there are basically 4 or 5 different areas of rotation approaching Joliet. Like, there's no doubt in my mind, like, this is not something that you want to be joking around with. Get to your safe place. We could have multiple tornadoes on the ground moving eastbound. Looks like we do have tornado genesis happening. This is gonna be on this storm or this rotation right here near Plainfield. So this one is definitely trying to intensify. You can see it right here on the storm relative velocity is pretty clear. This tornado might already be on the ground. It's just south of Plainfield. You're going to be going right into Lily Cache, Crystal Lawns, and Coyness, and eventually going towards Lockport. We have a new tornado warning. It's another big one. That's for Evanston, Arlington Heights, Schwamberg, all included. Elk Grove Village, Des Plaines. We have several areas. We have at least 1 or 2 areas of rotation up here. So just so you know what we have right now, the only area that's not included in this basically is Chicago, and then like this weird little intersection here, or like a little weird sliver near Woodridge. In the Chicago suburbs, that's not included in the warning. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings well out in front of this line of storms. They go all the way now into eastern Illinois. Main concern again is damaging winds that are going to be upwards of 60 to 75 miles per hour. All right, we got it updating right now. Yeah, get below ground if you're in this warning as well, if you can. below ground, storm shelter, closet, bathroom, whatever it might be. Whatever is the most interior room of your home or building and away from windows is where you've got to be right now. This is the latest scan. We're going to go through every little area of rotation here in a second. Just gotta make sure everything updates. Alright, the CC radar is not going to help us until we actually have couplets, so let's wait for velocities. Come on, velocities, you can do it. Update, please. There we go. Alright, here's the latest update on velocities. So we got a little couplet near Carroll Stream. That one doesn't look like it's on the ground. We got one east of Warrenville. That one might be on the ground near Donata Farms, approaching Foxcroft in Valley View. It's moving eastbound right now, towards Downers Grove. There might still be something here near Bolingbrook. It's just not very definitive. And then we have several other couplets. We got like literally 3 in a line right here. We got one near Shorewood. We got one near Lily Cache. We got the other one west of Crest Hill. Any of these could be on the ground. We don't have any clear debris signature, but we have 3 areas of rotation in a row right there. We do have a tornado for sure near Shannonbon, or Shannonhon, going towards Millsdale and Elwood. So this one is on the ground. That is a debris signature moving to the east-northeast. It's going to be approaching the south side of Joliet, west of Manhattan, near Elwood, sorry. Make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in this warning. We do have a tornado there for sure, according to radar. That is definitely a debris signature right there. I'm gonna just make sure we don't have anything else further south. Everything else down to the south is wind, for the most part. I don't see anything rotating. Guys, I appreciate everybody sending in photos and videos on Twitter. I can be honest with you, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see any of them. We have so many rotation areas, it's gonna be hard to try to get to any of those. Okay. We have our tech guy behind me in case he finds anything. On Twitter, I guess.
There's just everyone reposting about the warnings.
But feel free if you want to. You can add me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX if you do have any photos or videos. We'll try to at least retweet some of them. This is a definite tornado, though, on the ground just south of Shannonhon, going towards Elwood. It's on track for the south side of Joliet, west of Manhattan. So that is definitely on the ground right now, moving east-northeast. Again, make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in that warning. Let me go to this overlay real quick. We got some live cams that are going to be kind of in this area. So right side of your screen, you'll kind of see them. Let me update this one right here. These are the virtual rail fans. Alright. Alright, we got a new scan coming in. We'll see what it looks like. Honestly, this right here near Naperville looks like it might drop. But we're going to see what it looks like on the next scan. Should be in just a second. Alright, this is the latest reflectivity update. Let's see what CC is updated. Looks like we still have a tornado near Elwood. That's on the northwest side of Elwood near Route 17 or Highway 17 or Road 17. Moving east-northeast, it's on track for Manhattan if it does stay on the ground for a while. There might be a tornado on the ground on the west side of Joliet, but again, can't confirm it quite yet. Just waiting for velocities to update.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. McLean is the new tornado warning. McLean, that's going to be just east of Bloomington. They have issued a new tornado warning. That might actually be on the ground, or that just might be clear air. Kind of leaning towards clear air. But anyways, new tornado warning for Aerosmith, Saybrook, and Bellflower east of Bloomington, Illinois. So if you are in that warning, man, get to your safe place. We might have a tornado going right towards the radar site. There's at least a couplet right now going right towards that radar site near Lockport. Can't confirm it officially. I think we have a tornado on the ground now on the west side of Joliet. So we have yet again probably a tornado on the ground near Joliet right now. Not 100% guaranteeing it, but it's pretty likely that we have a tornado right now on the west side of Joliet. It's moving east-northeast. It'll be going just off, it's going to stay just north of Interstate 80. And this one is definitely still on the ground. We have really no doubt about that one near Elwood. That is definitely still on the ground by the looks of it. I mean, even the terminal radar sites, they're picking up on all of them, basically. We had so many couplets. Let me go further north. I'm not seeing anything on the ground to the west of Chicago. But again, stay in your safe place just in case. At the bare minimum, we at least have 1 or 2 tornadoes on the ground right now near Joliet or just south of Joliet. We might have one just to the west of the radar site. These are the 3 pockets of rotation that I'm really the most concerned about right now. The other ones to the north, I didn't see anything that was on the ground. Idle slide. Where's that? It's this one near Joliet. Okay, I think this is on the ground. The one on the west side of Joliet. I'm gonna go to base velocities. Let me go back storm relative. Let's go velocities. Let's go tilt 2. Yeah, I think we have a tornado on the ground on the west side of Joliet. It's gonna be probably already in town at this point. Yeah, we have a debris signature right there. That's on the ground. I think we have a tornado on the ground also north of Crest Hill. That's near Division Street, west of Lockport in Illinois.
Let me check that.
Elwood? Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, this
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Once radar confirmed. Alright, we got a new radar scan coming in right now. Let me go back to reflectivity. Sorry, we're kind of zooming around a lot. We got a lot of tornadoes happening right now, like a lot of quick ones, but there's a lot of stuff happening, so we're gonna be zooming around just a little bit here. We're gonna be focused on anything that is on the ground or appears to be on the ground. Just waiting for velocities to update. Alright, we're just gonna go to tilt 2, correlation coefficient. Let me go to that first. Well, we have a pretty clear tornado on the north side of Elwood. That was moments ago, but that was 3 minutes ago. Very clear. You can see it now in this latest scan. Still pretty clearly have a tornado on the ground northwest of Manhattan. That's approaching Frankfort in Illinois. On track. Long term, I don't think it'll stay on the ground forever, but if it does go further to the east, it'll be going towards Chicago Heights, Tinley Park, Harvey, and Hammond. I still think we have a tornado on the ground near Joliet. I'm gonna go back to CC. We're gonna go back to tilt 2. The National Weather Service of Chicago is currently taking shelter as there is possibly a tornado right over the radar site right now. If you have any other updates on her, let me know. Okay. Alright. Let's go back to radar again. Just making sure we're checking reports here. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also at Hunter Hurley WX. I don't think he minds if you have any reports. Hopefully you don't mind. I'm just calling you out, I guess.
A new tornado warning has
We have
been
a new
issued.
tornado warning for Cook and DuPage counties. That is for Chicago, I think. I could be wrong. I'm guessing that we're just gonna have tornado warnings for this entire line at this point. Yeah, there you go. Chicago now under a tornado warning. That's gonna be for Chicago, Oak Lawn, Burbank, Cicero, Oak Park. If you're in any of these areas, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Man, oh man. That rotation. We still got a debris signature nearing Manhattan. We'll have another radar scan in a second, just waiting for that. Now let's go back to storm relative. Actually, let's go back to CC tilt 2, I think. We'll have another radar scan in a second. We're just kind of waiting for another update. Here it is. I think we might have a tornado on the southeast side of the radar site, just waiting for it to update. That's gonna be near Lockport. That's coming right off the radar site area. The National Weather Service of Chicago just reportedly took shelter because of that tornado being nearby. I'm not seeing anything definitively on the ground right now going towards Chicago, but again, if you're in Chicago, you gotta be in your safe place. If you have somewhere that you can go underground, go there. If you have a storm shelter, make sure that you are seeking shelter. Again, away from windows, lowest floor possible, wherever that place might be, you gotta make sure that you're seeking shelter. Let's go back to... That is still a tornado, so we still have a tornado right now north of Manhattan. So that is still on the ground. We've had that on the ground for several minutes. Two more areas just southeast of Lockport. It still appears as if we have a tornado near Lockport going towards Homer Glen. The only good news I have for you guys right now, if you're in Chicago, is that this line is like maybe 20 minutes from going into Lake Michigan. The bad news is that this is pretty imminent. Is Brandon still chasing? He's on one of these? Where is he? Oh, he's behind it. Okay. Brandon Kopic's still behind this. I kind of forgot. I thought he might have... He's still going. He's chugging along. But definitely still have a tornado north of Manhattan. And then back over near Lockport. Probable tornado somewhere in this area. Let me go back to Tilt 2 CC and see if we can have a clear view of that. Maybe Tilt 3. Yeah, if we have a tornado, it's going to be somewhere on the southeast side of Lockport. We're just so close to the radar site. It's pretty hard to see. Still have a tornado warning in central Illinois, east of Bloomington. That rotation's been pretty broad. Nothing really imminent there, but just continue to stay in your safe place. Again, if you're under any severe thunderstorm warning, I really recommend you staying in your safe place. We are still talking about a significant straight line damaging wind threat in Illinois. I'll have another radar scan in a second. I'm going to stay zoomed out for the time being until we have another scan. But further reminder, we have several tornadoes on the ground that have been mostly embedded in this line. Most of them have been south of Chicago. We've had a couple back west of Chicago. Nothing, though, right now on the ground from what we see west of Chicago. But if you are in Chicago, if you're in Evanston, if you're in Chicago Heights, Hammond, or Joliet, you got to be in your safe place. We have multiple tornadoes that have been ongoing here. A lot of them should be pretty quick. A lot of them should be weak. But unfortunately, there are a lot of them that have been happening over the last several minutes. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Should update in a moment. A friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll keep you posted with the latest as these storms do continue to evolve here in northeastern Illinois. See what this velocity scan shows here. We may still have a tornado heading right into Frankfurt here in a second. Yeah, that still looks like it's on the ground. I mean, just looking at velocities. This one's been kind of long tracked. The debris signature doesn't look as large, but we still at least have a tight couplet. So it's very possible that we have a tornado that'll be heading right into Frankfurt, eventually into Matteosin, Chicago Heights, and Park Forest. This is currently moving east-northeast. Let me go back further up here. I'm not seeing anything on the ground right now near Chicago, but again, it's very possible that something drops over the next few minutes. We still have several circulations here. The strongest circulation that we have is right over the south side of Hillside, near Chicago is what I'm talking about. Going towards Westchester, Broadview, and Maywood. See if we have a CC drop on that. I'm not seeing a CC drop up there, but very possible that we get a tornado with that activity. That rotation's pretty tight. All right, we'll wait for another radar scan. This has been unbelievable. There are 41,000 of you guys watching. We never had that many viewers before. I just want to let you know, if you have any friends or family in this area, make sure they're aware of this. You don't have to share the stream. I don't really care if you do or don't. Just make sure that they're at least aware of this situation that's happening. It's 9:30. Most people should be awake right now, but you never know. There might be some people that sleep early, so. Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah, that was earlier.
It's night right now.
Yeah. I was actually going to show that on stream. I never had an opportunity to.
Yeah, crazy.
Had non-stop tornado warnings.
Just everyone talking about hearing sirens. Take the sirens seriously.
Yep. Alright, we'll have another radar scan in a second. Actually, I'm just going to go to the terminal radar site. Let's go here. Alright, we have a couple of couplets. We got one near Interstate 294 east of Addison. We got another one approaching Oak Park, Berwyn, and Cicero. So we got a couple areas of rotation moving eastbound. Still got a little bit of rotation to the southeast of Darien. And we got plenty of rotation to the southeast of Lockport, near Frankfort, approaching Tingley Park. And eventually going toward Chicago Heights and Harvey. So there are several areas of rotation. See what the velocities show here. Outbreak? I don't know if we would call this an outbreak. I mean, you could probably at least say this is a small-scale tornado outbreak from what we've seen so far. Yes, there are a lot of tornado warnings, but again, a lot of these tornadoes have been pretty quick. They are QLCS tornadoes. This was in the forecast for today. So there's really no shockers here. There are a lot of warnings, obviously, and there's a lot of rotation. There's no doubt about that, but I would say overall this is not shocking. Alright, this rotation here, Frankfort, may have just gone outflow driven. We have strong winds here. The bare minimum. Moving east-northeast. We might still have a tornado on the ground. We had one before when it was before Frankfort. I'm not seeing anything definitively on the ground on this latest scan. We might have something on the ground somewhere in here. I just don't see anything clearly. Let me go back over to this. Let's go to CC tilt 2. I'm not seeing anything definitive. We might have a tornado near Homer Glen. I just don't see it. A few minutes ago we did. Not seeing anything definitively right now. We already have a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Indiana. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour will be possible. Aubrey Hills. Let me find that. Aubrey Hills. Arbery Hills. Possibly a tornado near Interstate 80, just around Makina near Aubrey Hills. But possibly a tornado crossing over Interstate 80. That's going towards Tinley Park and Oak Forest. And we have a new observed tornado warning for Indiana. That's the wrong screen.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new observed tornado warning. That's going to be for Indiana. That's Gary and Merrillville. And then we still have a tornado warning back over near Kankakee. and Bourboneus. Again, let's go with the pronunciations. Those are the new tornado warnings. Still a lot of areas of rotation right now. And we'll have another radar scan in a second. Just waiting for everything to update.
Confirmation. Naperville.
Holy crap, in Naperville? I don't.
That was a while ago. That was about 10 minutes ago.
That's crazy if it was that large.
Large web, not still.
Probably a stovepipe. We have a tornado on the ground, it looks like near Bridgeport. Right now, approaching Chicago. Looks like a TDS right there. Another tornadic debris signature here near Interstate 55. Likely tornado right now going right toward Chicago. Debris signature just west of Burbank. It's going to be north of Oaklawn. Gotta be in your safe place if you're in this warning. And we might have a tornado trying to drop again near Frankfurt. We still have a tight couplet there as well, going towards Chicago Heights. But despite there not being a significant tightening on velocities, I do think that is a tornado that has just dropped near Interstate 55. It's going to be going east-northeast, and it'll eventually go towards the south side of Chicago. So you got to be in your safe place if you're in Chicago. I know it's a big city. Not saying we're going to see a huge tornado with this, but there is a tornado on the ground. Moving east-northeast, going towards Garfield Ridge. Lots of places on the southwest side of Chicago here near Burbank. That does appear to be a tornado moving east-northeast. Go to this close-up terminal radar site. Yeah, this is definitely a tornado. I mean, there wasn't really doubt before, but this is definitely a tornado near Justice in Bridgeview. We might even have another one dropping near Maywood. And we also might have another one south of Park Ridge. We might even have another one southeast of Oak Grove Village. I mean, it's unbelievable. We have so many areas of rotation. And you could basically say the same thing about anything south of Orland Park. There are several couplets. Go back to velocities again. I'll have another scan in a second. Still a tornado near Garfield Ridge. There was a tornado spotted near Midway Airport. I don't know where that is, though. Let me look it up. There is a new observed tornado, and that's going to be this warning, I'm pretty sure, for Chicago. So that just got upgraded to observed, and I clicked the run button again.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So new observed tornado for those near Chicago. Might have already occluded, but that would be it right there if it is still on the ground. It's gonna be north of Burbank. Again, this environment is very favorable for tornadoes, but a lot of these are quick. So again, they might not even they might happen in between radar scans. All right, Midway Airport's right here. So this would have been the tornado that was observed. So this is an observed tornado, both by people and also by radar. And again, if it is still on the ground, it's going to be going right into areas that are very populated south of Chicago. Lots of people live in this area. West Lawn, Chicago Lawn, Gage Park, West Englewood, New City, McKinley Park are just some of the names that are in the track of this tornado. Now, again, it's not a huge tornado from what we're seeing on velocity, so again, there's no reason to be panicking. Just get to your safe place. As long as you're in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, I think you'll be all right. I know there's a lot of stuff happening right now, and I know a lot of you might be thinking there's probably this massive tornado coming. We don't have anything huge, at least from what we've been seeing so far. But there are tornadoes that are happening still, and you need to take every tornado seriously, no matter what the size is. And we may still have a tornado going towards Homewood, near Chicago Heights, near Hazel Crest. I'll have an update here in a second. By the way, that bottom right camera is Quincy, Illinois. That is not Texarkana. Just an FYI. I don't know why it said that. Looks like Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and also on YouTube, he is currently in an area where there's damage. You can see it's very backed up traffic. Nobody's moving. That was back over where the tornado hit near Elwood. That's right near Interstate 55. I'm pretty sure a tornado crossed the interstate there. Still appears as if we do have a tornado just to the northwest of Chicago Heights. Going to be going right towards Homewood. Still got a tornado near Bridgeview. Possible tornado dropping near Oak Park. And we still have a couple of little couplets back over to the southwest of Evanston. So be in your safe place if you're in these areas. We got still several couplets, many of them producing quick tornadoes as they continue to move east. We got several areas of rotation as well back over. Again, we've been talking about these, but just south of Oak Lawn. These are all down to the south of Chicago, going towards Chicago Heights, Harvey, Hammond, and eventually into northwest Indiana. We're really legitimately, again, we could have several tornadoes on the ground as we speak. It's just very hard to confirm every single one of them with so many couplets. We have a new tornado warning again in Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is going to be for Piatt and Champaign counties. Which I think is down here. Yeah. New tornado warning west of Urbana near Mahomet. North of Monticello near Interstate 72. If you are in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Crestwood. Go to Crestwood here. Yeah, we have another tornado on the ground that's going to be just to the south of Oak Lawn, west of Blue Island. We have another tornado there, east of Orland Park. That right there is a tornado. Going to be going right into Blue Island, just south of Oak Lawn. It's another tornado debris signature. And we might have another one near Homewood. I mean, there literally could be several tornadoes. We got one here, maybe one there. They're everywhere. There are several tornadoes. Now, again, a lot of them are small and weak, but still, there are several. There are a ton of TDS signatures that we're seeing on radar. And we might even have more dropping down here to the south. I mean, we got more kinks down to the south of Chicago Heights. It's a bit more rural, but there are a few areas there that are trying to tighten at least. This is definitely a tornado. That actually just hit the terminal radar site. That's near Robbins. It's going to be approaching Blue Island. So that right there is definitely a tornado. That is moving east-northeast. On track for the Cottage, West Pullman, Riverdale, Roseland, and Morgan Park.
I want check code.
Yeah, O'Hare? Oh, that's actually further north, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, O'Hare Airport. I'm not seeing anything definitively here. Let's go to terminal radar site.
I did earlier.
Yeah, it might have been before.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, there was tight rotation there earlier. We may have had a tornado near O'Hare Airport, or at least a funnel or something. But it looks like that occluded, or it's broadened at least for the time being. We have a new tornado warning for Jasper, Newton Lake, and Iroquois County, Illinois. But most of those are Indiana. I think it's going to be this right here, probably. Yeah, that's a large warning, too. Basically, this entire line is capable of producing tornadoes. If it... at this point, if you didn't know, we have a chance for tornadoes basically anywhere in this line. It's pretty unbelievable. The southern complex is less likely, but anything up here near Chicago, very likely to at least have some sort of tornadic activity. And we have a tornado on the ground right now near Homewood. For sure. That's another debris signature, I think. Actually, that might not be. Never mind. That's behind. Just kidding. That might not be on the ground. If there is one, it's going to be on the leading edge. So that might not be on the ground. What are they saying?
Active.
I don't see anything near O'Hare. I think it already passed O'Hare. All right, let's go back to this radar. I don't know if this one got knocked out. It looks like it didn't. There was a tornado by the looks of it that went right over this radar site. Got a circulation here south of Chicago. We got another one east of Blue Island. We got another one near Harvey. We got one down over north of Chicago Heights. There are several circulations right now, and any of these could be on the ground as they move east. I'm just going to zoom out so everybody has a view of what's happening, just so you got an idea of what's happening right now. We got several tornadoes that have been confirmed, observed, or radar indicated confirmed tornadoes. We've had several. Again, a lot of these are capable of producing damage, but again, we're looking at mostly quick and brief tornadoes. These are QLCS tornadoes, which means quasi-linear convective system. Basically, tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. So, again, take it seriously, but I'm just saying, there's no reason to be panicking right now. Just make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and you'll be fine. With that said, if you're in a mobile home, you need to make sure that you're going to a sturdy structure, because any of these places out here in Indiana are at least going to be seeing some level of damaging winds, at least, you know, at least within like a 30-mile radius, where at least going to have some damaging winds. Maybe even an isolated tornado or two. So make sure that you're prepared for that. And there will be power outages, so have flashlights ready to go. Not everybody's going to see power outages, but you might. So, you know, be ready. Have flashlights ready to go, charge up devices. And again, we might have a tornado on the ground south side of Chicago. So that's something to watch for. That's going to be going right towards Interstate 9094. Bex Park and Woodlawn and Hyde Park will be in the track of this. Again, if you're anywhere in the warnings, you got to be in your safe place. We have multiple couplets still down here to the south. Near Blue Island, Dolton, Hammond, Harvey. Several areas right now where we have rotation. I'm not seeing a whole lot back up near the O'Hare Airport. I've seen a lot of people saying stuff about that. We may have had something before, but I'm not seeing anything tight right now. Looks like a lot of broad circulation now. But reportedly, there was something that happened up there. I don't have a whole lot of details about it, unless you do.
It's unclear, but some people are saying that there was spotting on a webcam, and that the National Weather Service in the area did also feel a bit iffy about it. I'm not sure if it was just rain wrapped or just a ton of rain that like scud possibly.
Okay.
But there is a lot of talks about it possibly being around O'Hare. But if radar is not showing anything velocity wise, then it's a bit up for debate.
Okay.
There's a station closer to it.
We got 3 radar sites. I haven't seen anything I saw it tightening when it was at O'Hare Airport. I haven't seen anything recently though.
Yeah, like I'm seeing people like 21 seconds ago.
That might just be delayed. Who knows?
Possibly.
It's Twitter.
Fair enough, you got me there.
Get John on the mic. If he has anything else to say, I'll get John on the mic.
Yeah.
He's just kind of relaying information. He's next to me, so. Alright, let's go back to... I'm gonna go south real quick. We haven't done down here in a while.
I'll be about 15 minutes.
15 minutes ago. Okay, that was a little while ago.
Yeah, it was a post talk about everyone at air about 15, 16 minutes ago. A shelter on the ground.
Gotcha. Okay. This southern tornado warning still ongoing near Mahomet, west of Urbana. I'm not seeing anything definitively on the ground here, but just continue to stay in your safe place. At the bare minimum, we are talking about pretty much numerous to widespread damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, moving across eastern Illinois and eventually into western Indiana. The tornado threat really has been peaking for the last several minutes, really the last 45 minutes. Have had multiple couplets. Not seeing any tornado on the ground, though, down to the south of Chicago Heights. Everything's still mostly wind with some notches. We have any tornado right now, I would say it had to be near Hammond. We'll see what the velocities update shows here in a second. Here's the latest update. So we got a couple areas of rotation. We've had one also south of Chicago, which has been on the stronger side of things. We may still have some sort of small tornado here near Englewood. It's about to be moving into Lake Michigan, so the concern for that one is going to be dying down here soon. Let's go back to the terminal radar site. Not seeing nearly as much, which is good news. We've had a lot of couplets. A lot of the couplets that we just had have been coming a little bit less intense. We still have some rotation right now near Dalton and Hammond, all moving eastbound. And then back over near Chicago. Not seeing anything definitive. I mean, again, the good news right now is that a lot of this is going to be moving offshore in a few minutes. So just continue to hunker down if you're in the tornado warnings until they're officially done. But we're probably a good maybe 7 or 8 minutes until most of this activity here is offshore. So Chicago and Evanston. Our really big concern that's going to happen after this would be anything over in northwest Indiana and eastern Illinois. So those will be the next areas to watch for. ABC 7 Chicago is showing power flashes at the O'Hare camera. Okay, thank you for the report. All right, so that's at least one report that we had from O'Hare. We got a new radar scan going right through right now. Is this a derecho? I wouldn't be surprised if, after the fact, this is a confirmed derecho. With what we've seen so far. But, again, that usually gets surveyed the day after. They still have a tornado there near Riverdale. I'm trying to confirm. Let's go to Tilt 2. Tilt 2 hasn't updated yet. Alright, here's the latest scan. Not seeing anything definitive, but we might have a tornado near Dalton. I'm not seeing nearly as much as what we've had. That might be on the ground still. This one near Woodlawn and Hyde Park. Maybe a small tornado there. That's about to be going to Lake Michigan. After this, it'll be a fishnado. Everything up here is relatively broad near Evanston. Just continue to stay in your safe place for the next few minutes in case something does try to drop there. Okay. We have a couple notches right now in Indiana. So again, our focus right now is still in Chicago for at least a few more minutes, but we're going to start to really focus on Indiana and eastern Illinois, and also southern Illinois if anything happens, because most of these storms about to be going in Lake Michigan, they become less relevant. But we have we at least have a few couplets. We got one over north of Snyder, and we also have Schneider. We also have another one southwest of Merrillville. So still a couple of couplets there that might try to drop tornadoes down the road. Nothing on the ground or confirmed right now, but that one near 41 is trying to tighten. So that one's near North Hayden, near Lowell. And it's going to be going towards Orchard Grove and Interstate 65. Hunter, I saw that. It might be anticyclonic. Like, we might have an anticyclonic tornado on the north side of Chicago. It's not 100% guaranteed, but there might be something there. It's about to be going to Lake Michigan, but there might be a tornado there. If it is, it's anticyclonic. I did see that. I just didn't look definitive. Let me go back to terminal. See if terminal radar site's showing that. It doesn't really show it, but I'm guessing that's probably... Yeah, we may have an anticyclonic tornado there. That'd be right on the north side of Chicago. Not definitive, but I wouldn't be surprised. Just kind of messy for a CC signature. We may have a tornado dropping near Cedar Grove. Nothing official. The one near Lowell has been tightening up in Indiana, so we'll be watching that closely as that moves east. I'm going to zoom out just for the time being. We'll wait for the next scan. We've had tornadoes confirmed at places like O'Hare Airport in the past. Again, not like recent, but in the past. Apparently back over near the O'Hare Airport, Midway Airport, both those airports we've had reports of tornadoes. So, and several. Got a lot of debris signatures too. It's been unbelievable. Lots of QLCS tornadoes. All right, here's the latest scan. Chicago, we have nothing on land anymore when it comes to the tornado threat, it looks like. So, Chicago, just stay in your safe place for the next 2 minutes. The warning expires in 2 minutes, unless it gets canceled. They have canceled the one for Evanston, so that warning's done. Still got one for Chicago, Cicero, Oak Park, just east of Oak Lawn. Everything back down here to the south, though, is really going to be our next concern in northeast or northwest Indiana. That's where the concern is going to start to grow. But everything in southern Illinois, central and southern Illinois, because I know a lot of people are wondering about different places. Back over in central and southern Illinois, this is almost all outflow-driven activity. So at this point, give me 1 second.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All of this activity in central and southern Illinois should be mostly wind. Maybe an isolated brief tornado, but I think it's going to be mostly just wind from here on out with that activity. The activity that I think will still be able to produce tornadoes is going to be this back over in northwest Indiana and northeast Illinois, which most of that stuff in Illinois is moving out. So that's good news. Most of it's moving out right now. But this is the area where the greatest threat for tornadoes will exist, probably for the next couple hours. I think it's going to be northwest Indiana and eventually into southwest Michigan once that Boeing segment gets over there into southwest Michigan and northern and northwestern Indiana. The tornado warning for Chicago was canceled, so if you are in Chicago, you are good. All right, so you can get out of your safe place and go party or whatever you're doing before. Maybe playing the new college football game, but who knows. So you're good if you're in Chicago now. But if you're still south of Chicago near Hammond or Chicago Heights, stay in your safe place until this warning's officially expired, which it actually just did. So that one's done now. And we are back down to 4 tornado warnings. So there's been some relief. But we still have an observed tornado warning for both those in Merrillville and Gary, and also for Valparaiso and Portage back over in northwestern Indiana. So if you are in these areas, continue to stay in your safe place. We're not seeing anything definitive on the debris signature, like the correlation coefficient, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on this as it does move east. Moves east, sorry. Need a breather. Man, it's been unbelievable last hour and a half. It's been non-stop talking about tornadoes. It's been non-stop. I got Chick-fil-A like 2 hours ago. Couldn't even eat it. Fries are cold. Pretty typical. Might have a tornado on the ground near Crown Point. Let's see what the velocities show. Might be a tornado. Waiting for velocities here. They kind of line up with it, so we might have a tornado going into Crown Point in near Shady Lawn in northwestern Indiana. Probably got some water spouts just east of Chicago now. Nothing imminent for land, but if you know any fish in Lake Michigan, make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure that they're aware of that. I've been hearing that. I think it's when I move my chair, to be honest, or something. I don't know. I have no clue.
There might be a cable.
Yeah, that might be.
Crack it up.
Yeah, that's fun.
It's not 2.
Do you have work tomorrow?
3.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Actually, it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. May have just had a brief tornado near Crown Point, but I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore. I'm not seeing anything confirmed by radar. But just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in these warnings. They have updated this warning, which is still radar indicated. For the time being. Well, while we wait for another radar scan, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And also make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. We've gained like an insane amount of subscribers today. I think we've gained like 10,000. That's insane. Unbelievable. By the way, huge shout out to Justin for another 50 gifted members, and in addition to that, a $50 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Justin. You've been way too kind. Thank you to anybody that's become a member, super chatted, donated. I will try to get to them after if we have like nothing on the ground, but for the time being, as long as there's something on the ground, we're going to continue to obviously focus on that. Or if something's imminent. We still have a couple of couplets here in northwest Indiana. We got one south of Merrillville, and we got one north of Shelby. So those are the two main areas that I'm looking at. We got like 1, 2, 3. So 3 couplets on radar that I'm looking at. But we are still looking at numerous to even maybe widespread damaging winds in this area. At the bare minimum, moving eastbound. Here's the latest radar scan. Is everything done? Does it look done? I mean, look at the radar. I mean, I think the peak of the threat is done, but we're still looking at severe weather probably for the next 3 to 4 hours. The tornado threat will probably still exist all the way up until about midnight, maybe even a bit later than that. Central time. These are the two main couplets that we're looking at right now in Indiana. We're going to continue to follow these very closely. Thank you, Elaine, for the $5 Venmo. Thank you, Bridget, also for the $10 Venmo. Brandon's helping people that are injured. Yeah, checking on Brandon real quick. Yeah, this is Brandon Kopic, who is again on Radar Omega and on YouTube. This is what it looks like right now on I-55. Just to the south of Millsdale and north of Lorenzo. There's definitely some damage there. I can't really tell what's happening there in the middle. There might be a car accident or something like that. Yeah, possibly a flip semi or something like that too. But Brandon Kopic is always out there helping people. Huge shout out to him. He's right now out there helping people out, like he always does. That is definitely clear air. Okay. 190,000 without power. Actually, let's check the power outage map here. We probably have a ton of power outages. Illinois currently 190,000 without power now in Illinois. That number is only going to go up, I think, over the next like 30 minutes. And then Iowa capped out at about 42,000 without power at this point. And then Indiana only at 2,500, but the storms are just entering the state right now. So we're still a little ways away from that number, probably climbing. These are, again, the two main circulations just south of Merrillville. Continuing to watch these primarily in northwest Indiana. And we'll continue to provide updates if anything does drop again. Hey, Joseph for the $9.99. Appreciate the generosity. Yeah, Chicago's good. If you're in Chicago, whatever's left is just rain and lightning. Maybe some cheese curd sized hail. You never know. I do apologize for eating Culver's today. Not a good decision.
Did you?
I did eat Culver's today. Connor Croft did too, so I think, you know.
Oh, so curse times 2.
Yeah. Couple curses. Thank you, David, for the $4.99. Also, thank you, Robert, for the $5 super chat. It's still an observed tornado warning. These are radar confirmed tornadoes right now. This storm is, I've never seen this warning. This storm is producing multiple tornadoes at the same time. I'm guessing they had that back over in Illinois. We just could never check. There were so many things happening at once. Hunter, are you seeing anything, by the way? I haven't seen any TDS signature. Really, the only one I saw was southwest of Crown Point. Thank you also, particular, for the $10 super chat. And these are the main areas of circulation. I mean, we got like, really got like multiple. We got about 5 areas of rotation, maybe even 6. Not seeing anything officially confirmed here, but those are really the areas that I'm looking at right now. Okay, I gotcha. I respect that. Grabbing a drink. Thank you, Scott, also for the $10 super chat. We are kind of in between radar sites right now, so confirming anything via radar is going to be a bit more difficult than before. But we still have multiple areas of circulation, and again, any of these could be on the ground right now. But we would need a more significant tornado at this point, like something that's lifting debris up much higher up into the atmosphere for there to be something on the ground here. Like, at least officially confirmed by CC. The other voice is Andy? Andy's not here. This is just my friend John that's in my room. He came here in case we had any technical issues. Because, I mean, with how many viewers we had, I'm surprised we didn't have any glitch out of internet or something stupid. Every time we've gone to, like, a 25,000 viewers, it, for some reason, decides to bug out. Alright, we're just gonna stay... I'm just gonna stay zoomed out for the time being. Wait for another radar scan, see if anything happens. Am I planning on going live tomorrow for New York and Vermont? I doubt it. I really doubt it. I'm taking a break. Unless something gets upgraded tomorrow, I'm not going to be live. There's just, like, no way. With how long we've been live. I mean, we've been live for 6 hours. I feel like I've been live for 24 hours now. With how much I've been talking. I don't know if anybody's able to measure words per minute, but it's probably very high up there with how many words we've been speaking per minute. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll see if we can confirm anything. Yeah, I really only go live. I mean, I've been live a lot recently, but I only go live when I think something's gonna be a bit more significant, so.
A new tornado
Tomorrow
warning
does
has
not
been
look
issued.
significant at all to me. I haven't looked recently, but like from what I looked at earlier today, it looked really minuscule. Do have a new tornado warning. That is going to be for Marshall, Berrien, or sorry, all right, let's go through this again. Marshall, St. Joseph, and Stark counties in Indiana, and then also for Berrien County in Michigan. So we have now a new tornado warning here. It's a large one, but it's because we've had several areas of rotation. That is for LaPorte, Kankakee, Springfield, New Buffalo, and LaPorte. Pronunciations, no. So if you're in that warning though, seek shelter. We still have a chance for tornadoes as this continues to move eastbound. Do you want to take over while I go pee or no? You can if you want. If you want to talk about the radar, go for it if you want.
I mean,
It's up to you. Go for it.
I don't know.
I'll be back in 60 seconds.
How's it going, chat? Yeah, I would assist, but again, I don't know the controls to Radar Omega. But just to reiterate, if you're in these warning zones, please make sure that you're in your safe spot. Alright, just
Alright,
fan.
I'm back.
And I gotta spend some time more in the Omega.
Oh, you need no controls? Just use a mouse.
Controls.
I mean, you could do
Oh, no, I
shift,
see, like,
shift
spamming,
V.
Like, see, I don't know the shortcuts and all that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
On the radars.
That's literally just V, R, and C.
Okay,
Basically, whatever stands for whatever it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Tail, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Joseph, for the super chat. Hope you wash your hands. Thanks.
I can confirm you did.
Yeah, see? Alright, there you go. Heard it here first. Might have a tornado dropping near Hebron and going towards the Couts area. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Tight couplet right now near Couts. It's near Boone Grove and the Aylesworth area. Might have a tornado on the ground. If it isn't, it's very close to being on the ground. Latest scan still showing that rotation on the west-northwest side of Couts. We have a couple other areas of rotation as well near Aberdeen and Valparaiso. So we're still watching that closely as that continues to move east. All the tornado warnings at this point, aside from this one's still technically observed near Valparaiso. It doesn't really specify which one is observed. I haven't seen anything. They've been mostly radar confirmed. If we have one, it's going to be on the northwest side of Couts, west of Malden. Still no debris signature, unless that is. I don't think it is. It's just spec. Yeah, that's just a spec. So a little bit broader of circulation on the northwest side of Couts. The bare minimum, we are talking about damaging winds, and we still have a little bit of rotation near Valparaiso. Still have some rotation near Morocco. And maybe one near Wheatfield. I mean, there are several couplets, but none of them look like they're on the ground, at least for right now. But if anything does drop, obviously, we'll let you know. Thank you, Christopher, for the $9.99. Thank you, Surrender, for the $9.99 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you also, Mike, for the Venmo, and anybody else that Venmo'd. I missed a few of them. Dude, Hunter, what are you gonna mean, bro? He has hair.
Wow, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian, for the $20 Venmo. Thank you, Aaron, for the $10 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Down to 50% on pronunciations. Our pronunciations have always sucked. And if you've been here for a while, they've always been pretty horrendous. Got a lot of convection developing back over out in front of this line, back over in Michigan. I am curious to see how that pans out with the activity that we have right now. We do have a live radar Omega cyclone port in Kalamazoo. Looks like a lightning show out here on the left. This is live in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Maybe not as much of a lightning show as I thought. It just kind of decided to die out when we clicked on the camera.
There it is.
A little bit of lightning. Some flashes. Got a lot of lightning there.
I've seen a
Gotcha. Three Rivers, Michigan? Not seeing anything on the ground here. There is rotation, though. It's at least broad near Sturgis. It's gonna be south of Three Rivers. There's a little bit of circulation there. I don't see anything on the ground, though. There's rotation up on that storm. Alright, we're just gonna stay zoomed out for the time being. From what I'm seeing, again, I don't see anything radar confirmed. Again, this is the only warning that is quote-unquote observed right now. But if you're in any tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I would also continue to stay in your safe place, as the main concern will be damaging winds. Did have an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust over in Piper City. Also have a damage report in Bartlett, Illinois. Emergency management is reporting widespread damage to power lines and trees in Bartlett and Streamwood. Time is estimated by radar. And we also have damage in Bloomington. No details, though. We also have a damage to an outbuilding or garage in West Street, back over McLean. Back or south of Decatur in Illinois, we also have reports of shingles blown off or tree limbs down, and also power lines are down in Clinton. So that is the latest update there. We officially have nothing confirmed, and that's like the first time in forever that we've had nothing confirmed. So we are back down to normal tornado warnings. Let's get some W's in the chat. We're finally off of anything being confirmed for the time being. We still have lots of rotation. Continue to take these warnings very seriously. As a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. If you've been enjoying this stream, we do severe weather coverage all the time, especially in the Midwest. We cover the Midwest literally almost any given weather event that's happening there. Make sure to like the stream as well if you've been finding it informative. This is our... We've broken so many milestones in this live stream, it's quite literally unbelievable. We've broken our likes ever in a stream at over 12,000 likes in today's stream. That is a record. Our concurrent viewership has never been as high as it was. We hit 41,000, I think, or 40. We hit 43,000 concurrent viewers at one point today. That's never happened. We have over 650,000 views total in this live stream. That's also never happened. We've had an unbelievable amount of records. I'm glad I can help so many of you guys out. It's crazy. I mean, like, it's pretty surreal that we can help that many people. It's really unbelievable. Wild. Dude, what in the world? Just why did that pop up? Bro. Crazy though. Means a gritty. Might have to do one at the end of the stream, we'll see. Might have to do one. Been so cool watching your channel grow. It's been pretty unbelievable, to say the least. It's been pretty unbelievable. Thank you, Meep, for the $9.99. Also, thank you, Joey, for the $19.99. Still don't see anything on the ground right now, just a lot of radar indicated rotation moving east. Got another severe thunderstorm warning west of Indianapolis near Lafayette, south of Logansport. Main concern right now is damaging winds that'll be upwards of 60 miles per hour. South of Kalamazoo, the main concern there is going to be predominantly just wind. Not seeing much rotation, but there's a little bit of broad circulation there, moving east-northeast. Any tornado? Nothing confirmed as of right now. Everything's back down to radar indicated. Thank you, Tony, for the $10 Venmo as well. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Darian, for the $5 super chat. Max Velocity ski masks. What? Thank you, Lex, for the $4.99. I'm not really checking specific locations right now. It's just, there's too many people asking about specific towns. I'm not really doing that right now. It's just too many people watching. If there's something in your area, I'll probably let you know. But most of anything that's happening right now is just numerous damaging winds across a pretty large chunk
A new tornado warning has been
of
issued.
both eastern Illinois and western Indiana, and then back over into Michigan, mostly just isolated storms that are producing some level of damaging winds. If I answered everybody's question, though, it would just take too long. So I'm kind of avoiding those questions right now. You have a new tornado warning. That is going to be for those in Pulaski and White counties in Indiana. So Francisville, Winnemac, and Monon are included in this warning. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as that will continue to move eastbound. And we still have several areas of rotation. It's not just one. There are tons of circulations in here. So if you are anywhere in this warning, make sure that you are continuing to stay in your safe place. Any of these warnings. We got 4 tornado warnings. I don't know why it says 5, but we have 4 tornado warnings. And again, we could have tornadoes in any of them. And that's fantastic. It's back again. That's now the second time. I don't know why it does that. That's what happens.
It's just disconnected?
Yeah, it just does that randomly.
I'm seeing a drop.
I'm saying refresh 90 million times in chat just so you guys refresh. I know the spam is going to be like, oh no, F in the chat. Loading signal. That's what happened earlier, though. Like, before you got here. It happened one time. It was quick. It only happened for like 2 seconds, but I just don't know why it does that.
Now, did that give you the warning of the rendering issue? 2 different warnings.
Look at stats. I mean, this is what it says up here. I don't know even what's that's even related to.
Rendering is completely different from encoding. Encoding, you're fine, so we figured out what's going on with that. Rendering is actually getting all your scenes and stuff to work. So something's going on that it's having issues with.
Fishy behavior.
We did a little bit of research, this being different.
You guys keep spamming F. I'm gonna put chat into members only again. Please stop spamming F. I don't want to see Fs in the chat. What's the F? It's I don't know where that came from. It's...
Advanced Warfare F to pay respects.
Oh, okay. Apparently that.
Yeah.
All the members putting F in the chat just so it goes to members only. That's wild. Members want it, members only right now.
Fair enough.
I know what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. I don't know what I was saying before that.
I think it was talking something about the weather. I'm not sure.
It was probably something about the weather. Who knows? Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream. Also, don't forget, we do have Twitter, we are on Facebook, and we also have a Discord server. All those links are in the description down below. Highly recommend you join our community on Discord. The link's in the description, if you have that. And again, we are on Facebook and Twitter as well, at MaxVelocityWX. After everything's said and done, we will be posting some updates on those platforms. If we get any sort of confirmation of tornadoes, damage, anything like that. So... Brother, I am putting in members only for like a minute. Anybody that says F from here on out, for no reason, is going to get timed out. Just letting you know. After the surge of a few Fs come through from members. But after that, you're going to get a timeout. It's literally the most annoying thing ever. Time to just turn off chat. Yeah, might as well. Let's just get rid of chat entirely. Thank you also, Lisa, for the $5 Venmo. Thank you, Joel, for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Also, thank you to... We had like a $50 super chat and it just disappears. I don't understand that. It keeps happening.
Can you pop up task managers? I can watch it in the bottom left.
Yeah. Thank you, Anna, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. What in the world's that right there?
Oh.
Why does that look so much like a tornado? Is that a tornado? We might have a tornado near Interstate 8090. It's enough rotation for there to be a tornado. It's not in like a normal spot though. That looks like a tornado to me. That might be one. This is right along the Michigan and Indiana border. Might be an unborn tornado.
It's not inside the,
But it's not like really classic looking. Velocities are very strong here, at least aloft. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that is a tornado to some extent. Northwest of Howie. Might be contamination. I wouldn't rule out being a clear air contamination, but it like looks perfect. Yeah, I've watched this storm before too, and it's kind of discreet, so it has a better shot at producing something. You want me to pull up? Watch what?
stop arc.
Okay.
I want to see the spikes go on.
Okay.
Press it further.
Looks like it's weakening out. We may have just had a tornado though near Twin Lakes. No warning on this. It's in northeast Indiana. It's not clear. Apparently GR2 thinks it's a TDS. I kind of feel like it is. It looks perfect for it being a debris signature. Like, usually you don't see it go like that. So we may have just had a tornado, and it might still be on the ground near Twin Lakes, Star Mill, going towards Howe. It's a low precip tornado. It's like literally off the actual supercell. Let me just check these storms again. Not seeing anything in here that looks like it's on the ground still. A lot of rotation, just nothing looks on the ground. This northern radar site shows nothing, but the problem is the other radar site, it's actually looking closer to the ground. So if there is a tornado, this makes more sense. It's a shelf cloud on the Kalamazoo camera. Look at that, look at that. Shelf cloud here on the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Kalamazoo. You can download the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below. Look at that. Lots of lightning, too, in Kalamazoo right now. By the way, if you need a storm shelter, today's stream is brought to you by ESP Shelters. You can pick one up at espshelter.com. They are above-ground storm shelters. They do have a sale going on right now that you can get a storm shelter that fits up to 14 people and also has EF5 protection from tornadoes on their site at espshelter.com. That sale goes until July 21st. Highly recommend you check it out. We'll talk more about that later in the stream if things quiet down a bit more. You almost fit a whole neighborhood in that storm shelter. 14 people.
Yeah.
I honestly think this is a tornado, or was, depending on if it's on the ground still. Or Twin Lakes. But no tornado warning at all. I don't know. I feel like it is. It's not on the storm, but I mean, it's the latest CC update. It's so consistent. It's very consistent with this being a tornado. Can't say for 100%, but I'd say it's like 80% that is one. We usually don't have tornadoes like that are just so far off the storm, though. We're gonna stay zoomed out here for the moment. Actually, let me go back into here real quick. Yeah, nothing really looks imminent here. Just a lot of broad circulation. Alright, we'll stay zoomed out for the time being. This is what it looks like right now. We still got a large, pretty much almost all outflow driven line of storms. Still a couple tornadoes being possible up in northern Indiana. Tornado watch, again, does go until 1 a.m. Got storms up in southwest Michigan as well that are cranking still, producing the potential for at least damaging winds, maybe even an isolated tornado. But again, main concern right now is damaging winds. Could still see a few tornadoes, though, before everything is all said and done. This threat will continue, again, for the next, like, 2 to 3 hours, probably. So we'll probably be here for as long as it's needed to be here for. Sounds like a squeaky toy. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Undercity, I don't know if you're watching, but I just saw that message. By the way, I do want to remind you, if you, obviously, for those that are watching the stream, which every one of you are, make sure the time at the top left of your screen matches with the time in Central Time for your area, because you might be behind on the stream. Click the live button and just make sure that you're live, or just go all the way to the, you know, this where we're at right now. Some people do sometimes get caught behind for some reason. As it moves southeast, is it going to weaken? Yeah, this will mostly weaken, but, I mean, it's still going to probably stay intense for, like, the next, probably hour or two. Not as intense as before, but we'll still have the potential for tornadoes in here, in northwest Michigan, or northwest Michigan, yeah. Northwest Indiana. And if we did have a tornado, it looks like it's fizzling out near Sturgis. Alright, we'll just stay zoomed out for the time being. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Thank you to anybody that just became a member. Appreciate it. Yeah, the time will naturally be off, but it won't be off by much. It's usually like less than 10 seconds in most cases. Thank you also to D for the $4.99.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is going to be for those in South Bend and Elkhart. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is now for South Bend, Elkhart, Napanee, and as well as Plymouth. I am fixing the cameras on the right because they just broke. One moment. Alright, there we go. Yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as there is a, again, tornado warning that is in effect for South Bend, Plymouth, and Napanee. At this point, they are kind of just issuing these because, one, we have a lot of rotation still in this line, and two, we also still have the potential for maybe a tornado or two as these move east. So there's still a couple things that we're watching for here. Not a guarantee we'll have a tornado in this warning, but very possible with the current environment that we still have. This warning does go for 1 full hour. So make sure that you're in your safe place. If you're in like Napanee or South Bend, you got a few minutes. No need to rush to your safe place. Just get there relatively soon. This line will be approaching you here pretty soon. Check out Brandon Kopic. This is Brandon Kopic. Again, he's on YouTube and Radar Omega. And there you go.
I imagine
that is definitely a crash. He's on I-55 over near, just south of Joliet.
Area Hot Trail and Pfeiffer. See if you can come down.
Definitely a crash there.
By the lines, see if we can block off traffic here. It's completely dark here, and I don't want to run over the lines. You can meet me out here.
Power lines are down in front of Brandon. I don't see that.
30,
Maybe I'm blind. Oh, I am blind. It's literally right in front of him. It's the white lines. I didn't even see that.
Oh, look, it's police tape. Oh no.
Oh, is that? That's not police tape. Those are power lines.
Like a rope. Yeah. Never mind. Okay, yeah.
That does not look like power lines to me, but that apparently it is. We have a damage report coming out of Chicago of tree damage in the community area of Chicago, just southwest of Evanston. We have some 5-inch tree branches that were broken, and then 2 to 4-inch tree limbs broken near Oak Forest. What is my email? Depends on what you want my email for, because my email is like, I have another email for stuff now, but I'm trying to use that particular email for just business stuff. But there are still photos sent there, which is fine. But like, that email needs to be chill, because I don't feel like making another email after this one gets spammed. Because Denton County Weather at gmail.com. That was like the main one that I've been using for most weather stuff. And that thing has gotten spammed to oblivion. I've been signed up for email lists and stuff that I don't want to be signed up for. It's gotten bad.
Oh no.
So, you know. It's definitely not what we want. Where's Corey Gherkin? I have no clue. He's on Radar Omega. He's back over in Galesburg. So he's probably just checking out damage or flooding.
Power flashes.
Where's Max Velocity based out of? I'm on Mars. Should have another radar scan here in a second. Jody, message me on like Twitter or Facebook or something. Yeah, there's a better chance I'll see it on there, honestly, than my email. I really don't check my email that much. Updated tornado warning for Pulaski and White counties. Main concern again right now is going to be the threat for, again, damaging winds, but still radar indicated rotation for the time being. Let me real quickly go back to Brandon for a second. It's Brandon Kopic again on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. Looking at some damage there in Illinois. I gotta turn this up for a second. Let's check this. Okay. Had to make sure. Alright. Let's go back to here. Alright. What do you think about Southeast Michigan? I don't think this area of storms is going to be that intense over there. Again, maybe some isolated damaging winds, but that'd be really about it. What is my address? I actually have a failing mail address. If you want to send fan mail, there is an address for that. I'll put the link in the chat, but it's also in the description. At this point, the Max Velocity and Connor Croft golf match is probably going to be this weekend, so there's not really any time to send anything unless you do like a 2-day shipping or something. If you want to send anything, the link's in the chat for the golf match, like golf balls or something. But you might not be able to at this point. Might be too late. I'm in Ohio. Am I in danger? I'd say Ohio is not really in a bad shape at this point. Maybe some damaging winds, but it should be a pretty low risk. This is a live Radar Omega cyclone port right here in Kalamazoo. There is a ton of lightning tonight. It is just light show after light show across the Midwest. Plenty of lightning right now in Michigan. How do I become a member? It's the join button down below.
Ooh.
What?
Yankee.
Yeah. Where is that? Is that Indiana? I thought that was Northwest Indiana.
Will County, 9:30ish. So definitely over there.
9:20.
9:15, 9:30.
It's like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Gotcha, though. See how dark this screen just went? Like, I don't understand why it does that. Literally just went dark. My monitors, for some reason, do that. And it goes bright again.
Power saving mode.
It probably is.
Or nightlight.
It's fine, whatever. Yes, this line will continue to weaken as it moves east. Yeah, this line will continue to weaken. And we are still looking at a short-term tornado threat. We're still looking at a damaging wind threat, for sure, over the next few hours. But the threat is definitely dying down. And there's still stuff to watch for, but definitely a lowering risk. It's my most popular stream. Yeah, this is definitely the most viewed stream we've ever had. No doubt about that. Definitely the most viewed stream of all time. No problem, Andrew. Can you do the gritty? I don't know, what goal do we do?
Yeah.
See how many subscribers we have. If we get to 345,000 subscribers tonight, I'll do a gritty. Need 700 of you out of the 19,000 of you still here. Subscribe to the channel. It's free to do. We'll do a gritty probably after all the warnings are kind of subsided, at least any tornadic warnings that look concerning. I'm not seeing anything on the ground, as I mentioned before. Looks mostly like wind. We could still have maybe an isolated tornado in this area. In northwest Indiana. Yeah, we've had about 12,000 new subscribers today, which is the most in any day ever. Really crazy. Put a counter up when you're within 500. I mean, we're already within 500. It just jumped. It's pretty unbelievable. The amount of people that are here that are not subscribed, it's such a high number. It already jumped. Wild day. Why did I just get an ad? I couldn't tell you. Sometimes that randomly happens. I mean, we don't have ads on during streams. If you, like, just join the stream, there's usually an ad, but, like, that's pretty standard. Oh my goodness, this number is jumping so much right now. This is unbelievable. This is the most subscribers we've gained in, like, a short period of time. Look at that number just jump. Unbelievable. We have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado
North of
warning
Logansport
has
for
been
Rochester, Fulton, Royal Center, and Walnut, west of North Manchester. During this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And that tornado threat mostly going to be in here. We've already crossed it. I couldn't even show it. Like, this number is just jumping. Can we get to 350 tonight? Is it possible? 350,000 subscribers? Do we think it's possible? That'd be wild. Only need 5,000 of you that aren't subscribed to subscribe. This new warning is for Cass, Fulton, Pulaski, White, and Miami counties in Indiana. For this new tornado warning. Yeah, just radar indicated, nothing confirmed on this. Thank you, Adrian, for the $10 Venmo. Thank you, Lisa, for the $5 Venmo. Thank you, Lee, for the 25-cent Venmo. Appreciate it. Maybe I can get myself a bubble gum out of the machine. Maybe, I don't know if that's possible. Either way, still appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Yeah, everything right now is radar indicated. Nothing on the ground, at least from what we are seeing. But we're going to continue to watch it closely. The velocities and CC will update in a second. We'll see if there's anything in particular that is concerning. This number just keeps jumping. Come on, we need 4,600 of you to subscribe, so we can hit 350 tonight.
Back at Chicago Midway.
That would be insane.
That's what they have, the airport cam. Back in Midway.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you're here, James. You should have added me in that stuff, though. I would have retweeted it. There are currently 1,000 delays and 59 cancellations at O'Hare Airport right now.
Oh, yeah.
In the weather.
Bad.
That's pretty bad.
They had everyone underneath to the tunnels to seek refuge.
That's crazy.
Tons of planes on the tarmac waiting to take off. Flight Tractor actually has like a good 20 planes lined up.
It's wild.
When I was going
through. That is crazy. No, we're not gonna have 350k merch. No, the next merch will probably be 500k for a special occasion. It's done that before. I'm already subbed because you're my favorite storm chaser. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not a storm chaser.
Riveting.
I literally just do weather broadcasts. The Ronaldo for the $9.99. Cincinnati would be isolated damaging winds. That's really about it. Not too concerned about Cincinnati. Tornado threat should be really low to 0. This is what it looks like for the rest of the night, just for reference. So the future radar for tonight. And we'll continue to watch this line of storms. Overnight tonight, this kind of dies out. We might have some more initiation in central Illinois tonight. Should be mostly wind and maybe a flooding risk. And then by tomorrow morning, still some storms out there. We could have some severe weather in the Northeast tomorrow. It looks like a pretty low chance. Again, I doubt we're live tomorrow unless something goes crazy. We have a slight risk of severe weather. It's a large area, but we have a slight risk in the Northeast. We have a slight risk in the Central Plains. There is a tornado risk in both areas. But again, both of them are relatively low. And 2 different 2% tornado risks. Very low chance tomorrow. I highly doubt we're live tomorrow. Especially after today. Today, I mean, my voice almost went bye-byes after what happened today. The words per minute in this stream might be the highest we've ever had. Like, with how many warnings and tornadoes we had on the ground. Way too much. You literally say that every day. Tomorrow, I'm being serious. It looks too low for me to be live. Unless something, again, goes crazy. Tomorrow looks really linear, so. But,
Do not eat.
yeah, I'm not eating Culver's, don't worry. We're skipping out on Culver's tomorrow. So no need to worry about that. Wow. Almost 500,000 people without power in Illinois now. The number has been skyrocketing. That's almost a tenth of the state without power. Wow. Indiana right now is at 15,000. They're starting to increase now too. Thank you, Event, for the $10 donation. Thank you, Dylan, for becoming a member. Thank you, Alpha, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Alex, for the $10 Venmo as well. You guys are way too kind. I appreciate all the super chats, Venmos, new memberships. You guys are way too kind. I'm still not seeing anything clearly on radar right now that's on the ground, as I mentioned before, but we're still watching to see if anything does drop. So, we have 4 tornado warnings. I don't know why it says 6, but we have 4. But nothing on the ground, at least from what I'm seeing right now. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this area. Can I go to bed in Kalamazoo? If you're in Kalamazoo, I mean, you can go to bed. Just have ways to receive alerts just in case. Just in case. A little live shot in Kalamazoo. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. There is a ton of lightning here right now. It's been pretty active when it comes to just lightning in general. Lots of lightning with all these storms. It's a very unstable atmosphere, highly electrified supercells and storms in general across Michigan, Indiana, and even Illinois. Thank you, Zach, for the super chat. I just fixed it. Thank you. It didn't update. Thank you, Anthony, for the $4.99. This chat is going so fast. Few structures down, lots of tree down on 290. Yeah, unfortunately, there is going to be quite a bit of damage. It's just the nature of how many tornadoes we had and also the wind damage. I don't think this is officially a derecho yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do call this a derecho. We won't know probably until tomorrow. So... There you are, Michelle, for the $49.99. Can we get a spinning dizzy grizzy at the end of the stream? I will do that if we somehow get to 350,000 subscribers. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We can do a tornado gritty at the end of the stream. That does happen. looks like just GPU. With the graphs, I don't know if they're loaded up. Maybe that. Or
Here it is, spike up fans.
check X. I've checked X a lot, and I don't honestly check X that often because I don't call it X, I call it Twitter. I don't know why it's called X. Oh, yeah, look at all that storm damage.
The trees on house is coming out now.
Alright, this tornado warning for Laporte in Michigan City will be probably let to expire in 6 minutes. They might issue like a small one in southwest Michigan. Everything else right now does, again, just appear to be pretty much damaging winds. Pretty low tornado risk for the time being. Put that up there, because that's better. Yeah. What is X? It's Twitter. It's the weird name for Twitter. Ian Culver's recently. I've been asked this question too many times today. Yes, I ate Culver's for lunch today. I'm sorry. Don't know what to tell you. It's my apologies, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Can't go back in the past. I think Connor had Culver's for lunch, and I think he also had it for dinner. I could be wrong. That's where he ended his stream, though. He ended his stream at a Culver's. Wild. By the way, that 10% tornado risk goes all the way through this area that we're talking about right now, so still a potential for a few tornadoes. Tornado risk really dies out, as mentioned before, in Ohio and Michigan, so. But I think it'll fall apart by the time it gets to Michigan, or not Michigan, sorry, Ohio. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we got some damaging winds, but like, it's gonna fall apart. The hatched wind risk, it's only really in far, extreme northwestern, really, Ohio, so. Downstream watch? I don't know if they mentioned any possibility of that. And if they do, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm watch. I highly doubt it'd be a tornado watch. This was, by the way, 9 hours ago. I got Culver's for lunch. This curse is out of hand. That was at 3:12. I think we can double back on that and say this curse is 100% out of hand. It's had 437 likes. That's when you know there's literally a curse. So many people are into the curse right now. It happens every time we have Culver's. Something happens. It's unbelievable. Indianapolis will just see severe storms. Yeah, probably. I think the tornado risk on the southern side of storms is very low. It's not zero, but it's just very low in general. How do I enable the rotating radar on Radar Omega? That is going to be a add-on. It's the rapid sweep. It's an additional add-on in the app. Kathy, that crash that Brandon Kopic is on, that's over here near Drummond and Bulaget on Interstate 55. How do you think this year's storm season will go? We've already had probably the peak of this year's severe weather season. So I don't know if you're just talking about like in general for the summer, but I think we're gonna have a dead period after after today. We still have a risk tomorrow, but it's pretty low. Really today or tomorrow, the weather's gonna get very quiet probably for a while. The plan currently on this channel is that we'll probably still have videos for the next few days. In general, we'll have at least a few videos. So we'll have one tomorrow morning probably. We'll have one on Wednesday or whatever. The next live stream might not even be weather related. It actually might be a golf match with Connor Croft. I don't know what day it'll be, and I don't know what time, but that'll probably be our next live stream. And that'll be public, by the way. It's not members only. As long as everything goes to plan, as long as, you know, we don't have tech issues or whatever, which is possible. And then after that, I'm going to be probably in Disney with him for like 4 or 5 days, and then we'll be back to the weather studio, but it looks like we'll be taking a little bit of a break. But we'll at least have videos for the next several days, so yeah. Do you know Ryan Hall? No, never heard of him. Nope. Why is that even a question? How's your leg? Yeah, so for those that didn't know, I've not talked about this all in the stream, but I actually went to the ER this morning. And I've never gone, or at least from my memory. I probably have, but I have no clue. But I went to the ER this morning. I had my left leg has been having issues where I've been like having throbbing and stuff. So I thought it might be blood clots or something like that. But good news, I didn't have any blood clots. But just want to make sure it wasn't anything serious, because it started about a week ago when we did hurricane barrel coverage, and I thought it might just be because I sit too much or whatever. So just verifying that I didn't have anything bad, and we didn't. So yeah, I posted that on YouTube community and Twitter, and also on Facebook. So if you're not following us on those platforms, then you wouldn't have known. But I'm good. But yeah, we sat a lot that day with the hurricane barrel coverage. We literally had like endless coverage. So that was when it happened. I apparently have somebody fan mailing compression socks, so that's pretty cool. Tagged you on a time lapse. Lit. I don't know where it is. I've been mentioned in so much stuff recently. I don't see it anywhere. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. Again, we are still looking for any rate or any little embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. Might have a little couplet northwest of Walnut. Maybe something west of Bremen. So still a couple areas that we're watching for a tornado risk. So continue to stay in your safe place. Max is going to win the golf match by 17 strokes. That'd be crazy. Yeah, we'll be getting a stand-up desk in the future. I don't know which brand, but we'll be getting one in the future. When will the stream end? When I think things aren't as concerning, we'll wind down. We'll probably be live at least through the entirety of this, so we might even be live up to Fort Wayne. We'll see. Depends on if we have any tightening. I mean, right now we were kind of in a radar hole for a while. We're kind of now not in one. So, I mean, we might have a better view if there is a tornado, which this right here near Walnut might be something that's trying to drop. Aside from that, further north, it's pretty broad. Well, I guess we're not getting a gritty NATO. But again, if you're new to the channel, there's 16,000 of you. I bet 4,000 of you are not subscribed. Make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe to the channel. Might be able to hit 350. I highly doubt it, but you never know. Another radar scan in a second. No problem, Tamio. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, by the way. Here's the deal as well for the super chat. Appreciate that. Do you stream in your sleep? No. I might look like it, but no. There's a rail cam in Elkhart. Yeah, check that out. I'm not sure if we're gonna have a view of anything. Elkhart, Indiana. Oh, that's up here, isn't it? Oh, that's actually in the path of these storms. Let's go to it. I always forget about that one. Where is Elkhart? There it is. We actually have one in Princeton, too. I don't know where Princeton in Indiana is. Yeah, we are moving into Eastern time, so I have not changed the time over. But we are moving into Eastern time. where is that one? All right, we got Elkhart bottom right now. In a second. I'll full screen it if we see anything. But we'll flip it out. Flip the switch. Alright, Elkhart, Indiana. Alright, we got that in there now. Where's Princeton? Does anybody know? Anybody know where Princeton is? I don't feel like looking it up. Probably wouldn't be very difficult, but... Is Fort Wayne in the clear? No, you're still looking at a potential for damaging winds in like an hour, hour and a half. What fast food am I going to order tonight? I mean, I have Chick-fil-A that I've yet to even really eaten to, so... At this point, that's what we're eating. Probably after the stream's over. So
3-hour-old.
Yeah, the Chick-fil-A is only like 3 hours old, so should be healthy. Should be good to go. Should be, yeah, absolutely refreshing. Refreshing Chick-fil-A. What am I gonna sing? I'm not singing. Thank you, Horrible, for the $10 super chat. As long as you have ways to receive alerts, I think it'll be alright. So, I wouldn't be too concerned. Again, just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. And have an action plan in place in case anything does happen. I mean, right now, from what I'm seeing on radar, like, the only tornado risk that I can see with my eyeballs is this right here. Just back over in northern central Indiana. Aside from that, I don't see really anything anywhere else. I mean, southwest Michigan, maybe a low risk. But nothing really looks too impressive to me. I mean, we have like a little bit of broad circulation north of Three Rivers. It's pretty broad. This is live in Kalamazoo right now. This is on the radar Omega Cyclone port. Lots of lightning, still pretty windy out there too. Alright, Zach, thank you. Try to look that up. Need Purify for the $4.99. If you're not in the tornado warning, you're good. I'm not sure where that is though. Are you a Hyper for the $4.99? I don't know where that is either. But as long as the storms have passed you and you're not under any warnings, you are good. No problem, Horrible. Why would you name yourself Horrible? I'm just curious. Why is that the name? Thank you, Notre Dame, for the $5 super chat. Again, actually, I do know where that is. Never mind, I can actually answer that, because I've seen that somewhere. There's been a little bit of rotation. The main couplet that we've been looking at is kind of back down here to the south. There is a little bit of rotation near Bremen as well. Nothing officially confirmed, but there is a little bit of circulation there. Further up to the north, I'm not seeing anything. Really, the two couplets that I'm seeing right now are one near Walnut and one near Bremen, which are both moving basically due east. So those will be going towards Syracuse, Benton, Goshen, and Warsaw. The background is cute. Thanks. I used to play PUBG and I sucked at that game. Okay, that I guess that would explain it. Still a very interesting name. Chicago's bad. I know. We covered the entire thing. There were so many different tiny tornadoes. It was a crazy time. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff today. Undercity, I don't know if you're watching right now. I'll look at it after. I can't really look at it while I'm watching or doing this. I can't read all that. Any questionable for the $10 super chat? Multiple large tree downs in Valparaiso. Laporte got some gusty winds and rain. Thank you for the report. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really surprised. You know, with how today's gone, it's just not really too surprising. But thank you for the report. Dylan asked if there would be debris if a fishnado happened via Venmo. Not usually, unless we have like large sharks or fish that are in the atmosphere. I kind of highly doubt we're gonna see anything like that.
Seagrass.
Yeah, got some flying seagrass in the atmosphere. Absolutely, it's very possible. Raining fish and chips? Absolutely. Raining fish and chips. Only if we're in Ireland. Only if we were in Ireland. South Bend, Indiana safe? I mean, right now I'm not seeing much. Just stay in your safe place until the storm's passed. I don't see anything on the ground or anything like that. I don't really see anything on the ground. I haven't seen anything on the ground in a little while now. It's mostly, there's still some couplets. I mean, we got a few, but nothing looks like it's on the ground. We got one near Walnut. We got another one north of Bremen. We got another one near the Panny. Got one right along Route 30. I mean, there's still several couplets, just nothing on the ground at this point. Really just 4. That middle one is really debatable. Let me erase this. There, kind of erased it. Really just those 3 couplets. The rain is on the ground. Thanks. Appreciate the report. Glad we know that. It is raining apparently out there. Wow. Would have never guessed. You're butchering these town names badly from a local. I'm well aware, thanks. I'm not from Indiana, if you couldn't tell. My apologies. You look sleepy? I'm not sleepy. I don't go to bed until 4 a.m. On like a normal day, it's currently 12 o'clock my time. I got 4 hours, buddy, until I'm going to bed. Like, I literally, I can stay up for as long as I need to, really. I have the most wacky sleep schedule. It's horrendous. 4 hours? Absolutely, yeah. I usually don't go to bed until 4 a.m. I usually get up at like 12 o'clock. What's the flying trampoline meter at now? It's not as high as earlier, it's definitely lower. I'd still say we're at a high risk for flying trampolines for the next like hour. So, still a high risk for flying trampolines for the time being, but the risk is definitely dying. It'll be more like a medium risk in like 45 minutes. How much for a John Gritty?
What?
Do you have any bribing here for a John Gritty today?
Oh, not again.
Is it just a definitive no? Sounds like it's a no. Thank you, more. Oh, thank you more for the super chat. Do you cover storms? No. Appreciate the super chat. Still here from Rockford? Yeah, at least it's kind of winding down. We got a lot of rain out there still. And unfortunately, we're going to probably get a pretty significant flooding threat in central Illinois tonight. Got a training area of storms here, which the HRRR model kind of had this area just continually barreling rain here for like several hours, so. Thank you, Matt, for the $4.99. Some big names on Twitter showing your stream on Twitter today. What are considered big names? I have barely been able to look at Twitter. I mean, we peaked at like 42,000 viewers at one point. We've never had it, or 43,000. We've never been that high, ever. The highest before that was like 25,000, and our stream crashed basically when that happened. So, you know, it just got out of hand. Every man has his price, John.
We're looking for memberships or like a donation?
Yeah, what do we want for a John Gritty goal? Memberships or a donation goal? Which one? Is this a squall line? It's kind of it's basically all outflow driven at this point. Very low tornado risk still exists in here. Actually, we have a tornado on the ground, it looks like. Just south of Etna Green. CC drop right there near State Route 19. So there is now, for the first time that we've seen anything in like hours, or not hours, but like, you know, at least an hour, we actually do have a debris signature just north of Menatone. And that is heading in the direction of Warsaw. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That right there is a tornado. Not officially confirmed, but it should be in a second. That's going towards Warsaw. Both warnings are still radar indicated, but that's definitely a tornado right there. Just south of Etna Green, going towards Warsaw in Indiana. If you know any friends or family there, definitely make sure to let them know. It is late at night. It's now 11 o'clock, so many people might be sleeping. So at the bare minimum, just give them a call or text and make sure that they're aware of this in case it does make an approach to Warsaw. I think it'll lift before then, but you never know. These can sometimes be on the ground a bit longer. Thank you, Hoops, for the 5 gifted. If you got to gift a membership, make sure to thank Hoops in the chat.
The highest members. Highest amount of new members.
In a stream?
Yeah.
I think 300. Alright, that tornado just occluded. So, pretty quick tornado there. But if you're in Warsaw, still stay weather aware. We definitely could see another tornado or two like that once this gets closer to the radar site. We actually have radar view now more than anything. We didn't really have that before. So if we get another tornado, we'll have pretty good eyes on it. What are we thinking?
Give you a good solid, another record broken tonight. Let's go for 350.
350, wow. All right, so 120 members are needed for John to do a gritty tonight. That's an astronomical goal.
I said it too low last time. Y'all blew past it.
There's no shot that's happening. All right, we do have a new
I'm making it hard.
do have a new mesoscale discussion for both southern Michigan and northwest Ohio and northeast Indiana. Thunderstorms developing ahead of the mesoscale convective system, or mesoscale convective vortex, may pose a severe wind and hail threat. Trends will be monitored for a new watch. So, a watch may or may not be issued, basically, for mainly this area here. So, ouch, John. Yeah, that's a big goal. There's no way that's happening. 120 members is way too much.
Fair enough.
But it's a goal, so there you go.
Now we'll see how far we go along. Feel like it, why not?
Alright, we don't have any debris signature anymore on that tornado, and maybe one. Let me go back to velocities. There might be still something there, it's just not as large as before. Yeah, it might be on the ground again. It's a little tiny tornado if it is, south of Atwood. It's approaching Warsaw in Indiana. How about 10 members? That'd be a big decrease. That's like 90% less than what he wants.
The lowest I can do is $5 now.
I can do $5. How much is a membership? They start from $2.99. It's the join button down below. Thank you, Bacon, for the 5 gifted. Got gift a membership. Make sure to thank Bacon in the chat.
I'll go and scratch off 20 off of that.
20? All right, now we're just doing 100, I guess. So 95 more members apparently needed.
That'll be nice. Oh my god, they're coming in.
Well, that's just from 5 gifted. That's not. Yeah, it's still only 5.
Okay, 319.
Why don't you ever use dual screens in Radar Omega? I don't usually do dual screens. I just kind of like flipping back and forth between stuff. It's just preference more than anything. And people would probably get confused with dual screen. Like on a stream like this. Like I can do dual screen like this and you might be like, what in the world are we looking at? Like it looks like 2 lines of storms. Like this to me just looks confusing. So that's why I don't do it. I just don't like doing that. Looks like another tornado just dropped near Clenet, west of Leesburg. So another tornado. You're gonna be going towards Silver Point and Oswego in Indiana. Yeah, that's a tight coupler right there. That's definitely a tornado. West of Leesburg. There's no warning right now for this area, but if you are in Leesburg, Oswego, North Webster, or Barbie, make sure that you're getting to your safe place at least relatively soon in case this does produce a tornado. At the bare minimum, we are talking about damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Thank you, Telios, for the $9.99. Glad I can help. Appreciate you tuning in. And we may still have a tornado west of Warsaw. Really got 3 couplets right now on the leading edge here. Any of these could be on the ground as they move east. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Danny, for the becoming a member. 89 more members needed. Secretly gift yourself? He's right behind me. He could see me gift members to the channel.
I see everything.
He oversees literally all 4 monitors that we have on right now. The other 2 have died. For the time being. I just turned off that laptop. I didn't really want it anymore. Saving energy. Saving power. I can't wait to see my electric bill after this month. It's gonna be so high with our operation that we've been doing recently. Guarantee you it's like double what it normally is.
Yeah, your computer draws about 500 watts on average.
500 watts?
On average. I don't know what the upper end is, but you're looking at 500.
Yeah.
Alone for the computer, not the monitors, not
that electric bill is gonna be special after we look at it. That's gonna be something else.
Spicy.
Thank you also to Brittany for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Waiting for a new radar scan, see if we still have a tornado. Might still have something northwest of Leesburg, but nothing definitively anymore. Still have a couplet there near Leesburg, and we still got one west of Warsaw. But we're still watching in Indiana. How many more? I think we need like 88 more members or something. It's still a high number. I just called it a Derecho NATO. All in one word. I guess you can call it that. Thank you, Emma, for becoming a member. Thank you, Christine, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, truck driving in this sort of weather is not easy, so.
Terrified to do that.
Yeah, it's a tough job with, you know, the weather that we've been having.
Someone did that.
It's about 9 cents an hour. That's a lot of money.
Actually, I think
That's actually not that much. I thought it was higher than that. 500 watts? I feel like that's more. Actually, maybe it's not. No, actually, no, that's right. If it's 500 watts, that's actually about 10 cents an hour.
I think we're looking at about like 11 cents per kilowatt hour.
Probably talking about like $2 a day. I don't know. You Bearman for becoming a member. You MX for the $1.99. I don't know where that is. I'm not really answering specific towns because it just takes too much time right now. On like a normal day, I would do that. It's just mostly focused on what's happening that looks mostly concerning. That's how it's been for like 3 or 4 hours now. Hey, Cause also for becoming a member. I have another radar scan coming in right now. It's the latest velocity scan. See what the CC shows. Thank you, Frank, for the $30 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate the message. I'll try to read the message after the stream. I'll try to read a lot of the messages after the stream. There's just so many of them. I'm glad I can help so many of you guys out. Oh, we got another radar scan coming through. I didn't see anything on the ground on the CC drop. If we have anything, it might be near State Route 15, going towards Redmond Park, but it's not definitive. No problem, football. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Matthew, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted. I think we're down to like 79 or 78 more.
We're now at 71 required.
71, apparently. Okay, so 71 more members.
I'm keeping track for them, trying to keep myself honest here.
Teach us something we probably don't already know. I don't know. I don't know what I would even. I don't know where we'd be going with that. I mean, just looking at radar, there's nothing to teach you right now, I don't think. There's
analysis.
Frontal analysis? I don't think that's gonna really that's not really anything I can teach, though. Where is this?
But do you get mesoscale analysis?
Well, this is the surface map. But this is usually delayed.
Yeah, okay. I know the mesoscale analysis.
I know. I'll teach you something at the end of the stream. I'll teach you how to gritty. That's all I'll do.
No.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Where is surface? Where is this? I'm losing my brain cells. Where is surface analysis? There it is. Okay. We've lost it. 7.5 hours almost into the stream. The Modern and Bacon for the 10 total gifted members. We're now down to 60 members needed for a John Gritty. I'm surprised, honestly, they didn't issue a new tornado warning for this activity. It is dying out, but we still have had circulations that have produced tornadoes here recently. Right there near Benton might be a tornado dropping, or might already be on the ground. Got a tightening there too. You know, when you look at it close range, you got like so many couplets here. Like we got like 5 different couplets. Couplets everywhere, actually. Waiting for reflectivity to update. No gritty, I'll pay you not to. Excuse me?
How much we done?
It's a historic part of the stream.
Someone going against the grain?
Alright, here's the latest scan. We'll see if there's anything on the ground here. Elkhart cam is down. Yeah, it is. I didn't even notice. I'm guessing they lost power. Yeah, all the cameras are down, so Elkhart probably without power to some extent. When's my birthday? It's a long time from now. But apparently today is Connor Croft's birthday. Not actually. It's like the biggest running joke of all time. It's like his birthday every day. We may have just had a tornado near Benton. Not clear. We have a lot of CC signatures, but it's a lot of low precip stuff too. Again, we could have tornadoes anywhere in this area. I'll just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, just in case. Let me go to Princeton and pull up that live camera. Because that one's, the Elkhart one's done. It's cooked. That's Princeton. Why is this so entertainment? Because you're waiting for the gritty, that's why. I get it. Calm down, it's alright. Nearly 400,000 without power in Illinois. Does that number just keep jumping up? Alright, we're about at 400,000 now. Without power. And Indiana's still about 33,000 without power. Well, quite the high number. Alright. South of Elkhart, we have power still. That's good. It looks like there are some power outages in Elkhart. We do the virtual railfan cameras that we have. They are gone. So they have a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust in Athens, Indiana, about 9 minutes ago. So this is still producing significant damaging winds right now, moving east. Let's go back to this. Let me turn that off. Still have a couple tornado warnings for the time being. They are going to be let to expire, though, in a few minutes. I'm guessing they'll both actually just get canceled. Still have some couplets. Again, we really could have a tornado on the ground with any of this activity. It's very hard to tell because a lot of it is just so low precip. But we do have still a few couplets. Again, we could still see a couple tornadoes before this line is dead. So for the time being, we are still looking at least a chance for damaging winds, maybe a couple more tornadoes. And then after that, it should be kind of dying out. Is Elkhart clear? Yeah, Elkhart is good. Yeah, you're fine. Does corn production in Iowa really increase the storm likelihood? Not necessarily, but the dew points do, because basically all the crops there basically increases the dew points. So moisture-wise, like it can actually propel there being more storms. So in general, it actually does. It's just kind of indirect. It's not like the corn is, you know, increasing instability, for example. I mean, it's increasing the dew point. So yeah, weather modifying corn, if you will. Sure, well, let's go with that. Friendly reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are still about 3,500 away from 350. I don't think we'll hit it, but not far from it. Elkhart Ham is back. Well, that's good. I already took it off, but it's fine. Got Princeton, Indiana now, wherever that is. Well, it looks like Indianapolis won't be dealing with any severe weather, just strong storms. This line of storms is quickly falling apart. We have another line developing back over in Illinois, but it's mostly just flooding rains. The chance there for there being severe weather is relatively low. So at this point, the main concern is Michigan and Indiana. We might have a tornado here near Enchanted Hills, too. It's a tight couplet. One near Barbie, too. The velocities and radar are not lined up, though. Go back a scan here on the CC radar. Nothing clear. That might be a tornado. It's just so hard to tell. Velocities aren't lined up. A little couplet there, though. It's going to be going towards, eventually, Kendallville and Wolcottville in Indiana. Thank you, by the way, Ferris for the $10 super chat. Also, thank you, Bree, for the $25 Venmo. I appreciate the generosity. Okay, thanks for the super chat. It's a very interesting message. Now, this might be a tornado here near Enchanted Hills. I really, it's just so close to the radar site. Let me go back to base. Let's go to, not base, let's go CC, tilt 2 and 3. That's just contaminated like crazy on tilt 2. That's also 4 minutes ago. There might be a tornado on the ground north of the radar site, northwest of Cromwell. We got still several circulations, but that one right there might be on the ground. Going towards Cromwell and eventually Albion in Kendallville. With that said, we're down to 1 tornado warning, and that's it. That one's probably going to get canceled. All the severe weather in Michigan right now is just damaging winds. Really not much of a tornado risk at this point. It's very low. And things are definitely winding down. You got to set up a 401c nonprofit corporation if you've not already. Do you know the amount of time that would take, though? Like, I cannot do everything like that. Like, I could. It's just, the problem is my time. Like, I go live for almost every weather event that I can, at least. That's, you know, something that's big. Like, it would just take a lot of time, and I'm a one-man show when it comes to that sort of stuff, so unless we had more people that could help out creating that, it'd be tough to do that. And I'm still in college, so Yeah. Still very difficult. I would love to, but like it's just a ton of work to do that. A couple areas of rotation right now, back near Grismore. But overall, again, I think the tornado risk is definitely dying down. We still maybe have like one on the ground there somewhere. Just super hard to tell how close we are to the radar site. No problem, Haynes. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm just gonna stay zoomed out for the time being. Alright, there we go. No tornado warnings. Wow. It's been a long time since something like that has been like that on radar. This entire time, it's been an unbelievable event. But finally, we have no tornado warnings. Get some W's in the chat for that. No tornado warnings. As a friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream as well. We're only 300 likes away from 15,000 today. That'd be a record in a stream. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the join button down below. Do want to remind you, today's stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. That is the weather app we've been using this entire live stream. If you want a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. Today's stream is also brought to you by ESP Shelters. ESPshelter.com is where you can pick up a brand new storm shelter. They have a sale going on right now. If you want a 14-person storm shelter, you could possibly fit your entire neighborhood in one of these storm shelters. You can pick it up on ESPshelter.com. It is the second to top link in the description below. They have EF5 protection. They offer free shipping across the country, and they are also made in the United States. Literally made right in Missouri. Highly recommend you get one if you need a storm shelter to stay safe during tornado season or any season in general. Highly recommend you check them out. ESPshelter.com. That's the second to top link in the description below. I truly do appreciate both Radar Omega and as well as ESP Shelter for sponsoring today's stream. Where's the join? The donate button? All the links are in the description below. If you scroll down just a little bit in the description, you'll see it. Is there a risk of light rain? Sure. Mail? Actually, I have to do mail. Get me the triangle. Alright, I'm just gonna... We have a couple of fan mail things. I'm gonna quickly open them since we don't have any tornado warnings. Yeah, that thing.
Alright.
We got a couple of packages to open. And
a weapon? My god.
and also the card right there. Just the card that's sitting there, yeah. So we got a couple of fan mail things, and again, if you want to send fan mail to us, there is a link in the description. I'll also post it in the chat. We'll do openings like this, usually for members only, but since we're live, we'll just do it now. We have a couple of packages. Well, one envelope and a package. This is the package. I mean, like, this thing's huge. It's a roof to a home. It's literally what that is. I got a card, though, I'm gonna open first. This is from Clara, so a card. From Clara out of Oklahoma. I don't know what I was trying to pronounce. Oklahoma. This is a card. You're awesome. Look at that. This is pretty cool. This is from Clara. 5 years old, by the way. It says, "You are my tornado superhero." Look at that drawing. Pretty cool. Appreciate Clara sending this to me. And if you're watching, appreciate you tuning in. Put it over there. And then we got the triangle of mysteries here. Apparently this is from Tofu. I don't know if Tofu's even in the chat, but we'll open it anyways. This is a very interesting package. I got a note first. I'll read that.
Do you need the scissors?
Yeah, if you want to get like a scissors or something, maybe. I got the I got this out.
The best thing I can do is my keys. Hold on.
The best I can do is $2.
2 cents. Take it or leave it.
I think that's it. If you want to double check, you can look. I think that's it though. All right, first thing. All right, I'll go over the note first. Hi, Max. While I was searching through some old USGS maps, I found this poster with various weather map explanations on it. I thought it would make a good addition to your recording studio, perhaps next to your lighting bolt lamp. Also got a space book, so you may brush up on your space facts. If you don't know what that is, we've done Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader live streams for members only. It's a disaster with space questions, so. But it is a full-blown space book. Look at that. Maybe I can educate myself before we play Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader next. Thanks, appreciate that. Actually, we might be doing an Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader live stream with Connor Croft. If he comes down here early enough, we'll be doing that probably.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Now, yeah, this is actually sick. You guys will not understand the meaning of this.
Like, this is just like...
But this is weather geek knowledge. You can't even see it.
In class?
Bro, this literally has everything that you need for, like, METARs and stuff. You can't... I'll try to, like, put it closer to the camera. You can barely see it. It's too hard to see. But, like, it's an explanation of the daily weather map with, like, everything that you need to know. It's crazy.
Station plots?
This is literally insane. I'm geeking out. I really appreciate it, though, Tofu. Thank you for sending this. I think it was Tofu.
That's awesome.
I don't know if I'll hang it up behind me, because it might reflect off the wall with the lighting, but I'll have it hanged up somewhere in here. But do appreciate that. If you want to send any fan mail, I'll put the link in the chat. We do openings like that, mostly for members, but we do sometimes do it on these live streams, and if, like, you know, if we have time for it, basically. But the link will be in the chat. It's also in the description down below. Full screen? I don't have a full screen button, unfortunately. So, my apologies. Your girlfriend will love that? Yeah, absolutely. I haven't had a girlfriend in my entire life, so I don't know why you think I have one. What are you studying? Meteorology. Bruh. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued for both Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana. It goes until 5 a.m. We're not going to be live until 5 a.m. But that is for Southeast Michigan, Northeast Indiana, and Northwest Ohio. Max Velocity dating show members only stream.
Oh my god.
That'd be crazy.
I'm streaming.
Yeah, finding people will be a challenge. Tinder stream, absolutely. Let's go on Tinder and dabble into that world.
Is that like a form of doxing in that case?
It might be, yeah, probably actually. So that's not happening. Multiple CC drops. Yeah, none of these are really definitive though. They're all, there's like a CC here, a CC here, but those are mostly just, it's mostly just contamination, unless I'm missing something. A lot of this just looks like clear air contamination. It's such a disorganized line of storms now. Like, I wouldn't rule out a tornado or two with this still being possible. I just don't see anything clearly. A couple of days ago, you didn't tell me you had Tinder? I mean, I don't have Tinder. It'd be pretty funny, though, if we did a stream like that.
Oh my god.
I'm not doing that, but it'd be pretty funny. Okay. Hey, Ohio, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. How many members do we need to have you gritty? Are we even close?
We need, I believe, 58.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
I'm doing math.
I think we need about 58 members for John to do a gritty.
Hold on, doing the math. Not the final answer. Hold on.
Possibly.
59.
59, wow. Yeah, that's not happening. Watch all the girls start sending you mail? Oh god. Just sending phone numbers and nothing else. Just phone numbers.
That's how we know that Max gets kidnapped.
Maybe Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader will be less of a disaster with you and Connor. I mean, we play each other. I think it'd actually, I think it'd be pretty funny. It'd be hilarious. You need a girlfriend before... Bro. I almost read that entire message. Is Warsaw, Indiana all clear? Yes. Where's Warsaw? I think. Where is Warsaw? Isn't it over here? Yeah, you're clear. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, basically, if you're anywhere back to the west of this line, you're good. The only areas that I have really any concern about, which is pretty minimal, would be Southeast Ohio or Northwest Ohio, Southeast Michigan, or South Michigan, or Northeast parts of Indiana. Do you want kids? Bro, what are these questions?
Personal.
Are you single? No, I didn't just say that 5 minutes ago. No more pink light, it is blue. It's like a blueberry blue. Max has chat, no need for a girlfriend, I agree.
That's 10,000. Queso.
Collab with Queso, I've seen that before. Yeah, let me get Queso in here real quick. Maybe we're a little bit more relevant to the point where Queso might need a, you know, maybe we do a little stream. A little collab. I don't know how that would even work.
No idea.
The only joke that would happen is that he creates earthquakes, so.
Have him start covering the weather.
Yeah. He's so crazy. Bigger Queso or Drunk NATO? Definitely Queso. I mean, Drunk NATOs aren't always big. They can vary. Drunk NATOs just go in weird directions. And if you don't for some reason know what a Drunk NATO is, which it's possible. If you don't know what a Drunk NATO is, alright, we're going to show you real quick. This is a Drunk NATO. Top right of your screen. We've had these we had a lot of them back over in, like, the spring. We haven't had any really recently, but that would be a Drunk NATO. Pretty crazy stuff. How many partners have you had? A big fat goose egg.
182.
Is Brandon still out there? Is he still streaming? He is still there. He's been there for like 2 hours now.
Well, he has power lines right in front of him.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, he's still there.
Brandon Kopic's still out there. I mean, there's like no signs of this crash clearing up over on I-55.
It looks like 7 cars are.
Well, again, you can watch Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and also on YouTube. The link to his YouTube is also in the description, and the link to download Radar Omega is also in the description. Oh man.
Okay, we're in the crazy twilight.
Yeah, we're in the after hours of a Max Velocity stream.
I have like a little graphic after hour Max Velocity.
Bro. Change your time to EST? I could change it to EST, but I mean, I don't know if we're gonna be live for that much longer. I think things are just kind of dying out right now.
Not yet. Early in.
No, I don't have EST on the top left.
Oh no, the time zone that the.
Oh yeah, it's an EST. I know that, but there's a lot of things to change. We find the times thing and change it just so we can all relax about the time. I know we've been in it. I don't know why I've been reluctant to change it, but let me change it real quick.
Not that 2001 just keep on
There you
popping
go.
off.
It's changed. Don't worry, it is changed. Where? What?
Down 4.
Bro, what are these comments? How do you sleep? With a bed. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat.
Horizontally.
I highly doubt that, Vex, but thanks for the super chat. think they just extended the watch further to the east. Unless I'm going crazy. It's like Tiffin in Ohio. W for Brandon, absolutely. W to anybody, honestly. Corey Gherkin, Brennan Kopic, Connor Croft, Storminer Media. All for allowing us to be able to use their streams, and appreciate being able to work with them. It's pretty awesome. A lot of great friends in the weather space. W's in the chat for all of our Storm Chasers, also all of our chat mods. We have several chat mods in the chat that were here when there was 43,000 of you here. And I don't think any of them were able to keep up, but I do appreciate them being here because that chat was flying. I don't think there was any way they were going to see anything in that chat. It was wild. Also, W's to anybody that super chatted or became a member. Appreciate anybody that joined the Velocities, maybe super chatted or Venmo'd or donated in general. If you did super chat or become a member or even donate in general and I didn't get to it, I will at least try to read the messages after the stream. It's just, there's so many of them. Like literally, it would take forever for me to read all of them. And a lot of them are probably dated, so there might be like questions from earlier. You should consider streaming to Twitch. I've had a lot of people say that to me. I mean, I could do a dual stream, but meh. I mean, I did try Twitch once. It's just kind of not really a platform for weather. Are you crazy for the 499? Just isolated damaging winds there. That'll be about it. What's the subscriber count at? It's the latest subscriber count. Actually, possibly could hit 347 tonight. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We do live coverage like this all the time. You're not going to be missing out. You subscribe. Like the stream also. It's the most liked stream of all time. Most subscribers we've ever gained in a live stream. Most views in a live stream. It's literally insane how many records we broke tonight. Can we raid somebody? We might actually raid Brandon. Low-key. Is streaming. Yeah, just Brandon Kopic's the only one that I could raid, really. But Brandon's just looking at an accident, so I might not raid anybody. We'll stay live for a little bit longer, just in case something happens, but I think really the threat's dying down. As in a little longer, it might not be much longer. Unless something really pops out here in the next few minutes. Raid Queso. We're not raiding Queso. We're not on Twitch. Everything right now, for anybody that's asking questions, is mostly wind. I don't see anything that looks imminent for a tornado. If we do get a tornado, it's probably going to be very quick, because there's not really much organization anymore with this. Like, it's still trying to stay organized, it's just struggling. Thank you, Ada, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Raid the NOAA? Yeah, I don't think they're live either.
Imagine they did that.
Imagine, yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. You know, I gotta say, I don't think it's gonna happen. But if we did gain another 700 subscribers today, which is highly unlikely, but if we did, that would be 15,000 subscribers just today. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the $10 super chat. I think it'll be alright. Again, just mostly gusty winds. This is a very weak part of the line at this point in Indianapolis. Just stay weather aware, but I think it'll be fine. Just gusty winds, some lightning. Thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. Can I be your caddy for your golf competition against Connor Croft? We're not going to be walking. We're going to have a golf cart. It's too hot in Florida to be able to go walk on a golf course. Need like 25 water bottles for that to happen. How do you become a member? It's the join button down below. It's also the third to top link in the description. Can you check bats? The bats happened like 3 hours ago. We're pretty late for that. Have I tried Freddy's? I haven't even heard of Freddy's up until, like, recently. Like, very recently. And that was just from a stream. I don't even know where Freddy's is.
There's none around here.
Yeah, there's apparently none around here, so.
Is it?
Good for us. Thank you, Crazy, for the $4.99. What's the worst tornado I've covered or captured on stream? Probably the Greenfield, Iowa tornado. Probably the worst one we've been live for. How's the thumb of Michigan? Still standing. There's not really... I don't think we're gonna have anything in the thumb. Unless you're back down near Detroit, there might be some damaging winds. Hey, Raina, for becoming a member, and welcome to Velocities. Actually, I'm feeling pretty good, Bella. You know, I haven't really been burnt out by any means. I still enjoy doing streaming, so. Yeah, but I don't really have anything that, in my opinion, like, I feel pretty good. But we're gonna have a nice break after this. I don't think we'll be live at all tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow's threat is just so low. It's meh. Got a slight risk in the northeast. Yeah, there's a slight risk. Yes, it's a large area, but I mean, like, the only thing that I usually go live for is if there's at least some level of a tornado threat, and it's very low tomorrow. And also back over in the Central Plains. It's just low in general, so. Yeah, I doubt we'll be live tomorrow. It looks very disorganized. Unless something changes drastically tonight, I'm not going to be live. Because I got to plan out this whole golfing thing and stuff with Connor, too, so that's going to take some time. Which, again, that golf stream will probably be this weekend, bearing any changes. So, if you do want to watch that, you can watch that on you'll be able to watch it on my channel. This is the future radar for tomorrow in New York. I mean, there might be a tornado sometime just after lunchtime. This looks like on the future radar. But I think it'll be mostly just wind. And then back in Nebraska on the other threat. We'll have some storms fire up during the mid to late afternoon. Maybe an isolated tornado, but again, pretty low risk overall. Not too concerned about it. Not too concerned. Possible near Howie. Where's Howe? Howe in Indiana, I'm guessing. What, that right there? Why does that look like a tornado? There's like no... Actually, that is a tornado, it looks like. Another quick little tornado. Just happened near Howe. It's like the second time in this part of Indiana that we've seen a tornado, it looks like. I mean, that's what it looks like. The velocities were tight there for a second. It's probably already occluded, but we probably just had a quick tornado there in northeast Indiana. Near Ontario, west of Brighton. Yet again, another tornado. It's not warned either. That's the second, I mean, it's already occluded, but that's the second time that we've seen a tornado drop in the same, basically, area that's not been warned. Just a little tightening. It's really not much. It's just enough. It's that right there near Ontario. But again, for the rest of the night, most of these tornadoes will just be short-lived. I mean, that's basically all we have at this point. Will your golf stream be for members only or available to everybody? It is planned to be available to everybody. It will not be members only. I've ever been to McCook, Nebraska. I've never been to Nebraska in general. So, no. It's my golf handicap. Probably like a 9 or a 10. I do wonder what Connor's is. He's never told me. I don't know if he has one. I don't think he does. Bro, what? Why is my Twitter feed so weird sometimes? The amount of hate comments I'm getting for eating Culver's earlier today on Twitter, it's going up there. Will it snow? It might. Maybe like on a mountain. You a Pro V1 guy? I'm more of a bridge. I like the Bridgestone like E6s and E12s. It's my favorite. Have I thought about storm chasing? I think we're gonna do a storm chase with Connor Croft at some point. It'll either be like very late this summer or like next year, probably, if we do one. Because I won't have much time during the fall or the spring. Please bring snow to Texas. Yeah, I hate to break the news to you, but I don't think we're getting snow in Texas anytime soon. I'm sorry. I know it's hard to hear, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get much over there. Can I zoom out? Sure. Yeah, there's really not much left. Again, we're pretty close to ending the stream here. Do you know Freddie McKinney? I do. Drop out of school? I'm not dropping out of school. I only got a year left. I mean, hopefully it's not horrible. Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad. It'll be horrible, but you know.
So that's NWP.
Yeah, NWP is gonna be something else.
Donnie, if you help with code, just hit me.
I will. Don't worry, you got that guarantee. Brother.
What?
This guy in my chat. Wait, let me pop out chat here real quick. I'm about to show you guys something that's crazy, alright? You ready for this? Brother. Why are we spamming? You should apply for a Guinness World Record for how many records you broke this stream. Like 94 times in just this stream. Why are there so many repeats from me, bro? It's like 16 repeated questions in here. What are you studying for in college? That was asked like 8 times. Brother. What is going on? I was about to say, I saw that question like 4 times. I'm like, why does this guy keep saying this? Oh, man. It's pretty funny. I didn't know channel history was even a thing up until like recently. I've been kind of using it recently. It's pretty funny. Seeing what some people say. Because you don't answer? I mean, I have 8,600 people watching. At one point, we had 43,000 watching. I glanced in the chat and somebody's like, why is this guy not answering my question? I'm like, brother, there's 43,000 of you. I need a little magic wand if I'm going to answer that many questions. Oh, man. It's alright, gaming. It's fine. It's pretty funny, though. I saw 48,000 viewers earlier. I don't think we got higher than 43. Peak on here says 43. Yeah. 48 would be pretty crazy, though.
One day.
Yeah, maybe. I can't believe how many viewers we got to. I did not think we were going to break any sort of record today, but I guess we did.
Definitely did help a storm went through that heavily area.
Yeah, we covered this yesterday night, too, but it wasn't as bad in, like, Illinois.
Yeah, I saw on a post people talk about another night of tornado warning, so.
Tonight was definitely interesting. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Brandon, for the $9.99, you were posting my tweet. It made me go viral. Did it?
Hey.
I've actually done that to some people. Which one was it? I do retweet a lot of stuff on Twitter. Free exposure. Which one are we talking about? I don't see it. Also, thank you, Vex, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Brandon, which channel or which post? Oh, I see it now. Never mind. I think. I wouldn't say it really went viral, but 7 reposts, 58 likes. Do we consider that viral? I don't know. On Twitter in general, I would consider viral anything over like 100 likes.
60.
Oh, now it's up to 60. It just jumped. Somebody probably in the chat just decided to go look at it. Lane, I only use Radar Omega now. It's been like that for like a year. At some point tonight, I'd like to go to sleep. I mean, you can go to bed whenever. Just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. And this thread is dying out. This is... We're 8 minutes from being done this stream, so... It's just gusty winds, unless you might be seeing some damaging winds, but it's a relatively low risk. Power outages obviously up there, so... Yeah. But it's definitely a winding down risk. We have some damaging winds moving through Fort Wayne right now, but again, nothing too significant. Pretty ordinary stuff. Moving through Fort Wayne right now. The gritty? We still have to do the gritty, I know. We're gonna do it, don't worry. If I forget, I'm not gonna be happy. Make sure I put gritty emojis in the chat before we end. It'll probably be like in 7 minutes. We're gonna make it a flat 8-hour stream. No problem, Brandon. Glad I can help people. In many ways. Lost power in Indianapolis? Really? From this? It's like just gusty winds. There's actually been a couple pockets of possibly damaging winds on the west side. They didn't put a warning on this. Just special weather statements. What do you do till 4 a.m.? I mean, I usually make... the videos that get uploaded in the morning are usually made at like 3 a.m. in the morning. And they're posted around like 6 or 7. The reason why I do that is because that allows me to be able to go live later in the day if we have to. So we don't have duplicating like stuff. We're able to have a video and a live stream, if you know what I mean. So, during this time of the year we do that. Not all the time, it's just during this time of the year. But probably after tomorrow, it's going to be back to just normal, like, later in the day uploads. We'll see, though. Connor Croft didn't believe that I made videos that late. I told him that, and he's like, "What? You do that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do make videos that late." All right. Well, we're going to wind down the stream. Do appreciate everybody tuning in. We're going to do a gritty, and we'll do a couple other things real quick. As a friendly reminder, today's stream has been brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need to download a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega on iOS and Android. It's the weather app we've been using throughout the entire stream. If you like what it looks like, you can download it on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Also, today's stream has been brought to you by ESP Storm Shelters. If you need a storm shelter to keep you and your family safe, you can pick one up at espshelter.com. These are above ground storm shelters. Very safe for you and your family. They're safer even than basements, and also safer than being in a condo or an apartment building. You can check this out at espshelter.com. It's gonna be the second to top link in the description below. And again, this also withholds up to EF5 type tornadoes, so highly recommend them. They also have a sale ongoing right now, which does include a storm shelter that comes with up to 14 people being able to fit into it. You could literally have an entire party and have people fit in this. You can get this on their store at espshelter.com. That flash sale will end on July 21st, so make sure to check that out. Again, very, very good storm shelters. They're made in the United States. Support local economy. Helps out them and really just in general the United States. All right. And yeah, thank you for them both for sponsoring today's live stream. Again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, like the stream. If you super chatted, became a member, Venmo'd, donated in general, really do appreciate you a lot. I'm not sure if we had any merch sales today. I don't really check usually during streams, but thank you to anybody that picked up any merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, we have a lot of stuff out, like Drunk NATO t-shirts and stuff like that, so if you want to pick anything up, it is the link in the description. I'll put it in the chat as well. That is shopmaxvelocity.net. Thank you to Bruce and also for Michael for picking up t-shirts today. And thank you also, Bruce, for the $20 donation. Appreciate that. All right, let's do the gritty. And we'll be done. Probably. Actually, we still got like 3 minutes till 8 hours, so we might have to be live a little bit longer.
Here.
Get the party light. Gotta get the party light going for this one. I don't know why I'm doing it so slowly.
Yeah, that's a little pretty.
Are you doing it too? Do you want to? You can if you want.
You know,
John,
pretty good.
John wants to do it. All right, we got another one. All right, I have to get out of the way.
Be nice here.
Let's get some more gritty emojis in the chat. I have to get a John.
A John gritty emoji. Oh God, great.
Don't fall on anything. There's a lot of stuff on the ground.
Yeah, so you have to like clean up like massively.
Bro, I was packing for that golf trip.
Dude, like seriously.
It's a mess.
I actually almost did trip.
Literally a mess. I mean, it's kind of typical for me, but
yes.
I'd buy a Foot NATO shirt. I actually might make one. We'll see. I was thinking about it. All right. Let me turn off this party light.
Yeah, no, between
No longer a party here.
apartment and your computer file is you give me like a
all right, let me I don't know why it's purple, but I guess we're doing purple for now. All right, thank you also to Cheyenne for the $5 super chat. Oh yeah, there's actually now a warning in Indianapolis.
Oh, no.
60-mile-per-hour winds, so they did issue a warning there, but yeah, pretty low risk. It's just wind. But tornado threat's pretty much dead. Is Brandon still doing nothing? Yeah, Brandon's just kind of sitting. I was gonna raid him, but whatever. I just want you to raid Brandon. I don't even think he's at his car. Where is he? Brandon at his car or no? I would raid him if he wasn't. I think he's still helping people out. That is such a big pile up. I mean, if you look at Brandon Kopic's feed, it's.
You got 2 semis.
He's on YouTube on Radar Omega. He's been in the same spot for hours now. Like, it's just a full-blown pile up and everything. Pretty bad. Feel bad for anybody there. I mean, there's a lot of traffic there. It's just bad. So raid his chat. I mean, I guess. I don't know. You like Jimmy John's? No. That is basically a full-blown traffic jam. All right, we'll raid Brandon. I don't even think he's at his car, so I don't expect him to respond. I'll just whatever. Might as well give him a quick raid. So after the stream's over, you'll be redirected to him. As a friendly reminder, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the stream. Thank you to anybody that super chatted or became a member, donated, anything like that. Do appreciate it. I'm trying to burn time because we are still 30 seconds from this being exactly 8 hours, and if it's not exactly 8 hours, I'm not gonna be happy. So I got to make sure it's exactly 8 hours here.
Rapid fire Q&A.
Give me 1 second. We got like 25 seconds here. We didn't time this very well. If it ends at 7 hours and 59 minutes, I'm not gonna be happy. So I got to make sure it's a complete 8 hours.
Longest 10 seconds.
Well, while we wait, make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Make sure to follow us on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX and join our Discord server. The link is in the description down below. I recommend you checking it out. And yeah, all right, we're officially at 8 hours, I think. So, are we confirmed on the 8 hours? Just need to make sure. Let me go to my actual stream. I need to make sure.
You were determined.
I'm determined to make sure this is 8 hours. All right, it is 8 hours. All right, cool. All right, appreciate you guys all tuning in. The next time you'll see me on a live stream probably won't be until a golf stream. So, and then after that, who knows? I don't think I'll be live again this week unless something really goes crazy tomorrow. So, again, if you enjoyed the stream, make sure to like the stream, subscribe. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Thanks for anybody that became a member today. We'll have another members-only stream possibly this week. We'll see. Might try the Outbreak game out for members only. So, if you're interested in that, you can check that out. All right. See you guys all again soon. Thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your night. Stay safe and heed any warnings and continue to stay in your safe place if you're under any severe thunderstorm warnings. All right. See you guys all again soon.